that'd be
I'll
good to know.
text them.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning. Welcome to our March 11th, 2021 Utah State Board of Education and the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind Governing Board meetings today. It appears that we have a quorum. I'm gonna, before I read the statement, I just want to do a roll call, if that's okay. We'll make sure your mics are working. Board Member Earl.
Yes.
Member Hanson.
Good morning.
Morning. Member Hymas.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Member Straight.
Hello.
Member Lear. Not seeing her in the system. Member Cannon. Member Hart.
Here.
Thank you. Member Klein.
Good morning.
Morning. Member Moss.
Here.
Member Booth. Board Member Booth.
I see him on here, but he's not unmuting.
We'll come back. Member Norton.
Here.
Thank you. The Mark Huntsman's here. Member Booth. If you,
Member Cannon is trying to get on. She's having some computer issues.
okay, we do have a quorum. So we're going to get started here. So we'll watch for those to come on. Before we get started, I need to read the statement on our electronic meeting. As authorized by Utah Code 52-4, this meeting is being held electronically without an anchor location to reduce the risk to health and safety from COVID-19 by limiting the frequency of in-person meetings. Okay, check that off. Also, again, want to welcome everyone to our meeting. A lot of people online and those who are watching a streaming. We do have a big agenda today, board members. We have a couple times certain things, one at 1 and an additional item at 1:30. So guys kind of keep mind of our clocks and watches there. Want to excuse Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones today and tomorrow. He won't be able to join us. So that just moves us right into our board member message from board member Randy Booth. Board Member Booth, are you with us?
I'm here now. Thank you. I got lost. I couldn't, I was here and then all of a sudden, none of you were there. So I think I'm back. If possible, I'd like to share my screen. Can Jerry help me with that?
For you, Jeff, you'll need to stop sharing.
Can you see that? Here we are at the end of another legislative session. It's hard to believe how fast the years go by, but as we conclude this session, I'm filled with a real sense of gratitude for a lot of people who have served and shared and been very committed to the process. I'm particularly grateful for the staff. We have a remarkable staff with USBE who have continued to keep us informed, continued to represent us in such wonderful ways. Grateful for the superintendency. They are marvelous individuals. Grateful for the legislators, our partners in this very important endeavor of public education. Our board leadership has done such an outstanding job of keeping us informed and keeping us on task so that we could react to much of the work that was being accomplished and in a timely manner so that our partners in the legislature had an opportunity to hear our support and our suggestions and recommendations. I'm grateful for Lorraine, who keeps us organized and keeps us in the right place at the right time. Certainly the thousands of parents and constituents who in the last month have written to us and called us, and our local boards, our local leaders of learning, certainly the teachers, our certified staff, classified staff. Why do we all do it? Why are we involved in this endeavor? All of us very quickly could come back with the answer. It's for the kids. It's for our Utah's children. And I'm grateful for the challenges, the struggles, the uphill battles, the climbs. We really are blessed to share in this responsibility for such a great cause, Utah's children. On a recent trip, I had an opportunity to visit Zimbabwe. Years ago, when it was Rhodesia, it was kind of a country that was known as the breadbasket of Africa, very successful agricultural program, feeding millions upon millions of people. And then changes in the government rendered it in a position of being almost helpless from an economic standpoint. And as we visited there, I had an opportunity to visit a school. We drove outside of the capital city of Harare and went off of the road that was paved onto a dirt road. And for a couple of miles then traveled on these dirt roads through these neighborhoods of what for a Zimbabwean is very progressive housing development, where families are able to live in what they are considering to be a great improvement over what they've known in their lives. And then we pulled up to a schoolyard where there were over 700 children lined up waiting to greet this group from BYU, from America. And this gentleman that we see here standing is an octogenarian, a great grandpa who saw that the children in their neighborhood were not being educated. There was no public education. And so there were no funds for public education. So he organized a group of volunteers to teach over 700 children who meet in this facility and are taught. Many of these children don't have parents. They're being raised by grandparents, by aunts and uncles. Their parents have passed away from HIV and AIDS. Our students pulled up in that bus and were greeted by these smiling faces, these wonderful young students who were so excited to be pursuing an education. We had come with some gifts from people in Utah, and we gave each one of them a pencil, a notebook, a little toy car or a little doll, a ball, a little piece of candy, and these kids were in heaven. They thought they'd died and gone to heaven with the visit of these American college students. We were very interested as we toured their facilities. This is one of the schoolrooms. There are 12 of them for the 12 grades. They have a morning session and an afternoon session to be able to teach all 700 of these children. Many times they just meet outside on the dirt. Here's the interior of one of the elementary classrooms. Teachers' efforts to brighten up the rather drab interior. Notice the dirt floor. Notice the desks that they are so thrilled that they have benches for the children to sit on. Notice the days of the week and the safe water posters that the teacher has made. These children have so little. Their teachers have so little in terms of resources. I am so grateful for the resources that we have in the state of Utah, for the team of partners who are willing to work with us and work together to solve the challenges and the problems that we face. We do have a number of issues that demand our attention and require a lot of study, a lot of reading, a lot of listening, a lot of discussion in order to discover what the best solution is for Utah's children. But we have resources, and even though they may not be what we would like as we compare ourselves to certain other states across the United States, compared to our educator friends in Zimbabwe, we are greatly blessed. And so I would just like to say thank you to all of you and to all of those who make our job a joy and an exciting challenge. There's a song that I've been singing for a lot of years.
Sometimes, not often enough, we reflect upon the good things, and our thoughts always center around those we love, and we think about those people who mean so much to us, who for so many years have made us so very happy. And we count the times we have forgotten to say thank you, and just how much we love them. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Booth. This is very, you set a new high water mark for Board Member messages here. Thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank
Good
you.
way to start our meeting. Thanks. Next, we'll hear from, this is our employee recognition, Superintendent Dixon and Michelle Watts, our HR Director. Superintendent, are you available?
I am. It looks like we're starting with Michelle Watts.
Okay,
Good morning.
Director Watts.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank you. And thank you, Board Member Booth.
now we can.
That was
Oh, now
really touching. Oh, is it not working?
Yeah, it just went quiet. I don't know if you have to be close to your mic or,
Okay, I have it right here.
okay, we're
Thank
good.
you. That was very touching. I love seeing the faces of those beautiful children. So we will go ahead and get started. These are new hires for the State Board of Education for the months of January and February. Heidi Pitkin. She's an executive secretary and previously worked at Chemnetics as an administrative assistant.
We're losing your voice, Director Watts.
Hey, does this work better?
Yes.
Okay, let's try
Sorry,
that.
it just tapered and went really quiet. Okay, you're good.
Okay. Jeff, can you scroll down? Brent Cox, CTE education specialist from Arizona and Utah, and he previously worked as a Jordan School District teacher. Debbie Fuchs, Office Specialist 2, Licensing Renewals, previously worked at Prospect Airport Services and as an administrative assistant. Christine Benevento, from Denver, Colorado, previously worked at Danville Development as an assistant program manager, an office specialist too. Mary Ann Farnsworth, SPED Secondary Effective Instructional Specialist, and previously worked at Davis County School District as a 6th grade educator. Liz Bunker, State Charter School Board Portfolio Manager, and previously worked at the Utah International Charter School in secondary art. Andrew Vardas Doan, previously worked in miscellaneous locations, looks like California and Nevada, as a teacher. Aaron Genko, purchasing agent, previously worked at Progressive Insurance as a bodily injury administrator. Jordan Robinson, works in the mailroom, previously worked at Altium Health as an administrative assistant. Laura Wilson is an auditor for and school finance and previously worked at West Test Engineering as an accountant and analyst. Samantha Sego Garcia, MTSS educational specialist and previously worked at Bountiful Elementary as an elementary school teacher. Kathy Chalice, student data privacy trainer, previously worked at Tooele County School District as an educational technical specialist. That is, I believe, the last one. Welcome to all of these new employees.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Director Watts. Let's see, Jeff, I'll try to share my screen if you can allow that. While I'm waiting for the ability to share my screen, I just want to take a personal moment of privilege and give a shout out to all of our employees. I was driving into office this morning, reflecting back on a year ago when the World Health Organization declared the worldwide pandemic, and things just started to domino. State agencies closed down, and in this past year, all of our employees have leaned in to do whatever it takes to support our educators, our families, our students, and I miss them. We kind of wander in and out of here from time to time, but wherever they work, whether they're here in the office or at home, I just want to commend our amazing employees, and especially those who have joined our agency during this time. It's just such a different culture when we're not all here in the office together. So just a shout out to all of our wonderful employees. Today we get to highlight a great employee, Tammy Walker. And, you know, I get a lot of interesting, let's see if I can just share this slide. I always love to read about our employees when we get the nominations. And I have to say that this is the first time that we've ever had somebody quoted from Jay-Z. So let me just see if I can pull that up. Tammy works in child nutrition, in our child nutrition program. And I just have to read this because I loved it about Jay-Z. First of all, she's responsible for keeping CMP together. That's the opening line of her nomination. And she compiles a lot of reports, and she's done this really heavy lift on a new platform. That it's a new platform for the CMP web portal. But I listened to this quote. This says, it's not that Tammy just compiles reports and keeps us together, but it's how she goes about doing it. Jay-Z said, excellence is being able to perform at a high level over and over again. You can hit a half-court shot once. That's just the luck of the draw. I've seen that attribute of excellence in Tammy in many different contexts. It's one of those observations that accumulates over time. So Tammy, if you ever see her in the hallway, in a cubicle, wherever she is always smiling, friendly, helpful, and she's just one of those quiet, go about doing whatever it takes employees. And I was so excited to see her nominated because she's just somebody that we all admire and love. And so very proud of Tammy and all of our employees, but congratulations especially to Tammy. During this time, we always say, your parking place is wide open, so you get to choose whatever parking place you want. And then, of course, we have a few goodies for that we'll leave in her office. So congratulations to Tammy. And again, thank you to all of our employees a year later during this very challenging time. Thank you, Chair Huntsman.
Thank you, Superintendent, and what an honor, Tammy, to have you be our Employee of the Month. So, and enjoy the euphoria that comes from that. So, thank you for your good work. We're also very grateful for that program. It's important, it's very difficult to do a highlight in a short period of time. So there's always more you could learn, but somehow we seem to pull it off. So I'll turn the time over to Director Van Holten, who will introduce our highlight.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Huntsman. This is Jeff Van Holten, Director of Public Affairs for the Utah State Board. It's good to be here with all of you today. Very excited to quickly introduce you to San Juan School District. They have been doing some exciting and great things down in San Juan, and I thought it'd be a great highlight for all of you to see. And some of you were actually just down there a day or two ago, seeing some of this great stuff. I am going to turn the time over either to Aaron or Chris or whoever is the spokesperson for San Juan. And do any of you need to share your screens? We can have Jerry give you the ability.
Yes, I believe I'll take off first. I'm Superintendent Nielsen.
Superintendent.
Chris will share his screen. Chris Mont.
Thank you. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you. Let me just kind of pick up a little bit off that awesome educational message this morning by Board Member Booth, and he's talked about gratitude. Let me say thank you for hosting Team San Juan. I'm proud of this organization and proud of this team, but I also want to very much thank the board, the state school board, for your help in navigating this pandemic. I know your leadership has been very, very important, and I know I've watched as you've worked through curriculum and through waivers and through a number of issues that have really allowed us to navigate the challenges that we face each day. So thank you very much. I didn't want to miss that opportunity. I also want to thank Superintendent Dixon and her staff. Their support has been a constant, not just through what you will see here in just a second or a minute, but a constant throughout the years of supporting San Juan School District. And we certainly appreciate all the help and support that we directly receive. I want to just quickly, I know we don't have much time, but I want to reference in what you'll see here in the work we've been doing in the San Juan School District in probably the last 10 years. And maybe before that, but we have really in the last 10 years put a focus on equity and providing access to curriculum and to high levels of learning. And we've realized there were many disparities in our system, and we've worked very hard to address those. I could talk for hours about the initiatives and the things that we have in place, trying to overcome those disparities and to provide equitable situations for all of our scholars, all of our learners. Our Q-tip program, which brings in experienced teachers, our San Juan Quest model, where we really look at building systems of support in the school, and we've done so much in the area of recruiting and retaining and bonuses and housing and areas to really try to hang on to our teachers and grow our own. So that lens of equity is really what brings us here today. We've known that there is another disparity that is at the home level and the resources that many of our students that live on the Navajo Nation have. And in their home alone, running water and electricity and things that we take for granted like internet. And as education has moved so much towards digital resources, that disparity has actually increased. But I never before, we've been so excited, an idea came forward that we could address this disparity, that we could provide internet in the homes. And we took that idea, and with a lot of support and a lot of help, we ran. And we're excited now to show you where we're at with it. I very much believe this is monumental. I think this will literally be a game changer for students in San Juan School District and a game changer in the area of equity and access to high levels of learning. So we're very excited about it. So with that, I will allow Chris Monson, who's one of our district technology technicians, will take it from here and highlight what we are introducing as of this month. So Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning. I'm going to give you a really quick overview of what we're doing down here. San Juan County is an extremely large and complex, let me share this, area that is, make sure that comes in, that is very, very difficult to understand unless you actually come down here and look at it. So what we had is we called this the river region, and this is the San Juan River that goes across here. And most all of the students that we're talking about is down below that. There's one little area above that. But what we had to do is be able to get to the homes. We had to go and find these tops of these hills, these mountains, these plateaus, so we can shoot around the canyons and all these large mesas that are in the way. So the first thing we did is take on these large towers. A lot of them we had, Blanding, Cedar Mesa, Clay Hills, and getting down to Navajo Mountain and Monument Valley. Some of these we actually had in place, but then we had to build a lot more. We had to build them down at the chapter houses, and we had to go down into Monument Valley. We made relationships with Elk Petroleum. We made relationship with UNHS, the health organization down there. They have a large tower that we were able to attach to. So we have these large radios that spread down over this area to create the backbone that we have. The next thing we did is create smaller towers that get down closer to the homes and the communities to where they were in. These smaller towers they're not very big. They're like 1 foot in a triangle, and they sometimes go up to 30 feet, sometimes 40. The larger towers get up to 60 feet, and even UNHS is at 200 feet. So then we go down to these smaller towers, and then we found that the smaller towers, we still have to get out to other areas. So then we create these other nodes that are poles that attach to homes themselves, that at those home site areas, those poles can go to another 2 or 3 houses. So then when we add the houses, it gets very, very complicated. As you can see, as we get down into, this is Monument Valley area around El Jado. And then if we put the paths in there, you'll see that we go from larger towers down to the smaller towers, down to the homes themselves. So we have, we're trying to get to about over 500, I believe it's about 530 homes we have right now. That's hopefully going to be a live document to where as kids move around, we can still capture that and get to them. We have a small video to show. We're sorry, we don't have a lot of time to explain a little bit more in detail.
Chris, go ahead and drill down into a home though, and just give them the idea of, some of the.
Okay, so the home, I was going to show a different little area. So this home, everybody came down and we drove out to this home right here. So we had to actually get to a larger tower, bounce off a smaller tower, bounce off a pole, and actually get down to this home, which is nestled down in this sandstone area down here. So this is a very large sandstone backdrop. They have absolutely no cell coverage down there. And you can see there, they have a very, very beautiful home site right there, but you just can't get to it. You can't get cell phone, you can't get phone service, but now we can get down there, and we've actually moved the classroom from, it was probably about 45 miles away. We've moved that classroom right down into that pocket now, so those kids can actually sit there and visit with their teachers, get the homework they need to do, and continue to be educated.
And let me interject right there that I received an email from a 5th grader and an 8th grader in that home, thanking me as a superintendent for the first time that they were able to participate with their class. I thought that was so cool, being the first that they came online and they recognized to say thank you, that it was making a tremendous difference. So go ahead, Chris.
So we have one little video that we showed everyone, and if I can just stop sharing this guy. I'm not sure how to get onto I'm not sure how to get back out of stop sharing. Sorry, it's not coming up. Oh, here it is. Stop the share, that one, screen share this one, go here, share that one. And then this video right here is what we showed to kind of give you a little bit of a understanding.
I'm really glad Grandma's Hogan was right there. I don't know if you.
We are too. We are too.
So that's a little bit, I mean, that's as the crow flies. And those people that came down that I took out in the cars understand to get there, you cannot fly like a crow. And it's very difficult for our buses to get out there. Our buses spend about 1.3 million miles getting out to these kids, and they've been delivering everything. And it's been such an excellent program. But now that we can actually get down there, we can light up and have these kids actually in their classrooms and be able to continue on as if they were even in the school. Is there any questions that anybody has?
You know, I would add, I just don't think you can overstate the effect, the positive effect this will have on education for these students. This is monumental and incredible. I haven't seen anything like this in my career in San Juan, where we're going to be able to provide this type of access to digital resources for these students that have, this has been such a struggle in the past. So it's very exciting. But we would answer any questions or entertain any questions if there are any, or comments.
I'm not seeing any hands raised, but Superintendent, can you speak to the funding? And then also, can you speak to I was fortunate enough to be there Monday and had a tour of this. Can you speak to, in your district, that a lot of, here in Utah, we think, oh, things are opening up and things are got better and students are in the schools, but can you speak to your reality of what's happening in your district as far as the lockdown that's in one particular area of your district and those things that you're dealing with?
As for the funding, yes, this project, it looks to me, as I estimate, and we've worked very closely with Sarah Young and Superintendent Dixon's office on the funding. It's come through CARES funding, ESSER 1, I believe, and then there's a second allocation that we received. And it's going to total in the area of $4.5 to $5 million project. I think it's about a 2-year project that we bid off and we tried to get done in basically about 90 days. By the time we got the contract in place and everything, we had maybe up to 2 months to complete it before the December 31st original deadline. Of course, that deadline was extended, but it's a tremendous amount of work that we bid off, and it's exciting to see the progress we've made. The reality of the situation is our county has seen almost a night and day situation, or complete opposite perspectives on our pandemic. What we would call our mountain region, which is Blanding and Monticello, LaSalle, the pandemic has not had the effects, the negative effects that it has in what we call our river region, which is our Monument Valley, Montezuma Creek, and Navajo Mountain. Our river region has just been decimated with the negative effects. They have seen so much more death, so much more hospitalization. They had some of the highest outbreak rates anywhere in the state and even country. They have been virtual learning all year long. We have not had students in the building for one day of school, and that's been by parental choice. We did a survey and reached out to the parents, and we were informed very boldly by 90% of our parents that they were not comfortable sending their children back to school. And it's continued, and it continues to this day. And so it's been very different to navigate this pandemic with our mountain region versus our river region. It's been just almost opposite in how we've navigated it, and working with our parents and their perspective and how they want to see things happen according to the pandemic.
Thank you, Superintendent, for asking those or answering those two questions. Board Member Moss, hands raised.
Quick question. You mentioned the rates of broadband access. I'm curious about home devices, and I apologize if I missed that, but what's the prevalence of devices, and how are parents and students connecting as you expand this?
Great. Go ahead, Aaron. I'll let you answer.
Well, in the past, we'd started a one-to-one program with Chromebooks previous to this, about 4 years previous to this. So by the time we got to this point, we have those devices in the hands of students. This network will only work as a local access network, just as if you were in the school. So YouTube, certain YouTube will be allowed, but say Netflix or some of those wouldn't.
Hey, Aaron, can you state your full name and your title for those that haven't met yet, like I have?
Oh, sure. Aaron Brewer. I'm the technology director in San Juan School District.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up, Board Member Moss? Your hand still raised? Oh, okay. Well, we're good. I want to respect those hands as they go up. Superintendent, I'm not seeing any other hands raised or questioned. I appreciate the presentation. When in the chair's comments later today, I'm going to briefly talk about my experience down there on Monday, if that's okay. Thank you for your good work, and I'm just totally amazed at how fast you rolled out and got this infrastructure in place to make these connections. So kudos to you and your staff, and your also the relationship that you have with the industry down there, and then the other agencies to make this work. Thank you. Superintendent, did you have something you wanted to add?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I took my hand down, but I just wanted to share appreciation to Superintendent Nelson and his staff for their graciousness in allowing us to see all of this firsthand. I know they're very busy and have plenty to do, but for me, the culminating effect was to not only drive on all those rutted roads and see everything once we saw everything on screen through Google Map, but to actually be in a classroom and hear a young woman named Sarah watch her connect for the first time with her teacher. And I loved her patience. For her, it was a first experience, and she was excited, but she was chatting with her teacher while Nearpod was sort of rebooting. She was singing this beautiful Dene Navajo song in the background and just humming along while she was patiently waiting. But to watch that connection with her teacher and to use a tool that this board raised their hands in unison to vote for use of some CARES Act funding to buy statewide licenses for Nearpod, just to see everything come together and to know that people like Chris and Aaron hiked up over all of those rocks when Sarah Young got a receipt that for reimbursement and could see that they'd been to Ace Hardware to actually construct these towers. It's just, I just can't express enough how amazed I am at your creativity, your fortitude, your perseverance to do what's right for students, and to be able to see that firsthand will just be something I'll always remember as a highlight of my career. So thank you so much to all of you for your vision and leadership and just the hard work that you put into it. You're just a spotlight for the nation. So thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
I do have Board Member Earl's hands raised. Board Member Earl.
Yes, thank you. My question is it around, it's literally saving 2 hours of driving, right? 2 hours of time that kids are, for some of these students, right, where they're able to stay at their home and access at the time that they're able to get on with their teacher. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the things that we had done kind of as an intermediate step is we set up some drive-by Wi-Fis. We had 5 or 6 of those because we were struggling with hot spots. So we needed to make sure students could get could get that. So we had set those up, trying to get those as close to students as we could, but they then would have to sit in their car to access or to communicate with teachers. So that lets us do everything that we can do in a classroom in the home for the most part.
Okay, so they were sitting in their car doing their assignments, is that?
Some were, yes, because
Okay.
it would be like not having internet and going to McDonald's to get onto your class, except
Right.
we could set those up kind of out in the areas that we could at churches or places like that. So yes, so they would have to drive and do their assignments and then, drive
Head
back.
home.
We tried to make it so that anybody on the reservation only had to drive a minimum of a half hour to get to a hotspot. Was our goal to do that. And now that we've got to the home, it's completely eliminated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any of their hands raised. Superintendent and your staff, thank you for being our education highlight.
Thank you for having us. Really appreciate it. Good luck with your meeting.
All right. Next, we're moving on to public comment portion of our meeting. We have quite a few signed up today. So we have, we're 2 minutes each. Then let's get started. So we'll start off with Marissa Anderson with Camden Cox. You're on deck. Marissa, are you available?
Yes. Thank you, board members. I'm going to talk pretty quickly, seeing as I only have 2 minutes to share, but please check your emails after the meeting for reference links that I will be sending you. I'm here to speak on behalf of Utah parents who are alarmed by the suggestions being put forth by the Access Committee. In the last 2 sessions, the committee has reassured us that we are not advocating for critical race theory. Yet, as I read the news of changes happening to schools in other states, I cannot help but be substantially concerned about the Access Committee's intentions. What exactly does student equity look like? Let me provide you some examples. In Oregon, student equity looks like the Pathway to Math Equity microcourse recommended by the state school board. The course teaches, among other things, that requiring students of color to show their work or using an I do, we do, you do teaching format is part of systemic racism and needs to be dismantled. In Pennsylvania, student equity looks like requiring 5th graders to participate in a Black Power march for their history grade. The students marched around the gym carrying signs that called for the release of Angela Davis, a Black Power advocate, from jail, while other signs suggested that the 45th President of the United States should take her place. In Arizona, student equity looks like a course recommended by the school board that teaches babies begin to be racist starting at 3 months, when they prefer to look at people whose skin color matches that of their caregiver, and that positive racial identity is inherently linked to the concept of systemic racism. In our very own Horizon Elementary School in Murray, student equity looks like reading books about gender transitions, gay pride, and anti-racism. Now, I understand that Utah is not Oregon or Arizona or New York. So I ask the board this: what does denouncing racism and embracing equity mean for our schools? If student equity actually means education that successfully helps students in need and not education of a particular political bent, how are you as the board going to preserve our unique Utah culture and protect our students from other toxic styles of equity currently marching across our nation? I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we'll have Camden Cox, and then on deck is Paradigm Representatives, and I'll introduce that after Camden's done, or I'll introduce them, I should say. Camden. Is Camden Cox with us?
I see that he is on.
Camden? We're not hearing you if you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I found that my experience with school wasn't very meaningful for me. I found it difficult for me to learn the stuff I wanted to. And I feel like that it didn't really teach me what I needed or wanted to know. Because I wanted to get into programming and game design, and I found that school didn't really offer any courses for that. And I found that it didn't teach the skills I needed to do that successfully. Like, for example, I found that skills such as lateral thinking or problem solving was actually quite important and integral to getting a career in any part of the tech industry. And school doesn't really teach soft skills. It teaches more stuff like history and geography, but that's not really what the world needs to know these days. And I actually found out one of the #1 things employers look for is innovation. And unfortunately, I found that many studies showed that the more students focused on grades and the stuff school teaches, they tended to have less innovation. And so I just wanted to point out that school isn't really teaching what we need to know these days. And I was hoping that maybe you could implement some changes to the system and maybe focus more on stuff like problem solving and less on stuff like geography and history, as those aren't really topics we need to know. That's probably all I have to say.
Thank you, Camden. Okay, next we're going to hear from Paradigm representative. We have Fernando Seminaro Rio, Enoch Endamano, Jared Conley, Jason Hall. So combined, Fernando, I don't know if you want to go first but it's a similar topic, so we're doing we're giving you 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go first. This is Jared Conley. Enoch will not be joining us.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm Jared Conley. I am chairman of the board of Paradigm Schools. I'm grateful for this opportunity and for your collective efforts to serve us. Since the beginning of my involvement with Paradigm, we've been in turnaround. Reflecting upon that time, I'm aware and grateful for the many benefits we've received and implemented. These best practices we have not, nor will we abandon. But I'm also painfully aware of the costs, most glaringly the cost of enrollment, as our student count has dropped from about 600 scholars to just under 400 since turnaround began. This precipitous fall is directly correlated to turnaround and the stigma it carries for new potential students. At this point in our experience, I am left with many questions. The first being, does the incremental benefit of another year of turnaround outweigh the costs? The second question is, where did we go wrong? The turnaround panel and audit committee will tell you that it was the lack of formative assessment data, or now the newest question, our high state testing opt-out rate, which choice is protected by law. That question and response leads me to another question. We, with our approved consultants, assessed the needs of the school, put together a plan, presented that plan to a group authorized by this body, had the plan approved, routinely presented progress of that plan to the turnaround team, executed in every with that plan, as can be attested to by our USBE approved consultants and by every objective measure where we were highest or second compared to the other schools in our cohort. Why, having done all that, was our plan ultimately found deficient? What more could we have done that was not communicated to us in April of 2020, a month before the end of the final year? Don't mistake me, I'm not invalidating nor diminishing the feedback we've received at any stage in this experience. It is welcomed, appreciated, and completely reasonable, and we will continue to adopt and implement and improve. But if our fully executed plan was deficient in September 2020, why was it not deficient at the onset in 2017 or 2018 or 2019 when the turnaround board was monitoring progress? I recognize that every individual involved has done their best with the greatest of intentions, but I am left with one preeminent question. What is the best for this school, its scholars, mentors, and staff right now? I believe that question aligns with the purpose of the turnaround program, to do what is best for the school and its students. I hope this body recognizes the answer to that question today is for the school to exit turnaround. Thanks.
And thank you. Jason, you're next.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jason Hall. I live in South Jordan, and I'm a board member of Paradigm High School. I'm also the father of 2 children who love attending Paradigm. I would like to use this time to comment on Paradigm's turnaround status and share a few thoughts on the turnaround process. In doing so, I'd like to make a comparison to that special relationship that Lucy and Charlie Brown had, and the tendency that Lucy had to yank the football away from Charlie Brown just as he was about to kick it. First, when Paradigm was placed in turnaround, we were told that we would receive the required criteria for exiting turnaround. It took over 2 years for Paradigm to receive this information, and Paradigm was well into turnaround when it was received. Second, as Jared made reference to, 2 external entities monitored Paradigm's progress and made the recommendation that Paradigm exit turnaround. One was a state-appointed monitoring entity that did an initial needs assessment and helped develop the turnaround plan. The other was a state-approved consulting company that helped Paradigm implement the plan. After 2 years, both entities stated that Paradigm had done everything it was required to do and was ready to exit turnaround. Third, we were informed last September that Paradigm would remain in turnaround, even though Paradigm's quantitative measurements were comparable or better than the other 5 schools that did exit turnaround. Furthermore, we are now 70% through the current school year and have not received any further guidance as to what more Paradigm needs to do to exit turnaround. There are other examples of the ball being yanked away from Paradigm, but I do not have the time right now to cover these. But I would like to leave with and conclude with the following 2 questions. How many more times will the ball be yanked away from Paradigm? And second, how are we to know and trust that the ball isn't going to be yanked away from Paradigm another time? I thank you for your time and your consideration, and appreciate taking the time to listen to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Huntsman, board members, thank you for this opportunity. Good morning. I'm Fernando Seminario, the director at Paradigm Schools. Before your vote on our turnaround status later today, I hope you will have read the email I sent to each of you a week ago. I wish to make it as clear as possible that Paradigm does not oppose or deny the essential implementation of formal school-wide formative assessment data tracking systems. We simply don't believe that the decision regarding our turnaround status should be based so heavily on this criterion alone, since it was not included in our state-approved turnaround plan. Paradigm met every goal and obligation of our turnaround plan and improved in more metrics than the others exited schools. How can Paradigm be denied exit with accountability data that's higher than the other exited turnaround high schools? How can one school be exited with proficiency data below their baseline year, while Paradigm, who did not fall below their baseline year, was not exited? How can one school's improvement of 0.0%, which we recognize needs to be acknowledged and celebrated, be deemed as substantial progress, growth, and improvement, but Paradigm's nearly 30% improvement not be deemed likewise? How can the eyewitness recommendations from the state-appointed and approved turnaround experts and monitoring entities, for which the state has paid over $250,000 to assist Paradigm, not be included in the exit process? Paradigm was founded and authorized to be an out-of-the-box alternative to other educational choices, but is measured uniformly, essentially assessing a fish by its ability to climb a tree. Paradigm is an extraordinary place in many ways which cannot be quantified, but which nevertheless improves learning outcomes and the lives of students and families through its unique charter and spirit, as it has for 15 years, through classics, original works and sources, mentoring, Socratic discussion, and a clean, wholesome, positive school culture that I believe is second to none. Kids thrive here, teachers thrive here. I invite you to come and see what data points will never be able to show you. I urge this board to not uphold the decision to keep Paradigm in turnaround, especially as we have not been provided any exit targets for this school year and the end is fast approaching. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. That concludes the six minutes. A lot. Thank you for your participation there. Next, we are going to Carrie Butler with Robert Comstock on deck. Carrie, are you available?
Yeah, I'm here. Do I need to turn on my camera?
No, you don't have to, but
No, like I want to, but I don't. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my camera. How about that?
there you are.
Hi, board members. Thank you so much for this time and good morning. My name is Carrie Butler, and I'm here representing the UPHA, the Utah Public Health Association. We've been around actively working to promote health and well-being in communities across the state for over 100 years. This includes working on upstream issues that lead to longer, happier lives for all of our communities, including and especially communities of color and communities of marginalized people. Specifically today, talking about our LGBTQ plus youth. We applaud the USBE for their resolution that denounced racism for the 2021 school year. The clause acknowledging the disparities that exist in our public education system is a critical step in developing educational opportunities and spaces for learning that lead to more equitable outcomes for all. We appreciate so much the diverse and well-rounded discussion about what exactly should and shouldn't include. However, we speak out against public officials who use what some consider to be a very public forum to make statements that are contrary to the USBE resolution. Racist or homophobic public comment are harmful to our communities, and they deepen the very real and emotional disparities in our vulnerable populations. And that costs the state in ways that are not only measurable economically, but from the intangible moral level as well. We encourage the continued development of rules and bylaws that make it clear that statements that are harmful to the health outcomes, both emotional and physical, of our youth are not the official positions of the board or match up with the resolution embracing equity. Thank you so much for this time, and please continue on with your good work.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Robert Comstock with Heidi Matthews on debt. Robert, are you available? I think it's logged in under a different Aaron Finney, I think, but
You can talk now.
Yes, sir. My name is Robert Comstock, and I taught at Oker Hills Middle School from 2005 to March of 2020 when I was medically retired. During the course of my employment, I was continually accused of professional misconduct, including the accusation that I was, quote, preaching politics, unquote, to my students on several occasions. I was never made aware of the adults who made these accusations, and yet I was repeatedly called into the administration to defend myself against these nameless accusers. Over the course of my 15 years, my hours were cut from full-time to less than half-time within the 4 years of starting, causing great financial distress to my wife and my family. My wife and I almost lost our home of 23 years. The accusations made against me were never substantiated or investigated to see whether or not they were true. The tactic of unsubstantiated slander is often used against teachers unfairly and without evidence. I ask you to take action today to stop these attacks against our licensed professional teachers. The retention of good teachers should be your utmost priority. And if it is, again, take action today against those who resort to character assassination to further their own political and ideological agendas. Thank you.
thank you. Next, we'll have Heidi Matthews with Caliph Warren on debt. Heidi, are you?
Yes, thank you. I'm Heidi Matthews, a teacher serving as the president of the Utah Education Association, and I just want to keep on that theme of gratitude. You know, it was 1 year ago today that we were linking arms on a daring venture to collaborate for public education funding. And, you know, despite all the challenges in the pandemic and the economy and communications, you know, it worked. And, you know, $400 million in the base budget, and then even more by the end of the session. And today we learn of $670 million coming to Utah in the American Rescue Plan for K-12 education. I cannot wait to see what we do with that. And maybe we should start with restoring the most funding, or the U-Star, and invest in summer opportunities where our kids can just get rejuvenated with joy and connection and fresh air, you know, that Maslow's before blooms. Want to also extend my gratitude for the work with Senate Bill 184 with the removal of accountability and high stakes. We maybe will question the loss of precious instructional time for those tests, but do support the legislation for the accountability, and really want to thank and express gratitude for the USBE staff with Sid Dixon, the U of U Founders Award winner, Angie Stallings, Darren Nielsen, Jeff Van Hulten, Scott Jones, Jennifer Thompson, Leah Voorhees, and I know I missed others. You all worked so hard. You have an amazing staff, and just want to extend that gratitude from the Utah Education Association. We look forward to another year of celebration with this pandemic behind us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kayla Warren with Tracy Miller on deck. Kayla, are you with us?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Huntsman and members of the USDB Governing Board for this opportunity to speak to you on behalf of the UEA Educators of the Blind Caucus. Since last month's board meeting, we conducted a survey of our members, teachers of the visually impaired and orientation mobility specialists in Utah. We found that most educators are not confident in their understanding of the 3% rule. Further, support for the 3% rule as currently written varies. However, the survey highlighted two strongly supported concepts. Transparent choice, with both settings receiving full support from the state. When asked, do you think it is beneficial for Utah's public education system, students, parents, teachers, and communities to have both LEA employed and USDB employed TBIs? All but one respondent answered yes. When money is tied to one option but not the other, it creates an illusion of choice. Meaningful and inclusive stakeholder input with transparent process and results. When asked, do you feel that stakeholder feedback from LEA employed TBIs and O&Ms is important for board members and legislators to consider when discussing or amending the 3% rule? Again, all but one respondent answered yes. Not only feedback from LEA employed TBIs and O&Ms, but also USDB employed, as well as students and families in all areas of the state. Especially considering the diversity of our membership, the unification behind these two concepts is powerful. Our members include both LEA employed and USDB employed professionals. We are itinerant, classroom-based, veterans, and newbies. We work in urban schools, rural schools, large districts, and small districts. We all want our students to have the best and reach their highest potential. We recognize that you are the policy experts. We are the experts in educating students who are blind or visually impaired. By collaborating together, we have the potential to create something very special in Utah. Please see the attached information and ideas that we have compiled for you in your emails. Respectfully, Kayla Warren, Alpine School District TBI, and Susie Blackham, TBI for Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind, and members of the UEA Educators of the Blind Caucus.
Thank you. Our concluding public comment will be Tracy Miller. Tracy, are you with us?
Yes. I'm Tracy Miller. I'm president of the Board of Education for Jordan School District. And first of all, I want to say congratulations on a successful legislative session. And thank you for all that you did to advocate for our students in schools. I'm here today on behalf of my board about an incident on Tuesday, February 16th, when a Utah State School Board member took to social media and accused one of our teachers of teaching something in class that they did not teach. Included in that accusation was the teacher's school, class, and name. By specifically naming our teacher, the board member placed this teacher in danger and subjected the teacher to harassment. The name was removed from the post a couple of days later, for which we are grateful, but it crossed a line of decency and professionalism that cannot go unaddressed by our board or yours. We want it known that we support our teacher and stand by the teacher's efforts to provide a high-quality education to their students. We appreciate the prompt public statement that your board leadership made on February 18th. We also were encouraged by interviews your board chair provided to various media outlets. We encourage you to move swiftly in reviewing the state board's bylaws. We believe language should be added to Section 4, Board Member Ethics, or Section 5, Duties and Responsibilities, that prohibits members from publicly accusing by name a teacher or school employee of wrongdoing. We are committed to performing a similar review within our own policies to ensure our board members are held to the same high standard we are asking from you. The Jordan School District has enjoyed a positive working partnership with the USBE. You have been a tremendous support in so many ways. We hope that we can continue this great partnership as we work together to provide the best education for our students. Thank you for your service to our students and families, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. This concludes our public comment. Thank you for those comments. Next on our agenda, we are going in to take care of business with our Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. First item is an informational item, and it's our fiscal year 21 budget update. I'd like to invite Finance Director Carl Empey. Are you ready to present?
I am. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chairs, and board members. The report today is for the 7 months that ended January 31st. We are financially solvent. The first report that we have is the financial report that does a 30,000-foot overview of our transfers from the state and also our expenditures. I'm just going to round up numbers. The transfers in from the state and the state office have totaled $26.1 million. Our expenditures were $22.4 million, giving us $3.7 million more in transfers in than we did expenditures. The number of students that we served is 2,225. And if you can scroll down on the report just a little bit, it'll show our enrichment fund balance. If you go down a little bit further, our enrichment fund balance is $1.4 million. Our donated fund balance is $266,000, and our educational foundation balance is $1.2 million. The report behind that is the budget status report that just gives the granular detail that is summarized on the financial report of the numbers that we just went over. Next report should be our enrichment fund report, which shows of the projects that were approved, and we'll be talking about the last project that we'll be seeking your approval for. Totals $1,624,500. We have spent $378,000 so far, giving us a balance remaining of $1.25 million. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair, you or the board may have on our financial reports.
We do have a hand raised at Vice Chair Belknap.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Carl. How are you?
Good. Good morning.
I wanted to ask you a question about the funding that we did not receive from the legislature. How are you going to work around some of those items that you had planned on and they didn't happen?
That's a really good question. We had requested at the beginning of the session or prior to the beginning of the session, 1.4 million for FTEs to accommodate the needs in our school. The Public Education Appropriation Committee pared that down to $700,000. And then the Executive Appropriations Committee eliminated all that down to zero. We had conversations with legislative leadership, told them of example, we had one teacher teaching down in Springville, grades K through 3, all in one classroom. And so we needed additional staff. So kudos to the legislature. They restored us to $700,000 in funding for new FTEs. So we have a meeting next Tuesday with the superintendent and with the associate superintendents, and we're going to be discussing what the critical positions are going to be that we can fund with that $700,000. And then the superintendent has a plan for next legislative session to present legislation that will have wording in it that will be facilitate growth for us, since we don't get and receive WPU money, we just get funded directly from the state, that will tie in a percent of related to that WPU that USDB will receive. So I think we'll be fine. We just won't have the positions filled that the associate superintendents have requested.
Do you have a follow-up?
I do, but I will wait until we're talking about the 3% rule. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Empey, I'm not seeing any other hands raised.
Great. That concludes my financial report then, and have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll invite Superintendent Joe Coleman, and this is a discussion item on R277-801, the 3% rule. He was asked to brief us and brief the board on this rule. So, time's yours, Superintendent.
Thank you. Good morning. And let's see. I've included a couple of simple spreadsheet documents in your packet for this, and I could either share those, or Jeff or whoever's driving can just pull those up on the screen. Last month, if you recall, there were some questions that arose about the 3% rule. And this morning, again, in public comment, I heard some comments from a coalition calling themselves the UEA Coalition for Teachers of the Visually Impaired, or something along those lines. And they have not spoken to us about this. And so I don't know really where some of this is coming from, except it was good because it gave us an opening this month to talk about the 3% rule, especially with so many relatively new board members. We can talk about exactly what that is. USDB is not proposing any changes to the 3% rule. And so just to clarify that, and we don't have any intention of doing that. However, it's a good discussion to have. And since it's your rule, then you can weigh in on any input that you have. So what the 3% rule does in a nutshell is it segregates the school districts that USDB serves into two different groups. Those with more than 3% of the kids in the state, the largest districts, and there are about 8 or 9 of them, are required to provide their own services for children who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired. Not deaf blind. We actually serve everyone in the state if there's a child who's deaf blind. But those with less than 3% of the kids in the state receive, or the charter schools, for example, or medium or small size districts, they receive services gratis. We provide anything that they need for their kids who are deaf or visually impaired for those services. What interesting things have happened lately is we've looked at the numbers. If we could pull up the spreadsheet there, the number this year is about 20,000. It's like 19,990 kids or something. So 20,000 is the 3% number right now. And of course that adjusts as the population throughout the state adjusts of school children. On these spreadsheets, you can see in light blue these are the large districts above 3%, actually in blue or yellow. And you'll see a natural, there's a kind of a group of medium-sized districts that we've highlighted in yellow. They are technically 3% districts, but a few of those, like Salt Lake District, you can see right there, and Tooele District, they're very, very close. And sometimes they go back and forth. They will be a 3% district, and then they'll not be a 3% district. And so, for example, last year, Provo, which is smaller, but they were not using our services, they rolled up on us and said, hey, we're eligible for those. So we had to come up with 3 FTEs immediately to serve them, because by rule, we're obligated to do that. Salt Lake District, if you look at that right there, 20,536 this year. They are not increasing in enrollment like some of the other districts. So we anticipate that they might even lose 500 kids, and all of a sudden we would have to come up with all the FTEs that they're currently using for deaf educators or blind educators. I should say educators of the deaf or educators of the blind. Anyway, Tooele has gone the other way. They have grown, and so while we were serving them, this next year, they will be responsible to provide their own educators. And these districts in the 20,000 to 35,000 range of students, those are the districts that consistently ask us, can you do more to help us? And it's really their challenge is finding people that can do it, and also of course budgetary challenges, but budget isn't always the issue for them. They really seem to want to serve the kids well. We've got a couple districts that I won't name, but in the low 30,000, one of them does a fantastic job. They have great people. They're serving very, very well. Another one is saying, we know that we're understaffed. We're underserving kids. Can you help us out a little bit? And the answer is we can. They can contract with us for services, and so we do that. But these are the districts that have said in the past, well, we would love to opt out of the 3% rule if there was a way, and just let you guys do it. You're really the experts in this, and we aren't. So we would like your resources. And so what we do as USDB is we try to support districts. And as you know, since my administration started about 8 years ago, we've tried to eliminate all of the there were some traditional turf battles in the past, and we've tried to say, we don't see this as a battle between our jurisdiction and yours. We really want to do whatever's in the best interest of the kids. And as districts, you get to actually choose that. You're in the driver's seat. And so we've got campus programs all the way to just some itinerant services and consultation services. Let us know what you want. So the 3% rule has been good because it's given us a line, but now that a lot of these districts are getting closer to that line and going back and forth, it's actually a good time for us to talk with you about it. I would say this, between 3% and 6% of the kids in the state, the districts in that range, which would be the ones in yellow on this, those are really the ones where there's more of a gray area. There's not a gray area in the rule, but these are the districts reaching out to us and saying, please do more to help us if you can, whatever you can. We would really appreciate that. Some of these districts, others are saying, no, we're fine, we're good. But that's where we try to, if we have part of an FTE that we can, like for example, O&M, orientation and mobility, is where teacher of the visually impaired helps students learn how to use cane travel and get around, right? That's a highly specialized position. It's not easy to find that. And if one of these districts might just need someone for a few hours a week, they don't need a full FTE with that. And so if we can help by providing that with them, we try to do that within our own footprint that we currently have, if we have that capacity that's going unused. So that's kind of just a primer on the 3% rule. And I'd be happy to answer questions if you had any about that.
Okay. Vice Chair Belknap.
Thank you. So Chair Huntsman, my question is about the 3% and the line being drawn in the sand. If people are seeking waivers, then, or needing waivers, why do we have a 3% rule? What is that protecting someone? Plus, I also see it as being an imbalance for our educators. They're sometimes hired by this group and they might be hired by that group, and I think there's some flip-flop.
Superintendent Coleman, you want to respond?
Yeah, I think the 3% rule came about just before I was elected to the State Board of Education, so I wasn't part of those discussions. But what I've heard is that there were some of the larger districts that were saying, look, USDB is kind of pushing us around here and insisting on certain things. We want to have control over our own complete special education programs. And so that's why that was put in place. And we actually agree with that position. We think the district should be driving when it comes to their students. I don't know if that answered everything that you asked, Board Member Belknap.
The question was about the concern about the teachers. They're either contracted by the district or by, in knowing who your employer is or who your employer will be tomorrow or the next.
Right. Yeah. So we don't really have any intention of assuming employment. There was a couple of years ago when we proposed the opt-out in the rule, which actually you added to the rule, and it was subject to available funding. And there were a couple of districts that said, yeah, we'd love to no longer have to provide this ourselves. And we trust USDB, they've been good partners. So we went to the legislature with that, and they said, yeah, no, we don't want to fund you anymore for these districts that are doing them themselves. And so that idea kind of went away. And I think that had some educators who were happy with their employment in their current districts worried that all of a sudden they would have to become USDB employees. And I can certainly understand that. We don't have any intention of messing with someone's employment. As it is now, I'll be honest with you, these districts that are between 3% and 6% that seem to be the ones mostly asking us for help, if they came to us and asked us for additional help, if we have the capacity, we would share our people with them. That's why we're here, is to teach. We would not seek to displace anyone else. And so if they have a current footprint of 4 teachers for the deaf and 2 TVIs, teachers of the visually impaired, and they said, we really need an additional half FTE because we have one district right now that tells us they're getting an influx of students from California who have special needs. We'll try to help out if subject to the availability of funding, right? But we're not going to go in and say, okay, let us take over your whole program and we'll hire your people or anything like that. That's not our intention.
Did you have a follow-up, Laura?
I do. I'm still looking for a little clarity on that, because if a district is calling up and saying, we want you to take over our program now, we don't want to do it, then they aren't having to fund that. So why wouldn't every school call and say, we want you to take this over, so now we don't have to pay for this, but you do. And so we're clear of this, which leaves teachers in the middle with no jobs that were like TVIs or whatever it before.
Yeah.
Hired by that district. Thanks, Chair.
No, I think we're talking mostly about increased capacity here. If they have certain teachers employed already where they are, we're not going to mess with that at all. But if they come to us and say, like, for example, an audiologist, we don't have an audiologist. Do you have any additional caseload that you could share with us? Or they will pay for it. If it's 3% or greater districts, they'll pay for it and they can contract with us. They do that anyway. In fact, Canyons district is an example. Canyons is one in between 3 and 6%. And they've always just said, you know what, we'll just contract with you for everything that we need. So they're actually USDB employees, but they're paying for them. That doesn't hurt our FTE count at all because it holds us harmless.
And Vice Chair Davis.
I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around who is generating the funding. If a student is being served through an LEA, the student is generating the funding through the WPU add-on, I guess. And if USDB is coming in to provide services for the student, then a state line item is generating the funding. Is my understanding correct, or am I missing?
Yeah, so no, it depends on if they're a large district or not, right? If they're above 3%, then that student is funded through that district. Whether they hire their own person or come to USDB and contract with us and say, we need some of these services, that district pays for it. If it's less than 3% district, then USDB pays for it. So the medium and small districts and charter schools throughout the state, that's what our entire budget is for. Well, and our own campuses. But as you know, our campuses are a minority of the students that we serve. We only have about 300, 350 kids on our own campuses. So the thousands of others that we serve are in all of the districts. And most of those are funded through the legislature to USDB if they fall below the 3% line.
That answer your question. Do you have a follow-up, Vice Chair Davis?
Just a quick follow-up. So the students are not generating the funding at USDB.
No, we don't receive WPU or growth funding like regular districts do. We take our personnel array and work with the legislature every year and say, this is how many kids we are serving, this is our current personnel array, and we've received this many more kids from out of state or that have, for whatever reason, and or that have aged up from preschool or PIP, right, into our programs. And so we need 2 or 3 more teachers this year, and we need a new audiologist, and we need this and that in order to meet their IEP requirements. And that's where we get our annual kind of presentation to the legislature during the session and say, this is what we need. And when they were not going to fund us this year, that's when I started making calls at the end of the session saying, listen, we don't really have a choice on serving these kids. You kind of have to give us the money we need to hire the teachers to serve them. And so to their credit, they came through in the end.
Superintendent Coleman, can I add something?
Right on. Yeah, go right ahead.
I think it might help Board Member Davis. Some of these students, when they come on, that they're getting their services. When you talk about the services we're providing in those districts, these are students that are getting direct services from their teacher. However, because of the sensory loss, there can be some pretty high expenses that come along with that, which could be, for my side, it's an interpreter. And that's something that the district themselves has not prepared for. And so besides just the services of a teacher of the visually impaired or a teacher of the deaf, we often send other services which are that are just outside the budget for them, which is like an interpreter. And those are the positions that they often look to us for. I also noticed in a lot of these districts that are in the yellow, they're not really like 2 FTEs in each of them. They're usually leading like, I have 2 students that need this service. So it's hard for them to fund a position for a student that only needs a minimum amount of service throughout the week. So we can do that by hiring a person that serves all the districts, Salt Lake, Tooele, Washington, whatever it is, and then we can be able to spread that out. People also seek our entity as the experts. So when I'm a teacher of the deaf or a teacher of the blind and visually impaired, I don't look for something to see if there's a position in Salt Lake District or Tooele District, because my job goes with the student, right? So the stability of that job isn't as desirable. Plus, school for the deaf and the blind, it makes sense that you'd apply there. Then I can maintain my job, and then as the needs fluctuate, I can go between wherever I'm needed. So it's a way we can help them and help the students better. And it's just a nice model. I think that we can be there if they need us. They can always choose not to use us. That's always their option.
The Vice Chair Davis, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is a nice model. It seems like it should be funded for everyone. And then we're back to the intensive services discussion, because these very extra high cost students are being funded through a state line item for districts of a certain size, but then districts of another size have to come up with very, little reimbursement options. They have to come up with the funds on their own. So I guess it's a part of a discussion of a bigger picture, and maybe we need to revisit that rule and all of it at some point, but this has been helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Earl, you had your hand raised, and then we'll go to Member Hart.
Yeah, just a simple question. Superintendent Coleman, how many educators do you think are impacted by the 3% rule each year? and I'm just trying to get an idea if there is a dramatic impact or if it's over the course of 5-10 years, you have 3 or 4 teachers that have to kind of do the pick and choose. And maybe it's not even that. I'm just trying to understand the impact of teachers yearly.
Well, if very few up to this point, but now that we see that some of these districts are growing and they're bumping up and going over or under that threshold, then we're starting to see a few, the last couple of years. Okay, for example, this year Tooele went over the threshold, and I think they have like maybe 3 FTEs out there, 3 to 4 between the 2 schools, deaf and blind. Provo requested 2 or 3 last year that we didn't have to come up with. And so it's starting to be, you know, maybe an average of 5 per year. But that's even really depends on the year. That might not keep happening.
Yeah. Are they leaving your program and going, are they hiring personnel from different areas?
We have had some schools that said or districts that said, we're not going to hire people, you have to do it because we're now below the 3% line. We've had others that have said, we're going to keep our people as long as they want to work for us, and we would just like additional services from you as we grow. And that seems to be the best model. The truth is, if some of these said, hey, we're below the line now and you've got to provide it for us, we would tell them, we will if we can get the FTEs, but if not, you're still on your own. Even though the 3% rule is there, we aren't going to pull positions away from existing, you know, school districts if we have to do that. We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah, you're saying it's a matter of the funding each year. So if something like that happened, you'd have to request the funding going in, so you're not actually pulling services from students that are currently receiving services. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then if we have extra capacity, we're happy to share that, even if they're just above the 3% line. And, you know, we're happy to say, oh, we've got some extra caseload with this person. We'll help you for this year. No guarantee ongoing, but we've got the person hired. We might as well use them to help the kids, right? So.
Yeah. And so if I might just interject something here, just because I go way back in time, not very far back in time when teachers were talking about the 3% rule and that. The one part that has not been shared today is some of the teachers that are in these districts, they like working for the district. They're contracted with the district. They're in a whole different lane of compensation and everything else. However, if you work for the school for the deaf and blind, that contract is in a different place. And it may not be the same kind of benefit package and the same supervisors and things. So the teachers that talked to me in the past regarding this 3% rule, some of them prefer to stay in the lane of the district, but at USDB or USBE on our side, we don't negotiate. We're not in this negotiation place on salaries and benefits. We have what the legislature gives us, and we have to stay in that particular lane. But I have to put that out there because nobody else has said it. But that was kind of the past pushback of my compensation and how am I being paid, and the other piece is who is my supervisor, because I really get along with the superintendent. And I don't know if I can with the LEA's superintendent. I don't know if I can get along with Superintendent Coleman. And so those are some of the dynamics of this 3% and some of the concerns that teachers have had in the past. So I don't.
Yeah. Those were the concerns that were brought up when the opt-out was provided, but nobody's asking them to leave their current employer, and so it's kind of a non-issue that's been brought up. I don't mean to be disrespectful of their concerns. That it's an issue, but it's not something they have to worry about. Nobody's asking them to leave their current employer at all. Just we're not even proposing any changes to the rules that we have. We're just sort of explaining it to the board at this point.
All right, board member Hart.
As a relatively new person to this situation, I'm really impressed by Superintendent Coleman, your ability to work with districts and the unique needs that they have, and sharing resources and keeping the student at the center of your decision making. However, I also feel like there's a need to codify some of this, and I don't think the 3% just seems like an arbitrary line in the sand. I also think that the option of, well, just move that FTE over so that you're not asking the legislature each year for an appropriation. I think there needs to be a solution somewhere else. I very much think that the students belong in their communities and that WPU could stay there, but then this consulting model really does seem appealing, because I've personally witnessed students getting extremely top-notch services from your part of the organization. And I think that should be available to all districts, but at the level that's appropriate for them. So I can see how a smaller district would want you to assist with more, perhaps, and a larger district may have some things that they can do, economies of scale and such. And then there's the geographic concerns as well. I feel like the 3% is somewhat arbitrary. Would there be any interest? Am I understanding this correctly? And would there be any interest on, for lack of a better term, a menu of services and moving this more to a consultant role that then is somehow the funding? I understand it needing to come from somewhere, but shouldn't it come from the districts, which I think has to do with, it touches on intensive services, but they're getting money to serve these students. You're providing services. I just feel the need to remove the legislature from deciding the funding for services. Not that they're problematic, but just that doesn't seem to make sense. But yet it also doesn't make sense to just shift the WPU. Am I tracking properly and understanding kind of the crux of the matter?
Well, yeah, you're asking the right questions, and we actually do have it pretty well outlined in policy, the full menu of services. And frankly, we do give a lot of services free to even the largest districts. It's just when it comes to FTE and staffing, that's where the board has drawn the line and said 3%, you got to pay for it. Below that, USDB covers it. Michelle, you had a comment too?
I just wanted to add also just a clarification for Board Member Hart. We also do not, like, if they were to come to us and get full services from USDB, the WPU does not follow them. So a student that would be in the district that's being served by the district gets the WPU. If they come to USDB, then we do not get a WPU, then nor does the WPU follow them. So as long as their services are being provided in the district gets WPU. We just come in to support their blind, visually impaired needs. But we never get a dime of the WPU ever.
And Chair, may I follow up?
Yes.
That would have been my concern. I mean, we could look at doing what we need to do to shift that WPU over so that money comes automatically, but that doesn't seem to be at all the solution for a better way of doing, or a sustainable way of doing the business of serving the students. So I understand that the WPU doesn't come. I was wondering if, at first I was wondering if that was a possible solution, but I don't see that it sounds like it is.
So this is Susan Patton, and if I could just interject here as well. I'm the superintendent over the School for the Blind, and there's a lot of things, like Superintendent Coleman said, there's a whole array of services that we offer to all districts, and then smaller districts, and then very rural districts. One of the things that's been interesting to me, just this is my first year in this position, is that we've had school districts reach out and say, we can't find people. We cannot find people. What can you do? We don't have enough teachers of the visually impaired. Can you help us in recruiting? Can you help us in Braille instruction? Because that's something that can't be a consultative model. That has to be something that's a direct instruction 2 or 3 times a week that we're providing that instruction for literacy. The other thing that's been interesting to me is that the districts, the 3% districts, some of them we've had one this year, but I know it's happened in the past as well, who have reached out in time of need for, if they have a teacher that's visually impaired on any type of leave, may that be maternity leave or that might be some kind of a leave of absence. They don't have the resources, nor do they have the staff to do that. We don't necessarily have that either. And again, we're not getting that WPU, but we try our hardest to fill in the gaps for those school districts. So there's a lot of different little issues that come into play that we have a great relationship, I think, with the majority of the districts. I mean, in my experience, again, just this year, we've had a really good experience. And I think that there are districts that are right on that bubble that are worried about the services next year, or when they drop below or rise above that 3% district, 3% rule, because they don't feel necessarily equipped to handle that. And those are teachers that we're providing at this point in time. And the flip side of that is that our teachers are not wanting to work for their district either. So there's 2 parts of that where they're wanting to remain at USDB, where Joel had explained very well the problem of the district teachers not wanting to come to USDB, and that's still, it's just a very unfortunate situation. And I don't think that it's something that is universal either. It's not something that I've experienced this year that has been a universal but they are there. That is there. That was a whole lot of rambling, but I don't know that that answered any questions as far as some of the intricate issues that we deal with on a very daily basis that we're working very well with districts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further hands raised here. Board Member Lear, welcome. It's good to see you. Looks like you got through the technology glitch there. And
thank you. Yes, it was a little technology hell for a moment. All my devices were not cooperating. Maybe it was karma. Anyway, my question to Superintendent Coleman is a little bit off the 3%, specifically off the 3% issue, but very related to a comment he made earlier. And maybe you'll be a little patient because I wasn't able to access the very first. And that is, Joel, you mentioned that if the legislature hadn't funded your request to the tune of $700,000, you would have just been desperate. And I don't want to be unsympathetic because my information is wrong. But isn't it true that you have a very significant not school end trust, but school trust pot that LEAs don't have otherwise? Do you not have other sources of funding if the line item didn't come from the legislature? What, even on a temporary basis until they were re-educated, or maybe even on a permanent basis? And am I wrong about that?
No, that's actually a really good subject to bring up. We do have the enrichment funds, the trust land funds. The problem is that they're restricted and they're not supposed to be used for operational costs. And also oh yeah, go ahead.
One sec, just to say, you say they're not supposed to, or are they specifically, is it specifically prohibited? I can see why an ongoing cost isn't ideal, but is it strictly prohibited, or is that just tradition? And can you be more specific about that?
It is prohibited, but with the State Board of Education, all things are possible. So had we had an actual emergency, we probably would have brought that to you. And if you wanted to fund certain positions one time, using some of our reserves in that fund. There might have been a way. I can't answer that definitively because I'm not prepared for the question, but you have a good point. There might have been some emergency remedies. It just wouldn't have been appropriate for ongoing sustainability. So.
And in follow-up, please, Chair, can I ask the superintendent to follow up here? Can you tell us how much is in that the special school trust fund that you have just for USDB?
We get about $900,000 a year from that, almost $1 million. Let's round it up to $1 million a year that we use out of our $42 million budget, and that is used for our enrichment programs, our summer camps, and our special things that are within the definition of what those funds are supposed to be used for by policy and board rule, and also state. I'm sure there's some regulations in the law too. There might be. It's all codified in our policy.
One last comment, Chair, please.
Okay.
I just would like to know sometime. I know you say you can use 900,000 a year. I'd like to know the total amount that's in that fund, and then maybe explore other possibilities for not just having it, and not meaning this to be pejorative, but not being stockpiled, but rather used if there's a necessity. I'd like to explore that in the future and maybe see the exact controlling language for that other separate school trust fund.
Oh, yeah. In fact, we can have Carl include that in next month's financial report. Just a more clear definition. We'll bring that right back to you. That'll be easy to share with you.
And the amount is in every budget packet every year, every month. You guys see the amount, how we're spending it, how much is left. Carl reports that, and that should be above in your packet.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Davis, your hand's raised.
Sorry, my bad. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know if you had another question. And Board Member Lear, your hand's still raised also, but I think you wanted it down. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, Superintendent. I appreciate you bringing this 3% reporting on that, this information and discussion. It's good to refresh our memories of why and what it's all about and how that's working. So thank you. Did you have anything you want to include on it?
Yeah, maybe I could just wrap it up with one final comment, and that is we go by the rule, but if we have additional capacity in any way, we try to look to these districts between 3% and 6%, and we try to offer help there, even though we're not required to. If we have the resources, we do what we can to help them. And I kind of wanted to make the board aware of that because that hasn't been part of a discussion before, but just so you know, that's what we're trying to do and ease that transition. If it came down to it and we didn't have the FTEs, then we would say, sorry, we can't help you unless you contract with us and pay for it. But our intent is to we know that we're in a unique position, and these districts have special education departments and programs, but this is the whole reason USDB was created, because it's such a low incidence disability to have deafness or blindness that it's really not always fair to expect them to be the experts in this. And so we really take our role as a supporting organization very seriously, because the bottom line, we don't care who serves a kid. We just want these children to have, honestly, I'm not saying this to be self-aggrandizing, but USDB is literally one of the premier programs in the entire country. And it would be a shame if a student couldn't access some of our expertise just because they happen to live in a district that has more kids than another. And those are the kinds of thoughts that keep us up at night and the things we talk about in our superintendency meetings quite often. So I just wanted you to know it's your rule currently allows us some flexibility there, and we always do our best to deploy any excess capacity we have to help these districts in this kind of middle zone here that might be struggling to provide what the kids need. So that's all I had today.
Superintendent, can I add just real quickly a few comments about this being a very arbitrary 3%. I remember I was not in the administration at this time, but I do remember some of the discussions that occurred at that time. And I know that it was this body, it was the Board of Education who had the discussion, had lots of stakeholder meetings. They had to pick a line in the sand. They didn't know if that 3% was the right line in the sand, but they did make an attempt because they felt there needed to be clarity, much the discussions that we're having today. So I think that looking at it is a wise thing to make sure it's not arbitrary. It was something that was consulted. It was something that was dialogued about. And maybe that number wasn't the right number, but it was the most intelligent answer that group could come up with at the time.
Yeah. And I would say this, if the board did want to revisit the number, my recommendation would be to move it up to 6%. But we would just try to assume additional services. We wouldn't try to replace all the current employees and services that the districts are currently planning. And the only reason I say 6% is because that would take in some of these districts that really seem to be struggling the most with getting the appropriate services to their students. So if you do want to have further discussions, that would be, no one asked my opinion on this, but if there was a discussion, I think that would maybe be a one to have if you're interested in the future.
Which also leads to changing this recipe, also puts another additional burden on the legislature.
Yeah.
To be at the table. If that gets moved up, then it's more in growing the USDB group.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
So, well, I appreciate this topic. And you're right, Superintendent Coleman, our Schools for the Deaf and Blind is top notch. Services are happening. They're happening in the small LEAs and also the very large districts. And kudos to all those that are making that happen. So thank you. Let's move to our next topic, which is 3.3. We have Assistant Superintendent Michelle Tanner and Ryan Green. Are you available, or is that how we're going to do this?
Actually, I'm going to turn over my opportunity to speak to my director. Her name is Adam Billings. Oh. And Ryan Green is working with Susan Patton. They are going to talk to you about, this is a proposed use from the enrichment funds, because according to the code, those funds are intended to use for all students across the state to enrich the lives of children. So this is an enriching activity. They have an opportunity to go to Tacoma, Washington, to compete with other high school students in a 70-mile boat race within 48 hours. So their students are really like to do this. Adam, I hope Adam is on screen. He can tell you he has a great passion for this. And Ryan Green, they've been a great team working on this to put this together. So we'll turn the time over to them.
Before we get into
by the way, for those of you that don't know, Adam Billings is actually a ship's captain. He sails tall mast ships around the world. So
before we get into this is information, not action, correct? Because
right,
this is a FYI. Is that correct, Superintendent? All right. It was kind of like,
yes.
Well, get it before you, that somebody's got to make a decision on it, and I don't think that was
yes.
implied.
Well, I believe, yeah, it's already, we have the funds, and the advisory council's aware of this, and so I was not aware that it was an action item. I thought it was more informational, but it's pretty exciting either way, and it's already underway. They've been building these ships for a couple months now. So go ahead, Adam and Ryan, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Huntsman and Superintendent Coleman and the board for your time today. We're very excited for this enrichment activity. Ryan and I are big proponents of experiential learning. It's what our students are really capable of doing, and it's something that they can learn from. Just if you can go to the next part of the slide here, as Michelle Tanner was saying, we're we're looking at going to a race called the 70-48. If you can go down one more slide. The 70-48 is it's a race in Tacoma, Washington, from Tacoma, Washington to Port Townsend, and it's 70 miles, and you have 48 hours to do that. And I guess the big elephant in the room is, why would you want to take a group of deaf and a group of blind students, put them on a boat together, and then try to paddle 70 miles in 48 hours? That means we have to paddle through the night. So I guess the goal here is we want to bring the students and staff together. We want to unify our group efforts, and we want to focus on things that are positive and happening during this time of COVID and kind of distancing. So we've put together a plan to do just that. We have to build some boats. If you can go down to slide 5. So we're looking at building, well, we're not looking at, we actually are now building the 2 portions of the boat that you see on this slide, in the left, the middle of the slide there at the top. It's a Sailway Fisher 40-foot dragon boat design, and we're going to build 2 of them, or we've built 2 of them. We're just finishing them up, and we're going to lash them together with 2 boards that are covered in epoxy resin, and kind of create a catamaran out of them. And then we're going to teach the students how to paddle and then take it to this race. So I'll let Ryan kind of jump in here and tell us what our plans are for developing a crew. But just in the boat build itself, we've built boats here at USDB before in the past and had some good success with that. So I guess at the beginning of this, we kind of wanted to make it an after-school activity, but we also have a deadline that we have to meet. So we have right now from JMS, we have 2 or 3 kids that come over every day. That's what I plan to be doing here in about an hour, is meeting a couple of the kids to work during their lunch break, and then they go back to school, and then they come back for an hour after school. And then we've been doing weekend clinics where they come in for 4 or 5 hours, and we just go gung-ho and work on these boats. And we've had the deaf students and the blind students come, and it's been a lot of fun and a lot of good experience for the students to have. But I'll let Ryan go on and talk about how we're going to build the crew and some of our planning there and what we have to look forward to.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam. Good morning, board. Yeah, for our crew, we have students participating from all over the state. We have a student from Logan, all the way up in Logan, all the way down to St. George, and everyone in between that's participating. In total, we have 10 students that will be floating, and we have 4 chaperones that will be on the boat. We'll be looking at doing some shifts on paddling, so the students won't be paddling the entire time. We can't say the same about the chaperones. I think we're going to be paddling throughout the night and probably nonstop to ensure that we're good there. But we didn't want to jump into this and to throw some landlocked students into a boat race when they haven't not only been 70 miles, but haven't been maybe 70 meters on the water. And so we really wanted to scaffold this and provide lots of opportunity for students to learn a new skill, several sets of skills, team building, leadership, that type of thing. And so we are going to be going down to Lake Powell at the end of the month to spend a number of days on the shore and in the water to work out safety, to work out team building. We got to find our stroke, being able to kind of work together to get that boat moving at an acceptable rate to get us to our to our goal of that 70 miles. And so deep into that trip later this month, we'll actually paddle 35 miles. And I think that will give the confidence to the crew that this is possible. This is actually, things like this are I think for Adam and I really resonate deeply with us. It's a big reason why we got an education in the first place. You know, we love to seek out opportunities, experiential activities that, you know, are seemingly impossible, and giving proper training and scaffolding and instruction and support. We know that our students can do this. They may not think they can do it right now, but we know they can. And it's going to be an amazing process to watch unfold. And we've been documenting it through video and pictures, and we've had amazing support from our advisory council, as well as our superintendency. We've had full support from them, and that's very heartwarming, and we're grateful for that. Adam.
Yeah, just to throw it out there, you know, I think we got the perfect storm in this situation. Ryan showed up in my office probably 3 months ago and said, "Hey, I just heard about this high school that did this. You know, they built a boat and they went and did this race. Can we do that?" And if you have that type of intense desire to get kids involved in something crazy, and then you have a boat builder and you ask if you can build a boat, and you put the two together, this is what you get, something crazy. So we do have on the slides that we've that are in the packet that you've received, it does go over some of the budgeting. We've increased that. We presented to the advisory council, and they recommended that we increase our finances to 20,000. We're finding that that's a more accurate estimation of how much this will cost. The boat is almost complete, and we're just at about $1,000 for the boat. And then we're looking at, for travel down, we have to move the boat wherever we go. We have to take the boat with us plus the students. So getting to Lake Powell will take a large portion of that, and then going up to Tacoma will also take a big part of our budget. But it does give us an opportunity to get the students involved in teamwork, in innovation, working together, becoming a crew together, and building self-confidence. We had this one boy from the deaf school that's been coming over. Just one day he said, "Oh, we saw the movie that they put out, and I remember you came and talked to us in our school when we first started this." He's like, "I want to do this." And he was there the next day, and he's been coming every time, and we've had other kids come, and it's been kind of fun to see their interest peak as they've seen these pieces of wood that we got from the hardware store turn into an actual boat. You know, we have teachers, we had the boats out yesterday working on them, and some of the teachers and their students came over, we're just looking them over, and it's something that's unique that we can provide that it kind of spurs their interest, and it's something they haven't experienced before. So
Adam, do you want to just mention the high school from Colorado that came down that has done it before, and what you learned from them?
Yeah, I'd love to. Great point, Joel. Ryan heard about this high school in Colorado, and after our meeting, I was like, "Hey, Ryan, can I reach out to these guys and let's find some stuff?" We needed boat plans. We needed an idea of what this would take, and Platte Canyon High School did this. Somebody wanted to do the race again, and they didn't know how to build a boat, and they thought, well, let's just look and see. And they got these boat plans, and we were fortunate enough to have their help. So after we showed any interest at all, they jumped right back in with us and said, "Hey, we want to come and help your students. We'll bring our students down. We'll meet you in Salt Lake." And they did. They brought 17 of their students and a whole bunch of parents, and they used our tools, and we spent a Saturday, and we took our patterns that we had laid out. We lofted the plans onto plywood and had them cut and ready. And when Colorado came, they helped our students stitch and glue all the components together, and we had boats by the end of the day. And it was really fun experience, and what we've loved just kind of interacting with them. They've kind of mentored us through this, but it's been neat to see. They did it their way. and we're doing it our way. We have to make those changes and accommodate for our deaf and blind students, and that's been rewarding. And oh yeah, so we are meeting them at the race, and we're also meeting them at Lake Powell to do some training together on paddling and water safety, and so I guess our journey with our mentor will continue in that way.
So I got to say, that's like almost my favorite part about this. There's so many good things, but that we have kids teaching kids, and they're not even our kids in the state. They're from out of state. But that to me is just awesome.
Superintendent Coleman, we have a board member with a hand raised. So can I, well, Member Klein, did you have a question or comment?
I just had a comment. I just want to acknowledge what a fantastic thing this is. I wish that all the students in Utah could participate in something so positive that could help them move forward and have something to look forward to and create these great memories and these skills. I just think, wow, we need more of this. And I would love to have them come back, some of the kids come back to one of our meetings in the future and tell us what their experience was like.
That would be a great opportunity for them. I'm sure we can plan to do that.
So if I might just share one of my concerns, it wasn't too many years ago or not too far back, you guys were building a boat, and Adam Billings, you're an accomplished certified captain of sailing ship, with sails. But you guys were building boats and you're floating them on Utah ponds with out of your school, and now you're going on this proposed adventure paddling. What is next? I don't see a sail.
Well, we'll save that for next time. We do have a plan though. No.
Well, we're excited about your enthusiasm, and that we know that there's a lot of deaf and blind community that are still engaged and they benefit from this, even though they're not the actual participants, but they know their friends and they know people, and those experiences get shared and that. And so thank you so much. Was there more, Superintendent, that you wanted to add on this particular topic? I'm sure we'll get updates.
I also would like to add that several of the students are actually students that are not on our campus. So several of the blind students are actually from our outreach program. So we have these enrichment funds. We reach out to the districts. We try our very best to bring them. And sometimes it's hard because they're in far distances, and we expend the effort to bring them to this campus. So I am so grateful we have the enrichment funds. It is so hard for our students to feel fully a participant in a game or an activity instead of a side note. And so in these uses of the fund, they are the main deal. They aren't just need an interpreter to participate. They're in the game. And so it's just so nice. And the more we can get them out of their homes and off their computers to come do this kind of stuff. We make the efforts to make sure that they can participate in these activities, no matter where they are in the state.
And then this is Susan Patton. I just wanted to add one thing too. One of the things that we talked about when Ryan came to me with the proposal, I thought, okay, so what are we? That has to go through with the expanded core curriculum and whatnot. And the amount of the 9 areas that we are implementing that just naturally are taught in an experience like this, like self-determination, social interaction, career education. There's so many things that are taught to our kids that go right along with the expanded core curriculum, not only for the School for the Blind, but the School for the Deaf as well. So we can really, really teach these things that are meaningful. And the thing that's so great about it, that Ryan and Adam are just great proponents of this and really talk about it a lot with our students, is that they can do hard things. This is not going to be easy to be in a boat for 48 hours straight paddling. I mean, I can't even imagine what this is going to, it's going to be hard for them, but they're very excited, and they're going to be able to say to somebody else, or somebody else can say to them, remember when you did that? You can do this too. You can get through this college course. You can get this. You can do this. And so there's so many things that's so great, that goes right along though with our expanded core curriculum as well.
Well, thank you. Our concluding probably comment on this particular topic, let's see, question, Board Member Hart.
Susan, you almost took the words out of my mouth. Hats off to Ryan, Adam, and everybody that made this possible for them to do this. This is the embodiment of SEL, and this is also, just as you said, hitting on so many different areas of the curriculum. I just am beyond impressed. I hope ULEAD hears about this and can maybe highlight it as an example of a best practice. I hope that the rest of the board kind of takes note on the kinds of things that can happen when we untie our educators' hands and we think big picture. And we can talk all we want about SEL and meaningful curriculum and engagement. You guys aren't talking about it, you're doing it. And I'm trying to think of ways as a principal myself to get your people in front of my people so that they can start generating some of the same ideas, although I'm a little worried about a vote that wouldn't necessarily, anyway, that might not be our project, but I just hats off to the entire organization for bringing this to our attention and persevering through this and embodying what just best practices all around in education. Congratulations.
Thank you. Next, our last item with USDB is a superintendent's report, and the only thing standing between the board members and having a 10-minute break is your report, Superintendent Coleman. So they.
Okay, I can take a hint. No pressure there. But Chairman, I think you should know that after boats, we're moving on to airplanes and rocket ships.
Okay. There we go.
No, okay. I'll make it pretty quick. First of all, legislative update. The legislature was great. We've already discussed most of that. The only thing we didn't have funded was our smallest ask for one time, which was the metal structure on our Ogden campus. And if you remember, that was driven by our need for better USIMAC facilities. USIMAC is your initiative to provide Braille for the entire state. So it's like an agency within an agency, and USDB oversees that. But I think we're going to be able to have the resources this year in carry forward to fund that. So we will probably be okay, even though they didn't fund it. So we're going to be good there. We begin our budget formulation process right now that culminates July 1st. And so as we mentioned earlier, we start sitting down this next week and going top to bottom through every single FTE, every need of every child that we can anticipate at this point. And I got to just tell you how grateful I am to Carl Empey that he came on board a few years ago, because he has our system like clockwork. We know exactly when we're planning every single thing. And so we will come back to you with our final budget or our final personnel array when we have that finished. We also, I wanted to let you know, teacher licensing is progressing. You remember we had 16 teachers that were having licensing problems a few months ago, and every few weeks another one gets ticked off the list. And Malia Height and her staff have been great. They have an appeals process for some unique situations, and so far so good. And so just one at a time. I realize it's already March, and so we're glad, but these are licensing solutions that we hope will go into the future too. And the last item we have is, I wanted to inform you that our largest campus, our JMS school on our Salt Lake campus, is the principal and the vice principal both announced that they will be taking different positions. Fortunately, within USDB, we're going to be using their talents, which is great. But those will be, we'll be having an administrative change there before the fall, where we're going to be going through the process of recruiting and hiring new leadership there at the school. They announced that to their staff this last week, and it's actually great news for everybody all the way around. We're excited for them. Amy will be moving down to going back to teaching. She's currently the principal, and it's been her desire for a long time to go back to teaching. And I told her, I don't blame you. Sometimes administration is not as fun as teaching. And we all of those that were in the classroom, we understand how great the classroom can be. And then Nate Harrison, who's been the assistant, he's going to become our teaching specialist. And what's the exact name of that position, Michelle?
Director of Instructional Supports.
That. And he is fantastic. And we've needed that to be filled for quite a while. So we're very excited. And I just thought I'd let you know so you're aware of that administrative change that'll be happening there. That's all I have for my superintendent report today that hasn't been already covered somewhere else, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Coleman. I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time, and I've got a few texts here wondering when we're going to have a quick break. So board members, at this time, 10-minute break. Maybe 11-minute break. We'll start promptly at 11:30, and we'll be hearing from our superintendent on the superintendent's report. So quick time out here, quick little pause. Those that are listening will be back streaming and working at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Coleman and all the USDB folks.
Okay.
Good meeting. Thank you. 10-minute break starting now.
Hey, Jerry, this is Jeff.
Welcome everyone back from the break. Much needed. So have a lot on our agenda today. Next on our agenda is our superintendent's report. Superintendent Dixon, are you ready to present?
I am ready, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, board members. We're coming off of a great legislative session, albeit it was a bit strange in terms of protocols and just the way we operate. We did have the opportunity to have a lot of virtual meetings, and I don't think I was at the Capitol more than maybe 7 times for in-person meetings, but we had good relationships with our legislators, and we're able to push the board's mission forward. So today we're going to talk about one of the outcomes, in particular early learning, and how important it is to continue to support our strategic plan. We found that all of our discussions centered on our strategic plan, and we were able to really talk about our 4 goals. So today we want to highlight early learning, and I'll start by just referencing back to the mission. And really, I want to pop out how we define equity a little bit. So remember that when we adopted this mission, a lot of work went into it, and we really focused on equitable conditions. And we wanted those conditions to really play out in terms of what the board does, how we do our work. So the vision is where we're trying to get to. The mission is how we go about that. So equitable, we're leading out by creating conditions, equitable conditions for student success. And we do that by advocating for necessary resources, developing policy, and providing effective oversight and support. And that includes technical assistance, which we'll learn more about today. We also have a board adopted definition of equity. We've heard that discussed already today in a number of ways, and people have their versions of what equity means, but we operate as staff on the board adopted definition of equity, which is it's the equitable distribution of resources based upon each individual student's needs. Equitable resources include funding, programs, policies, initiatives, and supports that target each student's unique background and school context to guarantee that all students have access to a high quality education. And operating on this definition then leads to great outcomes. So we're looking at equity in action today, particularly in early learning. And we'll show you how we're going to use the funds that you prioritized and that were passed through the legislature. I want to set this stage by showing a film. It's about 4 minutes and 40 seconds to probably be more exact. And it illustrates how targeted resources, especially in the early years, but there are some touch points throughout the course of a child's education. And you'll notice things like food insecurity, how schools can help with that, early learning instruction, counseling, all of those supports that help a student get through K-12 education with the resources that they need. So featured in the film is Ogden School District, and you've heard about a lot of their successes. It was produced by United Way, and you'll see one voice children's choir featured in this video. So hopefully I can make this work.
Seems to be working.
I close my eyes and I can see a world that's waiting up for me, that I call my own. Through the dark, through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home.
They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care, so call me crazy. We can live in a world that we design. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head.
There's a house we can build. Every room inside is filled with things from far away. Special things I compile, each one there to make you smile on a rainy day.
They can say it all sounds crazy. They can say we've lost our minds. I don't care if they call us crazy. Run away to the world that we design.
'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. However big, however small, let me be part of it all. Share your dreams with me. You may be right, you may be wrong, but say that you're bringing me along to the world you see, to the world I close my eyes to see, I close my eyes to see.
Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head.
A million dreams are keeping me awake.
A million dreams.
I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. All it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
So you can see that it takes a lot to go into a child's education, and really targeting resources early on is key to making all of those little other touchstones possible for a student to succeed and lead. This year, you prioritized for the legislative session early learning. It was your number 1 and 2 priority, and we were so proud to advocate on behalf of all of our students for these expanded resources. Dr. Thronson's going to go into more detail about the data that we're looking at mid-year and how we're going to use these 2 priorities moving forward. So remember that your number 1 priority was early grades professional learning. We asked for $5 million and received $5 million for that effort. And then our second priority was enhanced in kindergarten, optional enhanced kindergarten. And while we didn't receive the full amount that we requested, we were really pleased to get $7 million. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Thronson now, and she will walk us through both the data points that led to the need for these efforts and how we'll use the funding. Dr. Thronson.
Thank you, Superintendent Dixon, and thank you, Board, for the opportunity to highlight early learning and where we are right now and hopefully where we're headed. So specifically, the data that we're going to be sharing now is related to middle of year data that we collect between December and February related to student outcomes in early reading. This is specifically grades K through 3, and we use the Acadience reading test, previously known as DIPPLES, for those of you that are more familiar with that term. Specifically, you can see the data for the last 3 years on this slide. So starting from the left, you have kindergarten through 3rd grade, and where we were in 2019 and 20 in terms of our middle of year outcomes and where we are this year. You'll see significant declines in kindergarten and first grade, most dramatically, with additional declines in second and third, with less of a gap between those previous experiences or outcomes to the current outcomes. Our most disparate group is our kindergartners being impacted by this kind of COVID situation this year, seeing about a 12% decline in their performance from previous years. So this is the assessment tells us which students are at less risk of not achieving academic outcomes in the future. They're highly predictive assessments that just help us to see which students we might need to provide more supports and scaffolds and instruction to ensure we can close those learning opportunities. And so at this time, K and 1 are our most impacted grades, and just this is kind of your first shot at seeing how the impact of COVID has had on student learning, as this is our first assessment that's really come during the school year, whereas we had our kind of beginning of year data that showed how kids were coming in after that school closures in the spring that didn't really help us to see the true impact. And so this is kind of the first sight into that, and hopefully gives you some ideas around the importance of moving forward with the early learning work that you have promoted with the Hill this year, and really providing those quality learning opportunities and additional time for students who may need it. So moving forward, just to kind of break this down further into the demographic groups. So by benchmark status, so this is where we say they're at or above where we would expect them to be according to that assessment. You'll see again those major differences between last year, middle of year, and where certain populations fell and where they're falling now. So this compares middle of year data from last year to this year. You'll see as a state, we have a 13.6% decline on average in just the percent proficient. And then you've got our low income special education and English learners. So a very different kind of outcomes. You'll see our English learners have been the most impacted by COVID in terms of their learning outcomes. Special education is actually doing better than students as an average at the state level in kindergarten. Moving across the grades, they are less dramatic. Oh, sorry, if you'll stay on that slide. Thank you. There are less dramatic deficits between what's happened in previous years to this year, but there is still a difference across the populations. Now we can proceed to the next slide. Thank you. This one is progress. So oftentimes we look at our early literacy data in two ways. One is proficiency, like did they meet benchmark status? The second is, are they making typical or better progress in comparison to peers who entered similarly to them? So in this case, you'll see again, kindergarten is heavily impacted in terms of they aren't making the same progress that we have seen in years past. Typically, we get a little above 63% of students making typical or better progress. In this case, we're closer to 50% this year. So we're seeing less students becoming proficient as well as less students making the expected progress we would expect to see, especially in kindergarten. Now the story is much better in first grade. We're actually seeing a gain in first grade compared to last year. And then in second and third grade, we have a smaller dip compared to kindergarten, but a dip nonetheless in terms of the number of students demonstrating progress that would be expected given where they came to us. So that is what this slide represents. The next slide highlights the demographics related to typical or better progress. So you'll see, again, the iteration of kindergarten kind of being the most alarming in terms of the data set that we have. Our greatest opportunity as they come into us and finish this year out and come into first grade to close this early learning need as quickly as we can. You'll see a very similar picture in terms of the percentages. So we'll go ahead and proceed to the next slide. This one is around the pathways of progress as well, which is that typical progress we expect to see by race and ethnicity. So going beyond kind of low income special education and English learner, but looking at how race and ethnicity impacts performance. And so you'll see in kindergarten, for example, Native American Alaska Native students are being heavily impacted this year in terms of the typical amount of progress that we're seeing. We have a 23% difference between the progress we were seeing in those students last year compared to the progress we're seeing in those students this year. So I'll just give you a moment to take a kind of gander across those data points and kind of, there are many.
Dr. Swanson, Board Member Straight got his hand raised. I think you got a quick question or something on the slide. Or...
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Chair. Do we have any data based on the different COVID learning models as far as across districts or schools based on that information, or am I jumping the gun?
May I respond, Chair?
Yes, please.
Great, yes. So we are actually working on that right now. We are comparing by LEA outcomes on this data to say, are we seeing, so right now all we have is the state data, but next week, I believe, or maybe it's by the end of the month, I don't want to promise too early. I believe by the end of the month, we will have analysis by LEA, and then you can kind of assume some of that into the model. So many of our LEAs are mixed models, but Salt Lake City School District, for example, has not been, so you'll be able to kind of see how they're performing in comparison to others, but also others in like kind of demographics such as Ogden and Granite. So that analysis is coming and being done right now. The data doesn't actually come in until February 28th, and then we take a little bit of time to actually process that data. So we are working on that as staff, and when we have that done, Dr. Hernandez is leading that work and with Malia up in data and statistics. So we're excited to see what that looks like and to help our LEAs have been asking for that very same data. They're like, how are we doing in comparison to our neighboring LEAs and LEAs like us? And so there is definitely an interest from the field too.
I've got 3 other hands raised, so I'm hoping. I thought maybe there was a question on a slide or something, but we better take these hands. Board Member Cannon.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to ask Jennifer if I noticed that Upstart received a lot of new money at the legislative session. And I am just wondering if there's been any talk about the possibility of extending the availability of Upstart to the current kindergartners who seem to be struggling, as that has seemed to be a program that's really been helpful to a lot of pre-kindergartners. You know, maybe it would be helpful to these kids who are lagging behind.
May I respond?
Yeah, please, Dr. Thompson.
Yes, to my knowledge, we haven't had that discussion. The legislation around Upstart is a particular age that it's allowable for. It would take a legislative waiver for us to be able to extend that to other grades. We do have Waterford, which is the K-3 product related to Upstart, available in our schools that choose it with our early reading software programs. But Upstart being accessible beyond its kind of designated age span, it has not been discussed or amended to do so.
Okay. Board Member Hart.
Yes, will this presentation be added to SubClerk after the meeting or at some point, or be available?
May I answer that, Chair Huntsman? It will, Board Member Hart. I noticed a slide that had a typo on it, so we'll get it cleaned up and posted today.
Can we also get the N sizes of these groups added to at least to the whole group in the key? Thank you.
Chair Huntsman, can I add to that question? Yeah. We do have a full report, I believe, in your backup, and if not, we'll get it to you, that has the N sizes for all
awesome.
Of the
Thank you. And you took my question about sharing this out with the field, because I've been asked if I got this data, so I know they're wondering as well. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Earl.
I was going to ask about the N size too. It's nice to have that on the graph so you know what you're comparing to. And then my question specifically, Chair, it has to do with, was there a decrease in, if I remember right, there was a decrease in our kindergarten enrollment, and do you remember what the percent was? Director Thorson on that?
If I may respond, it is, I believe it was 4% that we had.
Okay.
96% participation. Oh, wait, nope, 93%.
Okay, so it was a decrease of 4% of kindergartners over the year, and then 6% didn't participate in the assessment?
7% didn't participate in the assessment.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Member Klein.
Yes, I just have a question. When we have charts like this that break it down by race, I'm trying to understand if we are insinuating that some races are not as capable of learning as others, or if it has or if we're dividing it up into those kind of groups, because maybe there's a cultural difference in their, I just don't see the correlation, because I believe that all races are equal in their ability to learn. And so is there a reason that we break it? Is there a reason besides race that we break it down in these categories?
May I respond?
Dr. Content, please respond.
Absolutely, and I 100% agree with you, Board Member Klein, that there is no predisposition that any particular race or ethnicity learns at lower levels or higher levels than another. I think what this data shows is that in our educational system, there are some students who respond more quickly or more readily to the instruction they are receiving than others, and it allows us to think about how might I need to adjust my instruction to ensure that all my students have equal access and opportunity to achieving at high levels.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, to me that sounds more like a individual learning instead of that, and that breaking it down by race is not really necessary. Would that be accurate? That it's just an individual, that we're looking at an individual's ability to learn or not learn?
So
why do we need to do this?
Right. Chair Huntsman, may I respond?
Dr. Content.
So within this data, I think from a state picture of staff, it helps us to say in our instruction and the professional learning opportunities we provide teachers, are there particular race and ethnicities that we need to consider in the strategies and techniques that we provide to ensure that all students have that ability to achieve at expected levels. At this time, our Native American population in kindergarten, their needs, according to this data, are not being met to the same level as their colleagues across the state, knowing that they're about 10% more likely to not show as much progress as their peers. So from looking at it from a data standpoint, it just brings awareness. Now, is every student in that race or ethnicity performing at that level? Absolutely not. And that's where at the local level, them looking at their local data, but for the state, it kind of informs us that we have some places that we could enhance our instruction and instructional strategies to support our educators in making sure that every student has an opportunity to learn at those highest levels.
Right. One more comment as a follow-up. I appreciate the breakdown by the grades or by individuals. I worry about these categories only because I believe that there are far more differences between individuals within groups than there are differences between groups. So I just feel like we need to be careful there.
And Board Member Hanson.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a quick question. In some of the other data we've looked at, we've seen some fairly significant effects due to economically disadvantaged kids. I wondered if that's later in your presentation or if that's something that we looked at in this study.
Dr. Thompson.
Yes, so yeah, if you'll just go back a slide, and I actually think the slide got copied twice instead of the right slide for this. So with that said, low income is the kind of pinkish color on your screen in terms of looking at students coming from families that are low income. So from the state average in kindergarten, our low income students performed a little bit worse than our average population, but the average population includes the low income students. So this kind of separates them out. We're in first grade, second grade, and third grade. You'll see it's variable, but it's pretty consistent with students that with special education needs or those that are designated as English learners.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that.
Board Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. I just looking at this, and if you'll get to this, then tell me to be quiet and we'll get to it. But is there a reason that kindergarten is so bad in every category? And then it's like a bell curve, right? And then you go to first, and first is like, I mean, it's not good, but comparatively, it's pretty good. We're still in the negative there on most categories. What is happening there, or is that the point that you're getting to, that I just need to be patient?
It's a great question. I wasn't going to address it. So Chair, may I respond?
Please.
Okay, so yes, kindergarten, the reasons why we're still kind of trying to dig into it is so disparate. First grade, for example, actually showed huge improvement between beginning of year and middle of year. But when we looked at kindergarten, this kind of lack of growth pattern is worrisome. Part of that is this kind of disruption to their learning. Some of them, the instructional time that they're receiving is less than they would have received in the past. The ability in online environments to really do, really short instruction, and kindergarten attention spans are considered pretty brief. And so being able to transition from one activity to the next in the virtual environment, that adjustment for teachers as well as students may be part of the disruption. It's honestly what the answers are varied and not conclusive at this point. So I won't labor on with like potentials, but one of the pieces of raising this awareness of kindergarten is to help our schools think about, what do we do now? What do we do now between the end of the year? The year is far from over, and how do we adjust our instruction to close this gap, knowing that this disruption to their learning has significantly changed what we've seen in the past in terms of performance, as well as the progress these students are making. We did see a pretty big dip in our kindergartners leaving the school year last year, and they came in low in first grade, but our first grade teachers have really been able to kind of push the envelope there and close that learning opportunity, where in kindergarten we're seeing that impact still occurring.
Okay. Board Member Earl and Board Member Hanson, your hand's still raised. Did you have more? Well, if your hand stays up, then I'll get back to you. But Board Member Earl.
Yeah, my question has to do with, and I think you might have just answered it, but we're looking at all those data points, right? One of the data points I didn't see up there is the difference between male and female. Is there, is there just a difference between the growth element there that might be valuable in looking at? And then, of course, the disruption, I think, and especially with masks, we've got this language issue in that younger grade. And so that is something I think we need to take real serious and find ways to mitigate that, especially where we don't have as high of a risk in our elementary schools. And we have 3 months left almost, right? There's just so much that could be done with that critical time. So those are really key questions we need to be asking and really considering what is causing some of that detriment, or that loss.
Chair Hanson, may I respond to the male-female part of that question for sure? So Board Member Earl, for the male-female, we have not ran that particular analysis on this data, but we could certainly include that in the final iteration of this, in which we compare the LEAs. We could add that as a variable. It seems like a reasonable one to also consider if we're seeing different impact for different gender. With respect to what you were adding, as a kindergartner, they're learning sounds and how we make the sounds in our mouth. Being able to see your teacher's mouth is kind of important. So when I make the letter B or the sound B, I need to be able to actually show how my lips come together, where my tongue goes for certain sounds, and that's really hard to do with the days of masks. And so that phonological awareness that we were building so deeply in kindergarten, and being able to hear the sounds and match them to their print is definitely potentially challenged given the mask situation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson, please continue. I think you have more slides.
Just a couple more, thank you. So within that 5 million that you were so kind to prioritize and make our #1 request, we are going to have some great opportunities to provide additional skill up for our educators to support students coming in where they are and being able to progress them forward. So specifically, this passing and getting funded. So the bill passed last year, but getting the funding was the piece that we had repealed in the COVID kind of situation. And so this bill really allows for LEAs to improve the quality of instruction to support the strategic plan area of 1A. Specifically, the allocation is approximately about $500 per teacher. So if I have 200 teachers in my LEA, you can multiply that by 500 and you will say, okay, we're gonna get this much money for our opportunity to provide professional learning options for our teachers to really skill them up in the area of early literacy and early numeracy. So that is an exciting opportunity. We have not had professional learning dollars in the state since 2010. So it's been over a decade since there's been dedicated professional learning dollars going into our teachers. And so this is a wonderful opportunity to take where we are and to continue to advance teacher knowledge in the science of reading and that evidence-based knowledge they need to teach mathematics as well to our youngest learners. So within that, We've got a couple of examples of how LEAs could use those funds. So they have the opportunity to use them in literacy or math or and. So they can do both if they want. They can prioritize specific grade levels based on their data. They can do saturate the pre-K3 span if they want. Lots of flexibility and really using their data to make those decisions. So we just crafted an example to kind of help you see what it could look like, but the flexibility here is pretty great. So specifically, an LEA might say, hey, our data in kindergarten and third grade needs some additional support, and they want to set a goal advancing that learning. They might decide, we're going to train all our kindergarten and third grade teachers in letters. We had Ogden School District doing that right now. We've got Davis moving forward in that direction. So just as an example, to enhance their early literacy knowledge to better support students, and then use job embedded coaching to help teachers advance their practice. In mathematics, they might say, oh, our first and second grade teachers need help in how to develop conceptual understanding and addition and subtraction. So they might use targeted professional learning and coaches to provide those learning opportunities for our educators to impact student learning. So those are just one example of how an LEA might use their funds, and they really do have opportunities. The final slide that we have is just how the money, what other uses are coming from that money, just for your awareness. So there is an early mathematics assessment that will be required in grades 1 through 3. It will be available in kindergarten for those that want it. But if we're going to invest in professional learning, we want to see that impact on student learning. Having that assessment available helps us to measure impact and return on our investment of these dollars. Additionally, we will advance our early learning digital platform. Right now, we have our early literacy platform. We'll be adding mathematics to that platform with our IT team's support. We'll be adding an educational specialist in early mathematics to support this initiative. Part of this initiative is to support coaching in the state and offering coaching training in early literacy and early numeracy to coaches in the LEAs to support them in advancing their knowledge. As we build their capacity, they can build the capacity of their teachers at the local level. There's also the installment of a science of reading assessment for teacher preparation. So teachers in elementary, early childhood, or special education will be required to take this science of reading assessment in order to show that they have acquired the basic foundational understanding of how to teach reading to increase our pipeline of knowledge and expertise, not only coming in from preparation, but in this professional learning opportunity for our in-service teachers. And then finally, that implementation support coach training that we will be supporting coaches statewide to ensure that they have the knowledge and skills to support their educators in early learning. So that is, with that slide, I am finished. If there are any questions, I'm sure Superintendent Dixon or myself would be happy to take those.
Board Member Hart?
Yeah, I just need help connecting the dots. How does this all fit together with the early literacy program?
Excellent. So may I answer that question? Okay. So the early literacy program is dedicated literacy dollars. Generally, they are used, 96% of the funding goes towards staffing. So generally coaches or paraprofessionals to support early literacy. That has left a kind of dearth in the professional learning space because, you know, as a LEA, what do I choose? Coaches or professional learning? And really want professional learning to stick, you need coaches to reinforce it. So our LEAs went and accepted coaching as their opportunity, and this will allow them to now have the time and dollars to dedicate to those coaches and those teachers and advancing their knowledge and supporting teachers with that coach in the classroom to ensure those practices transition from the learning situation into the actual classroom practice. So that's kind of how I see them kind of dovetailing, is taking the supports and resources in early literacy and now weaving in this professional learning opportunity to really advance practice with those coaches.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so Superintendent or Dr. Thompson, do you want to? Oh,
I think Board Member Straight has his hand raised.
You are right. I see it now. Board Member Straight.
Thank you. This is more of a statement than a question. And in all my years of being in education, we do keep data based on socioeconomics. We keep data based on gender. We keep data based on race. But when it comes to helping students, it's done one student at a time. And I think that's important to remember when we look at this data, and perhaps that'll leave some of the concerns about why we we get that other data, because it is important. It does tell us a story, but we help one student at a time.
Thank you. Superintendent.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great a great ending statement, Board Member Straight. Thank you so much. It is about helping one student at a time. I'm really proud of our staff for their efforts around early learning. We are making a difference. I'm proud of our leaders and teachers out in the schools. And this is a subject, a topic that has full support. Legislature, our families, all of our education partners. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with anybody who says, oh, early learning isn't that important. It's critical. So thank you to the board for making this an area of focus. Thank you to the legislature for funding our 1 and 2 top priorities. And we have great opportunities ahead of us. And I'm very excited about the work and the focus on early learning. So thank you. Thank you for the time, Chair Huntsman.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda, we're going to our general consent calendar. And if there's board members, if there's items to be removed, this is the time to be recognized, and I'll pull those items. I'm not seeing any hands raised, so I'd be seeking a motion to approve the general consent calendar.
So moved, Chair Belknap.
Second.
There's a second. We have a motion and a second. Not seeing any hands raised for discussion for the motion. The motion before the board is that the board approve the general consent calendar. Board members at this time, please vote. It appears the voting is, well, it's complete. It appears the voting is unanimous. That's
Chair,
yes.
Board Member Earl has her hand up. I don't know if that means a yes vote.
Sorry, that is a yes vote. I'm out of the habit.
Well, yeah, that's how I saw it. And sometimes that's what we have to do because we don't see any other way to be recognized. So thank you. Voting was unanimous. Okay, next is our monthly budget report, and we have our finance director, Deborah Jacobson. You're taking the point, and again, we're excusing Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. So it's going to be great hearing from our finance director, Deborah Jacobson. You ready to join us?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And good morning, everybody. Okay, every month we're required to basically give you a status on the health of our financials. So in your backups, again, you will, as always, you'll see a monthly budget report that is broken out by not only section, but by program and by state and federal funding. This particular report you'll see is actually month ending January 31st, 2001. There's always a month delay there due to the fact that the timing of month-end close processes and when board backups are due. So we're always kind of a month behind. But I am here to testify today that USBE continues to be financially sound and has the ability to cover all current and future obligations. So with that, I'll just open it up to any questions.
Okay, questions from board members regarding our monthly budget report. I'm not seeing any hands raised, and thanks for putting those in the backup, and thank you for your statement on us being financially sound.
Sure, if there's no questions, and under your direction, if we can move to the discretionary report.
Let's move to the discretionary funds report.
So again, we always, every month, kind of go through, this is what has occurred due to carry forward from years past. That's under the board's discretion to, oh, there it is. Sorry, I can't see that report. It's a little So we give you a monthly check on where this stands based on, so you'll see up in the upper right-hand corner is where we initially started at the beginning of 2021. By way of a whole closeout process, on the left-hand side of the report are programs or projects that the board has approved. And then of course you can see that where we stand on that as things are spent and what's remaining in those projects. So with that, if there are any questions.
Any questions from board members on the discretional fund report? And I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, that ends the discretionary report. So if we can recognize Director Sarah Young for her report on the CARES funding.
Before I recognize Director Young, thank you, Director Jacobson, for filling in for Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. I know you look forward to this quite often.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm having a little bit of a deja vu moment.
So thank you for filling in and being prepared and your good work. So thank you. Next, we'll turn the time over to Director of Strategic Initiative, Sarah Young. Are you ready to present?
Thank you, Chair. Jerry, if it would be possible for me to share my screen, I'll put the presentation up.
Well, I'm sure somebody's got the controls there that's going to do that for you.
Yep, I am ready to go. Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. Sarah Young, Director of Strategic Initiatives for the State Board of Education, presenting our monthly update on CARES funding for K-12 education to the State Board. So when we talk about CARES funding, as a friendly reminder, it is an ever-growing pot of different individual funding streams that will have different guidance coming from different entities at the federal government, as well as through some of our state legislative efforts to provide coronavirus relief efforts in the K-12 setting. You'll see all of the different awards that we're going to touch on here today. The first one being the Elementary and Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Act. We will also touch on the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Award, our Coronavirus Relief Awards, which are broken down into different use cases. We'll provide you an update on ESSER 2, or the second wave of funding that came in December, as well as on touching on some of the other programs that the State Board has engaged in. So you'll see on this slide, we've given you a breakdown of each of the individual awards. The second column is going to speak to the total amount of funding that was awarded to the State Board of Education through each of these opportunities. The third column, pardon me, is going to speak to the amount that we have reimbursed to our local education agency awardees as of February 24th. Last but not least, showing a percentage of those funds as compared to the total award. You'll note that the K-12 broadband grant has been closed. So we've received all of the reimbursements that we will for that particular program. Those that are highlighted in green are those that are using coronavirus relief funding, meaning that our awardees have until the close of this fiscal year, June 30th, 2021, to be able to expend, obligate, and seek reimbursement specific to those awards. As far as ESSER 2 goes, we have moved forward with the re-awarding of that grant to the field. So as you may remember, when we presented last time, we were in the process of issuing the ESSER 2 awards and receiving applications from the field when there was some state intent language that was placed in terms of additional guidance related to our LEAs and how they spent those funds. At that time, the agency paused our application process and waited until the end of the outcomes of the legislative session to then be able to reissue the application to the field so that our LEAs, when applying, have clarity on the expectations, not just from the federal level, but from the state level as well. Those are due to the State Board of Education by March 31st of this year. and we'll be able to provide you an update, most likely in your May board meeting, related to how those funds will be spent by the LEAs based on those plans. So as far as the timeline goes, again, our award letter was received on January 6th. We began the initial reissuing of the grants on February 11th, giving our LEAs additional time to be able to submit their applications. In addition, we are still working with the governor's office on the Emergency Education Relief Fund that came through in the December federal COVID relief funding. So we will continue to provide you updates, but that award has not been issued to the larger community as we continue to look at outcomes from legislative session and the needs that our LEAs are facing moving forward. The third program, I would say, that was within that particular December effort is the Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools. And so I'm pleased to let you know that that application is live. It was released on March 1st of 2021. We're running 2 rounds of application for our non-public school partners. The first one is due to our office by April 30th of this year. And that is one where our non-public schools can seek reimbursement for specific federally allowable expenses related to their response to COVID-19. The second round of applications will be released after that, and that'll give those schools an opportunity to seek for future services through the State Board of Education and or future reimbursement for additional expenditures as they move forward. We do have this information posted on our coronavirus website and have been working with our communications team to be able to make sure it's promoted to the broader community so that all of our non-public schools know about this particular grant and can engage with USBE on seeking those resources. Last but not least, this is an update. So you should know that our agency is tracking the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, for 2021. This is the newest federal action related to COVID-19 relief that is pending the president's signature currently, which we expect to happen on Friday. Within the bill that is being considered is $122.8 billion related to K-12 state education agencies. And it's important to note that there are some differences related to this new funding as compared to the previous funding efforts that we've received at the office. Specifically, the current bill language states that the state set aside is required to be spent in specific percentages on expenditures related to learning loss, summer enrichment, and after school programs. So that'll be an additional piece of guidance that we'll need to follow as a state agency in regards to how the state set aside moves forward into the community. In addition to that, you'll note that the legislation calls for our LEAs to use 20% of their awards, which are based on the Title I allocations that have been used in the previous ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 distributions. 20% of that award will need to be spent to address learning loss within their individual communities. We will wait for the U.S. Department of Education to issue an official award along with budget allocation tables, as well as additional guidance related to this new legislation. But we wanted to give you a preview of what staff is seeing in the current legislation, just for your information. I'll also note that the funding is not just directed at K-12. We also have funding within that bill that will be going to the institutions of higher education. And then an additional round of funding will be made available to governors related to the private schools or non-public schools, very similar to the EANS program that I just spoke about that we're already administering. With that, Chair, I'm happy to take any questions or provide any clarification, but this concludes my report on CARES for this month.
Questions from or comments from board members? Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, Chair. I actually have 3, but I'll wait my turn if someone else raises their hand. My first question is the state requirements for ESSER 2. What are they that are due on March 31st? Do you have that listing somewhere, Sarah? I can't remember what was changed in the bill.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. So thank you, Vice Chair Belknap. So it is posted on our website, but I can say that the clarification was originally we have the list of 14 allowable use cases that are presented by our federal partners. And then in addition to that, the state intent language was specific that the funds had to be spent on learning loss, or it would impact the local education agencies state allocation related to the public education dollars that were coming their way. They have since revised that to align with the federal use cases, but they specifically called out that that same reverse match would occur if an LEA was to spend on capital expenditures or HVAC. So effectively, those are the two use cases that were removed from the federal list in terms of our LEAs and their applications.
So it's just those two. Thank you. And Chair, one more, and then I'll
Hey,
back
let me
off.
jump to these others, then I'll jump to you. You had 3. Okay.
Okay.
I'll come back to you. Board Member Klein.
Yes, I just had a question about the 2.75 billion to the governors for private schools. Is that going to cause issues with requiring private schools to follow federal mandates that come with federal dollars?
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Director Young.
Thank you. So thank you, Board Member Klein. So in regards to accepting these awards, it's actually going to be the same program, just a second round of what we're currently administering through this emergency assistance for non-public schools. So a few pieces in regards to federal requirements. Because we are required to maintain control of the federal funding through a public entity, none of these schools, non-public schools, are technically federal awardees. We are responsible as their SEA for the public maintenance of those funds. So what it means is that they have to follow the federal guidance related to the program. For example, they cannot have received a payroll protection program loan after December 27th. However, that is all presented upfront before they apply for the application. They do not have additional regulations and requirements that are placed on them afterwards, because we as the SEA are the recipient and fiscally responsible for those funds.
Chair Huntsman, if I could add to that, if I may. Board Member Klein, if you are asking about some of the academic requirements related to the Elementary Secondary Education Act funds, meaning participating assessments, accountability, those kinds of things, those funds are very separated and they're not interrelated at all. And that might be what you're asking. Maybe I'm misinterpreting.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Okay. Board Member Earl.
I'm trying to understand this. So we've got several millions of dollars that were not spent yet, but we've got more millions of dollars that are coming to help us. And we're supposed to focus on after school programs, summer school programs, and then learning loss. I guess I'm trying to understand, maybe it's a little frustrating that we've got so much money and we've got, do you know what I mean? That sounds really crazy. We shouldn't be saying that. But at the same time, there seems to be a balance. When that money goes away, where do those programs go and who is going to be funding those programs? Or do people know this is maybe only a temporary 2-year, expansion of schools or learning?
Director Young.
That's my
chair. So thank you, Board Member Earl. In regards to these funds, when we are issuing these funds through application to the community, we are very clear that they are one-time funds. And so we are also very clear on the expectations around the federal award and how long we have to be able to spend these funds related to that award period. As far as these individual efforts related to not just learning loss, but summer enrichment and after school programs, I think it's really important to note that they all have to be targeted specific to responding to impacts due to COVID-19. So as we move forward, I believe the the intent and the hope of the community is that these are needs that we have right now due to COVID-19, but that as we move further away from the impacts of the pandemic, hopefully those impacts lessen because we're able to address them using these resources, and that it will not be an ongoing need in perpetuity.
So it is limited. Did you have a follow-up, Board Member Earl? Okay. Vice Chair Belknap, you had 2 additional questions.
Thank you. I don't think they'll be too long. Okay, so one is when money goes to the non-public school, K-12, is it K-12 only, or could that include preschool?
So I will have to get back to you on that. I know that the U.S. Department of Education has issued guidance related to those expenses that are allowable. I will note that in regards to the use cases themselves, they're really pretty broad to a school community. They're not really specific to an individual grade level. So it would be possible for a school community that serves maybe preschool as part of a larger K-12 system to use those resources to meet those needs. I'm just not, and would want to double check before saying that it applies to only preschools.
All right, thank you. Chair, my next one, Chair.
Next question.
On the $122.8 billion for the K-12, has the office taken a look at the plans for distribution of those funds yet? How that would be distributed?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Director Young.
So in regards to the allocations that have been published in the legislation, this money will be overseen by the U.S. Department of Education. They will not release official state allocation tables until the bill is effectively signed by the president. And so we do have estimates related to what we would expect to see based on the I guess the allocation methods that they're using. And we would expect it to be a little over double what we received from the December distribution.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Board Member Moss.
Thank you, Chair. And let me put my hand down before I start so I don't forget at the end there. This is sort of a moving target question, but what is our best source of knowledge from within our office about what's worked best so far in COVID learning loss recovery, and how are we using that to guide this distribution to the extent that we have any say in that?
Chair, if I may. So thank you for that question, Board Member Moss. In regards to the kind of outcomes related to learning loss, I think that there's kind of two key parts to your question. So we as an agency are certainly going to be looking at outcomes related to the upcoming state assessments to really help inform where we are. That's going to be a very important data set related to then being able to look at the strategies that those communities have implemented related to where their students are. So in a way, we don't have that data set just yet to be able to make that type of comparative analysis across different plans as they've occurred. The second part to that question in regards to distribution, so the federal legislation dictates that a state distributes 90% of this money based on Title 1A allocations. And so when we create the projections for awards, that component of 90% of the money that's coming in is already predetermined. And then the State Board of Education has authorities and decision-making that's related to the remaining 10% of those funds, noting that in this federal legislation, there is some additional guidance that will be coming on how that 10% needs to be spent.
Do you have a follow-up, Board Member Moss?
No, thank you.
So, and that I'm sure that data is going to be coming to us, but the LEAs, a lot of the LEAs that were on the Hill and participating in a lot of the legislative discussion, they've asked that there's a lot of flexibility on how this spending will happen, because not all LEAs are created equal, and they have strength. They can capitalize on the strength that they have in their LEAs and they can work on their weaknesses. But most of them in that space, they're looking at their summer bridge, the extended days and extended resources as a form of mitigation. But they really have been aggressively asking for a lot of flexibility as they approach knowing and using their existing resources, and also knowing external resources that are out there. So I just throw that in. That's a really good question, and that question was on the Hill a lot also. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Director Young?
No, thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Appreciate the update. We'll be getting more updates as this rolls out. Before I go, I just want to say this. I can't go anywhere in the state amongst all these LEAs that don't have a great deal of appreciation for Director Young and staff in rolling out these funds and using these funds to make education happen. And yes, not all the funds are spent, but the funds that have been spent have been very much appreciated and put to good use. So thank you, Director Young. It's just kudos to you. You're very well known. Yeah. And your quick response through this pandemic where they just can't drive to your office and walk in and have a visit with you. So thank you for your work and your efforts. Superintendent, let's see, I don't see any other hands. Okay, we're moving on. Okay, we have a time certain in 28 minutes, which will be a lunch break, and then we have another time certain. So let's just move on to 7.1. We're privileged. This is our information budget on information item, and it's on our budget. We're privileged to hear from Finance Director Deborah Jacobson and Del Frost, our financial analyst. So Director Jacobson, you're back up.
Thank you, Chair. So just really quickly, we wanted to kind of give an overview budget-wise how the session kind of shook out. If you could say, if we could turn the time over to Del Frost, our fiscal policy analyst, and he will actually go a little bit deeper into detail on comparing the budgets and how they actually came out at the end of the day.
Okay, Analyst Frost.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Jacobson. Jeff, can we bring up the first document, comparing budgets document? So this should be somewhat familiar to you all at this point. I've been building this slowly for you since January as different budget recommendations from different entities come out. The latest version you saw had the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee, PEA, and their recommendations. You'll see there are 3 new columns, or the notes column is updated. So the EAC final column, these include the budget items that were approved by the Executive Appropriations Committee and or in final budget bills. So these are the actual appropriations that made it to the end of the line. I included bill references. So if you see, so it says House Bill 2 and then comma, for example, on line 6 for early grades professional learning. If you go to items 11 and 15, that would be the actual legislative language related to this budget item. And you've already heard previously that we received all of our number 1 request outside of the base budget request and most of our number 2 request for OEK. If you can scroll down a little bit, Jeff, I want you to see that with the exceptions of items 4, 6, and 8, the legislature appropriated at least some funding for all of the top 10 priorities. And for 4, 6, and 8, the Public Ed Appropriations Subcommittee recommended that LEAs look at the federal funds that are coming in. And the previous conversation is very salient to that. And so I think this is a lot of good news. There were some requests that were ongoing from our standpoint that were one time. Let me give you an example, and so you can kind of orient yourself to the chart, and then I can quickly go through a chart, but I'm not going to go line by line, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions. In the notes column, the final column to the right, if it says one time, for example, and doesn't have a specific organization, that means that all recommendations were one time. If it doesn't have any notes, that means those funds were for ongoing funds. So for example, in line 8, the board prioritized and recommended $12 million for the intensive services pilot program. And this was rolled into House Bill 421. $1 million one time was eventually approved by the legislature. Line 14 is another example, the small district based funding. You as a board prioritized about 3.6 million ongoing. The governor recommended 8 million ongoing, and the legislature approved 3.6 million one time as bridge funding as we figure out how to address this issue on a more long-term basis. And so hopefully I can kind of give you a sense of the language I tried to use in the notes section. Again, I'm trying to collapse a lot of information from multiple bills to give you what you need in as abbreviated form as I could. Let's go up to the top, Jeff. It's on the bottom too, but I just want to highlight for you the totals. So the governor's budget, PEA and EAC, those columns were all based on balanced budgets. USBE doesn't have to go through the budget balancing process, so it's not a surprise that that amount is more. But you can kind of get a sense of what made into the final budget, which was $481 million, or almost $500 million. Most of that came in the base. And so it really was a very successful year in advocating for funding, and I would be happy to answer any other questions. The only other point I'd make as you scroll, maybe Jeff, if you can scroll slowly down through the list, in the EAC final column, those cells that are highlighted yellow, those simply mean that the final appropriation or the nature of the appropriation changed from the PEA recommendation. And sometimes they were minor changes, sometimes they were fairly major changes. And with that, I would be happy to answer any specific questions about budget items in particular. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Analyst Frost here. I'm looking for hands. I really appreciate you and your staff with Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones giving us the updates to the legislation, and then prior to this meeting, and again, here's our presentation too with these comparisons. So any questions from board members? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so thank you.
Thank you.
It's a good report. Director Jacobson, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so just really quickly, we wanted to, for informational purposes, we wanted to highlight one specific bill. That was House Bill 402. There were some current concerns around transportation, and so if we can recognize Director Patrick Lee to just give you some information on that particular bill.
Okay, Director Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully you can hear me all right. I might have to, if not, I might have to turn off my camera so I can get closer to my microphone. Just let me know if there's any issues with hearing me. But on this item in particular, there were issues that the board had been presented last year. And so with the board's recommendation, it was brought to the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee. And in the committee, it was moved and passed by the committee to include certain aspects of addressing both the to and from pupil transportation, as well as the rural transportation reimbursement grant. Both of these motions were included in Representative Johnson's bill to, in effect, use fiscal year 19 data both for to and from pupil transportation and for the rural transportation reimbursement grant. The main gist of the reason for that is because the data for FY20, of course, was all over the place. And so now that this bill is passed, we will be sure to utilize that FY19 data. And so it will keep things more consistent for the districts when it comes to the transportation issues for to and from pupil transportation. And where the reimbursement grant is concerned, it will ensure that those schools, or the LEA, excuse me, which I believe is San Juan and Pinnacle Canyon Academy, will both receive the funding that they normally would receive if by using the FY19 data. That's the basic gist of the information update. If there are any questions, I can try to answer those, or we have State Transportation Specialist Ron Litchfield here as well.
I'm not seeing any hands raised. That I thought the bill was very well put together, and
definitely
on a hill it was very easily explained the need and the betterment there. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Director Jacobson, do you have anything else to add?
No, this time that would conclude 7.1.
Okay, thank you. We have Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings on the legislation. I think we have time for 15 minutes or so of updates, and then we can certainly come to this after our time certain items are there. So are you ready to present?
Yes, Chair, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, thank you, board members. Good afternoon. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, and Jeff Van Holten will also be joining me for this presentation. First, I'd just like to give you some background information of what to expect over the next month, and draw your attention to some materials that you might want to use if you're asked by constituents or groups to provide a legislative summary of your own. And so the session, as you know, ended less than a week ago. What we will be doing over the next couple of weeks are two big things that you should be aware of. First, next Tuesday, as kind of the superintendency and other leaders at USB will be compiling essentially our to-do list for the next year related to the session, which means we'll be going through each of the bills that we've been tracking and determine what rules might need to be written, what RFPs, reports, applications might need to be prepared, and how we're going to support our LEAs and their implementation as well of the bills from the 2021 session. And then in the next couple of weeks, likely in the next 2 weeks or so, but definitely before your April board meeting, we will have what's called our public education summary of the 2021 legislative session. Sometimes it's called the bill book. And that book is a summary of all the bills that we were tracking that relate to public education, as well as the funding that essentially Dale gave you kind of a preview and a highlight, but the bill book or public education summary will include more detail on the fiscal side, as well as a summary of each of the bills, what will need to be done at USBE, and what LEAs may want to consider doing at their level. So once we have that bill book ready to go, we will send that out to all of you as in an email, as well as we will send it out to LEA heads, our business administrators, etc. And often our LEA heads use that bill book summary as they work with their boards on kind of their portion of the to-do list from the legislature. So, and another document that we'll be showing in just a minute is called the 2021 Session Quick Guide. It's uploaded in Civic Clerk. That is a document that in 5 pages is trying to give you just a snapshot of what happened this session. Again, it starts with the funding, what happened there, and moves to notable bills and ends with your board positions. This might be a good document for you to use or to share with your constituents as you are briefing them on what happened this session. And if you have any questions about that quick guide or need support in that area, I know both Jeff and I would be happy to answer questions, as well as Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones and Dale Frost. So let's start, Jeff. Why don't you start by giving the board members a summary of the document 2021 general session status of statutory requests and board positions on bills.
Great. Thank you very much. Good to be here. Jeff Van Holten, Director of Public Affairs for the Utah State Board of Education. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a special shout out to Dr. Jill Curry and Barbara Fuentes for the great work on all of these documents that you're going to see. We get the privilege of sharing these documents and using them, but I wanted to make sure they got their due recognition for all the work they've been doing behind the scenes. So very quickly, you'll see right here in these 4 circles, kind of where we are at with all the requests that came to you this year for this last session. So there were 21 requests that you approved that we as staff could then go and seek a bill for those individual requests. So this is kind of what happened to those 21 requests. 14 of them were achieved, 12 in bills. So 2 of them were kind of merged into another bill. 3 of them did not pass. And then 4 of them we discovered did not need a bill, and we were able to handle it in a different way. So if you subtract that 4 out, you can see we did really well with only 3 of your requests not making it through. And down here in the board position bubble, I also wanted to show you, you took a position of support on 16 bills. 9 of them passed, 7 did not. And a really great thing to highlight here for you is the 3 bills that you opposed all failed. We wanted to make sure that you were really aware of the great work and influence that you all have. As you can see, your support, definitely the majority of those you supported passed, and then you also have all those that were opposed did not. And then, of course, if you want more detail in this document, you can kind of scroll through and see which of the bills were which and what ended up happening to all of those. But with that, I can pass it back to you, Chair Hensley.
Okay. Questions from board members? I think the data speaks for itself. We appreciate appreciate the shout outs too. It takes quite a team to track this and move those betterments and forward and also consolidate it all into a good, easy read report. So thank you. I'm not seeing any hands raised. Director Van Holten, did you have more you wanted to continue on this, or is it going back to Deputy Superintendent Stalling?
We'll go back to Deputy Superintendent Stalling.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Chair. So now Jeff is showing you all the quick guide that I mentioned earlier. I won't go through the first 2 pages because I think Dale did a good summary, although I will just point your attention to the second page. We've kind of grouped some of the appropriations into categories. And so hopefully that will help you all as you're, again, trying to identify what funding highlights there were and what categories they're in. So go ahead, Jeff. So what I will spend, Jeff and I will spend just the last, I would think maybe 5 minutes going through our just summaries of the notable education bills that passed this session. And we're happy to answer questions related to these bills or any other bills you have. And I may be able to get through them. We may be able to get through them even in less than 5 minutes, since you should be familiar with most of these bills as we presented them or covered them during your Thursday legislative meetings. So first is SB 184, School Assessment and Accountability Amendments. You'll remember that this bill was one of our recommendations to the legislature based on recommendations from your APAC, the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. And that recommendation was to suspend for this school year, the 2021 school year, state school accountability requirements due to the suspension of assessments during the 2020 school year. And we were excited to see that passed fairly easily once it was finally numbered. Next is HB 381. You'll be familiar with the Grow Your Own Teacher and School Counselor Pipeline program. This program will provide funding to LEAs for them to award scholarships and to hire or to pay for paraprofessionals, school counselor assistants, and school counselor interns to move their way to becoming teachers and school counselors. Then the two bills next that I'll be covering are the two statewide online education program bills at the bottom. Jeff, if you can scroll down to SB 234. This bill will open up or expand the statewide online education program to middle school courses for students in grades 7 and 8. It will open up those courses will be available for our public ed students beginning January 1 of 2022. And then for our home and private school students, that would be beginning fall of 22. So they'd probably be able to begin enrollment in April for the following school year. And then SB 226, online education program revisions. This bill directs the State Board of Education to approve online providers directly to provide SOEP courses. And that currently only LEAs have the ability to be providers. This would allow providers to become approved directly through us and for us to provide funds directly to the providers instead of flowing those funds through an LEA. So Jeff, I'll turn the time to you to go over a couple of bills and then back to me.
Hang on one step before we move off of this. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I believe Board Member Lear has a question.
I do. Chair, could I ask that directly to Superintendent Stallings, Assistant
Yes,
Superintendent?
please.
I had a question on 234 and 226, and maybe a request as you continue to go through these so efficiently and so succinctly. I wondered if there were any significant changes to those two specifically, SB 234, 226, as they were finally passed. And then it would be helpful for me if it didn't take too much time, if you could note just any changes that happened at the last minute, if there were any, on any of these bills. Was that a clear enough question? Comment?
Yes, I'll be happy to share what I think you're asking, but if I don't, feel free to ask for clarification. So both SB 234 and SB 226 were numbered really without us receiving a draft or having an opportunity as staff to give kind of implementation advice or recommendations. Once the bills were numbered, you'll notice that both of them had either a first or a second substitute. And in a lot of ways, that was really based on feedback from our office about implementation. So the original version of SB 234 would have required those middle school courses to begin to be delivered or offered beginning this fall, meaning the fall of the 2021 school year. Because we felt that we needed more time to kind of support our LEAs, make them aware of the changes, work with school counselors, as well as updating our systems. The sponsor did agree to pushing back those implementation dates, as you can see, so that public school students can begin participating on January 1, and then homeschool and private school students the next year. The homeschool and private school students, the other reason why I believe the sponsor changed kind of that bill was because as we provide courses to or allow private and homeschool families and students to participate, there is an appropriation that does trigger a fiscal impact. And so that $1.6 million to support their enrollment, you can see in the bill that essentially has a year delay. So this first year, or the fiscal year 22, the only implementation costs are the costs for the support at USBE. Because as you know, the public school students are funded by taking funds from the one LEA where they are enrolled and providing that to the other LEA who is the provider. The second, as for the SB 226, probably the most significant changes in those bills, and I don't know if I'd call them last minute, although I would say both of these bills were numbered quite late in the process, but I don't think either of them were amended the last couple of days of the session. Both of the bills, I believe they were substituted when they were in their Senate committee. But SB 226, there were some issues about ensuring that the providers' courses were NCAA eligible and requiring the State Board of Education to ensure that. We don't feel like we have the authority to do that. Only the NCAA, can set standards or ensure that courses are going to meet that. But instead, what we plan to do, and you can see this in the bill, is make sure that the standards we approve, we're going to ask those providers to demonstrate or provide some sort of letter or evidence that their courses are NCAA eligible. It doesn't say NCAA in the bill. It says like a nationally accredited athletic or activities association. I don't know, I apologize, I don't know what the wording was in the bill, but it essentially is a nod to NCAA. So those were the main changes from those two bills that I can recall right now. Again, I don't think they were done necessarily late, as in the last couple of days, but both bills were numbered somewhat late in the process.
Brief follow-up, Chair.
Yeah, we've got like 3 minutes and then we're gonna.
Okay, this will take 1.5. So Angie, I thought there was some concern about the cost for the USBE to adequately review the providers that were outlined in 226. Was that cost funded?
So you'll probably remember that one of the requests from staff back in November was a request for an FTE just to support the big growth that we've seen in the program. And originally we were going to be looking at doing that through a bill, but instead the legislature funded that FTE, and adding an FTE in the base budget. So once SB 226 came out, our staff determined that the FTE amount funding that we're receiving in the base budget for the statewide online education program could cover not only the growth in the program that we've seen, the tremendous growth in this program over the last 5 years or so, that we could use that FTE to also support the processes and needs of SB 226. But SB 234 did provide an additional FTE there as well. So we actually have two new people, or two FTEs, one that will be dedicated to support primarily the middle school implementation and support for LEAs, and then one FTE that came in the base budget that will support the full program, but specifically will also be able to help support the home and private school students, as well as this new function in SB 226 of approving providers directly.
Thank you, Angie. That seems ambitious to me, but I trust you'll hire extremely efficient people. So thank you.
Chair, this is Dale Frost. I could add to Deputy Stallings' point that might address Member Lear's concern.
Well, you got less than a minute, so.
I will give it 15 seconds.
All right.
So there was a concern in the original bill 226 about out-of-state teachers and out-of-state providers that were going to significantly increase IT and programmatic costs. In a subsequent substitute bill, that was taken out, which reduced a lot of the fiscal concerns for the bill.
Okay, hey, thank you. Where we're at right now is we're almost at a time certain. So Deputy Superintendent Stallings and Director Van Holten, we're going to go to pause on this. We'll come back after our time certain to these items. Vice Chairs, I ask you to make sure I get it right when we come back, but I've got some really good notes we can pick up where we left off. At this time, board members, we are going, and staff, we're taking our half-hour lunch break. And at 1:30, we have a time certain, and we'll be starting right into our agenda. So thank you for your participation, and please take advantage of this half-hour break. Thank you. See you in a half hour. public. Just getting back from our lunch break. We do have a time certain that we wanted to have, and that was that's an actual item on Paradigm High School appeal decision. A little background on this. Back in, I believe it's September of 2020, Utah State Board of Education reviewed the cohort of schools and including Paradigm High School, and it was determined that Paradigm High School would remain in turnaround status. After that, Paradigm High School requested that USBE reconsider and reverse its decision. And as part of that process, there's a hearing. A hearing panel was put together, which was our audit department, and they met February 11th. And as a result of that hearing panel, they have recommendations for the State Board of Education. And so I think I'll turn the time to Chair of the Audit, Vice Chair Laura Belknap.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to put a motion on the table that the Audit Committee, acting as the Paradigm Hearing Panel, moves that the board accept the recommendations included in the Paradigm High School hearing report as provided by the hearing officer.
Okay, we have a motion from our committee. Lorraine, does that require a second where it's coming from our committee?
No, it doesn't from a committee.
Require one. Okay, I just want to make sure we're dotting I's and crossing T's. So the motion before the board is that the audit committee acting as before the board is to accept the recommendations in the Paradigm High School hearing report as provided by the hearing officer. Discussion to that motion. Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions to ask. Chair, am I directing that to you?
Yeah, let's start there and we'll see who can best answer your questions.
Okay, these are the questions I have because this is concerning the data and after reading through all the documents. Sorry, let me just skip down to my notes here. I want to understand clearly what is the turnaround percents used based on the 3%. Is it of all schools or is it 3% of high schools? There seem to be some discrepancies in the usage of this, specifically through our representation. And I want to know exactly what is used and what is not used so that I can understand the outcome here.
Okay, I'm looking for staff who would be best to answer the question. I don't see their hands raised to be recognized.
Chair, may I ask a clarifying question on Jenny's?
Okay, yes.
The question I would ask, are you talking about the bottom 3% to get into turnaround, right, Jenny?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, or out, right? To be out of the bottom 3%. So
no.
We have Tracy Vandeventer that's prepared to answer that question from USBE.
Thank you very much, Chair Huntsman. This is Tracy Vandeventer, Director of the USBE Center for Continuous School Improvement. And to clarify, the statute requires that the high schools are ranked and the identification and exit is based on just high schools and those schools that are in the lowest 3% for identification and above the lowest 3% for exit criteria 2 years in a row. And the same is true for elementaries and junior high schools. They are combined, elementary and junior highs.
Okay, then thank you. Your second question?
That's currently what's in the law then, is that what you're saying?
Chair, if I may?
Yes, Director.
So the cohort that Paradigm High School is a part of is cohort 2, and they are still under the guidelines that were in place when they were identified. So yes, it is still in place for them. However, there have been changes made for exit criteria for future cohorts moving forward from cohort 4.
Okay. My next question, whoever, I'm not sure who this needs to be directed to, has to do, are there clear criteria for exiting this current year? In other words, is there clear criteria that when they come before, if this passes, they come before the board in a couple of months, or when that comes again? Do they know exactly what the expectation is?
Chair, if I may.
Maybe we lost Chair Huntsman. So go ahead, please, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Belknap. There are no clear guidelines for this year, partly because we were waiting for legislation to allow us to not hold this year's assessment data as accountability data. So we are in a place now where we need to create guidelines. We have the freedom to, as the board has the freedom to identify what those exit criteria may be, but that discussion has not begun and we have not moved down that path at all. So that would be true for cohort 3 schools that have been identified in turnaround, as well as Paradigm from cohort 2 and Redwood Elementary from cohort 1.
Okay, so when they present, they're not sure what they'll be presenting on. It depends on what we choose this year for that to be, for the criteria. Did I state that accurately?
Yes, if the board chooses to allow cohort 3, Paradigm, and Redwood Elementary to present, then we would be in a place where we needed to create what those exit criteria would look like. It would be different because in cohort 2's case, we did have at least 1 year of end of year assessment data to use as kind of a guiding question. That was the first question of the 3 that we addressed as an exit panel. And for cohort 3, for instance, we would not have data that we would be able to use from end of year assessments.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Board Member Earl. Board Member Hart?
I'm withdrawing my question right now, sorry.
Thank you. Board Member Klein?
Okay, maybe you can just help me understand the bottom 3%. That seems a little arbitrary to me. Shouldn't it be based on something more solid and unchanging? It seems like even if the bottom 3% were all doing fantastically, they'd still be considered the bottom 3%. So how do we address that? And maybe that's a discussion for another time. But can you just help me understand that?
I actually think it might be a better discussion for later, but maybe for clarity, we should probably go ahead and let Tracy answer that as concisely as possible. Tracy?
Yep, very good. I think that you bring up a good point. That is why cohort 4 has new exit criteria, which is to identify schools when they are identified, that they would reduce the gap between the school's baseline data and the score for a letter B, and they'd have to reduce that gap by 1/3. That way, when schools are identified, they have a hard, clear number that they need to reach, but that was not in place for cohort 2.
Vice Chair Belknap, I'm back, by the way. I don't know what glitch. All of a sudden I was offline, everything went pause.
You've got it, and unless Board Member Klein, if she has another question, then you'd go to Board Member Cannon and then Board Member Hart.
Okay.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I don't know that totally answered my question. Just because they close a gap or they make an improvement, if they were all doing stellar before they were even considered for turnaround, but they just happened to be in turnaround because they were the bottom 3% in comparison to everyone else, So I was just looking for like a baseline for falling into turnaround instead of just the bottom 3.
But I believe the question had something to do with more why something's in our rule and not because it is in our rule. And so if we're going to change something, we got to go to our rule and change it. That's where that 3% is at. Is that correct? Director Van Deventer?
Yes, that is in rule that schools who are 2 years consecutively in the lowest 3% would be identified for turnaround. And in order to exit, they would need to be 2 years consecutively above the lowest 3% when compared to their similar schools. So high schools compared to high schools, junior high, elementary compared to junior high and elementary.
Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. I appreciate the points brought up by Member Klein and Member Earl. And I tried to do my homework on this, and I did attend that audit committee meeting, and I read everything, and I came out with the impression that Paradigm was correct when they said, the law said, stated that they had to be above the lowest 3% of a statewide assessment. And I couldn't find anywhere when I went and checked the law that it distinguished about high schools. So I would very much like to see that in print somewhere, because that has been an issue that's gone back and forth between these attorneys. And as far as I could follow it, I ended up feeling that Paradigm was correct. So maybe it's possible for us, if it's possible for us to see in the law where it states that they are, that they need to be in the above the 3% of high schools on a statewide assessment, and not just be above 3% of schools on a statewide assessment. So I found that very confusing, and it's sort of softened my heart towards Paradigm and how they are feeling. I also believe that they have been caught in some very unfortunate circumstances. For example, they get identified for turnaround, and then they don't get removed from turnaround status in 2017, but they're told they're being given a gap year. Could someone please address for me what this gap year is all about? And since the amount of time they've been in turnaround has been so harmful to them in terms of losing students, I'd like to have the gap year issue addressed, please.
Tracy, can you address the gap year, and then also what's in our rule regarding the high school, the part of the high school? But I think there's some confusion between statute and rule. And so can you speak to those for Board Member Cannon?
Yes, I'm going to defer the statute and rule comment to Dr. Max Lang, but I would like to address the gap year question. My understanding in referring to the gap year, that is from the APAC recommendations, that we have growth criteria that is part of our way that schools can receive points for their progress. And in order to be able to record progress, you would need consecutive years to be able to show how students are making growth from one year to the next. And when we have a year that there's no end of year assessment, we're not able to get that gap, that gap in that year. We're not able to get the actual growth percentage and points. And APAC recommendation is to not try to have the growth scores determined from 1 year with an absent year in the middle, and then another year 2 years later. Aaron Bruff may be able to speak more about why APAC has made that determination, but that is my understanding where the gap year comes into the conversation. If Dr. Lang is on, though, I'd love for him to look specifically or refer specifically to the rule law question.
Then before we go, it's Max Lane, isn't it?
Yes.
Before we go there, AAG Brian Cleveland-Berry, your hand is raised.
Yes, I was just going to point out, excuse me, the statute that contains the 3% requirement, and then the board rule that contains the 3% requirement. But I'm since I advocated in this matter, I feel a little reluctant to kind of join in, and I believe Deputy Superintendent Stallings has that information and she can share that. So I would, Chair, defer to her.
Okay, Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Great, thank you, Chair. So as to Board Member Cannon's question about the definition of low performing school, in statute, the definition is a little broader than what we have in board rule. And just as a reminder, so the definition of low performing school means a district or charter school that's been designated as a low performing school by the state for 2 consecutive years in the lowest performing 3% of schools. It also says, and in accordance with other outcome-based measurements as may be defined by the State Board of Education in board rule. If you go to our board rule in R277920 and then look in the definition section, you'll see that our definition of low performing school adds the following information that I think addresses Board Member Cannon's issue. Low performing school means a school that for 2 consecutive years is in the lowest performing, and you have 2 subsections. One is 3% of the high schools statewide, according to the percentage of possible points earned under the accountability system, or 2, 3% of the elementary, middle, or junior high schools. So what that shows in our board rule, we have determined that we are going to designate the schools as low performing schools in 2 different categories. One for high schools, so the high schools would be compared to other high schools. The other category would be elementary, middle, and junior high schools as compared with each other. So hopefully that answers at least Board Member Cannon's question on why or how we have the authority to separate high schools and only compare with like high schools.
All right, thank you for clarifying that, because what was brought to us in the different attorneys' responses and so forth was not the board rule information, but what was in statute, which is different and does not specify out the high schools only. So that's good. But as far as the gap year question goes, apparently I made a timeline of these things that was given to us, and Paradigm was designated for turnaround in September 2016. And then in 2017, they said that they were being given a gap year, and that they weren't removed from turnaround status, but they were given a gap year. And I think what Tracy was referring to was the gap year where we didn't have any test scores, but that doesn't apply to the time when they say they were given a gap year. So I guess the gap year would be 2017.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Tracy.
The exit panel did not address this question at all. We focused on the exit criteria and those 3 questions the board had provided for us. My understanding is that Paradigm was on alert status early on after cohort 1 was identified, as new rule was being established on how to identify schools. And because of that change in policy that was taking place, they were told to be ready, that it's possible that they could be identified, because cohort 1 was identified by being in the lowest 3% for only 1 year. But then that requirement changed so that they had to have 2 years consecutive. And at that point, then it was not clear whether or not Paradigm was going to have that second year in that lowest 3% or not until the data was collected. And at that point, then they were identified because they still were in the lowest 3% for that second consecutive year. So although Paradigm is referring to that as a gap year, they were on alert status, were not formally identified as being part of cohort 2 until that rule was adjusted. And once clarified, then looked at the data to identify those who would be identified as turnaround in that cohort 2. I hope that answers your question.
I appreciate that. I guess I want to make the point that they were identified in 2016 or designated for turnaround in 2016, and then they were put on hold, and then they had to go through all of this unclear changes in the legislation, and then they got they got put on with new legislative rules and that kind of thing, and then they end up being victimized by COVID and 2020 not having any scores. So they've been dealing with this since 2016, and we're now in 2021. And I have to admit that I feel sorry for these folks, because I think we've put them through quite a ringer. I am grateful, however, that they've had help from Ed Direction, that they're doing more and more with data, which I think is really a key for Paradigm to become successful academically. And I think the use of data will help them. The use of formative assessments will help them. But I think we've been kind of unfair to them in terms of their turnaround experience. Thank you.
I just want to remind everyone we have a motion on the table. We're going to try to speak to that motion. Next is Board Member Hart, and then Board Member Booth, you're on deck.
My hand should have been down.
It is down. I'm not seeing it. What I think it was up. Okay.
It was. I took it down. Sorry.
Board Member Booth.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. Coming in as a new board member this year, I've been unaware of the complexity and the challenges that everyone must deal with. I feel extremely impressed by the judicious and circumspect way the review committee, the board in September, the group, I listened to the entire meeting last night of the February 11th meeting. At every juncture, there's no question in my mind that everyone is attempting to do the right thing and to follow the established rules. However, the grandpa in me makes me feel concern for the children who have now moved on from 2016. They're graduated, they're hopefully in college and beginning that successful life that we're envisioning for all children in the state of Utah. With COVID in the middle of everything, with the efforts that have been made, with the communication gaps that have occasionally occurred, as they always will and do, I just feel that this was a moment of the perfect storm. And though I have no question that our board acted in good conscience and considering everything and wanting to stay very clearly aligned with the expectations that have been established, this feels to me, after 42 years in the education world as a teacher, that the priorities may need to change because the students and the teachers are developing and growing. And given all the situation, you know, I'm not trying to suggest how we should be voting on this, but I am feeling uncomfortable with just going with what would normally be the case. Everybody votes and says, yes, this is what we ought to do because we've applied the law and the rule and we've been very circumspect in everything. It's been a long time, folks. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay. Vice Chair Davis.
Thank you. This is hard. I've read every single letter that has come in from every single parent, and I've read the letters that have come in from Mr. Seminario and others. And it's hard to be on one of these panels because what you have to do is essentially part of what you're doing is saying you're confident that students are progressing to the extent that this school isn't going to end up next year or the year after right back in turnaround where they started, because you're seeing this progress. And when you have a school that has very few number of students that are taking the end of year exams compared to the entire student body, then that's okay because we support that opt-out rate, right? But then you say, so how are the other students then progressing in those, at least those areas of math and science and language arts? And when you don't have evidence to show that, it's very difficult to say with confidence that they are progressing. So I know that, you know, Paradigm was asked 2 hearings ago in an email to bring some of that information. And in this most recent meeting, the letter that was sent to them following the meeting, again, sort of reinstated why that was, you know, that was asked for previously. So I'm speaking in support of the motion today. However, all the things that have said are also true. It stinks. This is a long multi-year process, and COVID is in the middle of it, and there are other complications. And since we now have just recently a statute passed that this year's end of year data isn't going to be used in accountability measures, we can use those other measures, and we're not limited to holding our next panel in June after all of these end of year scores come out. So while I am speaking to the motion, because I do support the decision that the panel made, I am also suggesting, and maybe this needs to be an emotion, maybe I can't suggest this as an individual board member, that group convene before June, or, you know, as soon as possible, and that this school has the opportunity to bring evidence forward to show progress for all those kids that didn't take the end of year assessments. That would be my suggestion. I'm speaking to the motion. Thank you.
Board member Straight.
Yes, I feel a lot of conflict here. I agree with Board Member Davis. I really went as part of that panel myself. I went in with the idea that, boy, how can we help? How can we help this school? And when I looked at the data that was provided, I had to ask myself the question, was what we did willful? Was it unreasonable? Did we make our decision based on a whim or an impulse? And I can tell you that is not the case. It was neither arbitrary nor capricious. There was a hearing before ours, and those who know these rules and the data and how that data needs to be put together better than I do, or probably anyone else on the board, they made the decision that Paradigm did not meet the criteria. And as I look at all the evidence, they did not meet the criteria. Do I feel compassion? Absolutely. A great deal of compassion. Do I want them to be successful? Absolutely. But I found there was a basic misunderstanding about how to even collect the data and the instructional strategies that you could collect data on. And so I am in support of the motion, but boy, I want them to be successful and move out of that status as quickly as possible. And I know that there's many on the staff that would be willing to work with them, and that's part of the whole idea, turnaround. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Board Member Straight. Board Member Boots and Davis, your hands are still raised. Board Member Earl, your hands raised. Do you have a question or comment? Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I have a comment. Just in the fall, let me put my, video on. It was not a unanimous vote, and it does indicate that there were numerous people that did not vote in favor of this, and part of that was because of the discrepancy in the data there. Just one more point. We have no mechanism for them to get out this year. So even though we're saying maybe they could, there is no mechanism for them to get out. And I guess unless we create that at some point, if that's possible, and we don't even have a criteria, nor do they know exactly what that criteria will be. So I think that's something to keep in mind here as well. Yeah, I think that's my comments. So I have extreme concern here.
Thank you. Board Member Hart, and then Board Member Hymas, you're on deck.
I have extreme concern too, but mine is similar to Board Member Straight in that if at the end of the day, regardless of the specifics, if I know that I have to show improvement and I have to show that I have the successes of my school, then I don't present data that only represents half of the school, regardless of why that half of the other half didn't take. I don't even care about end of year data from a standardized test, from RISE, from whatever. I'm going to make sure that the full picture of my school is expressed and shared. And as a member of that committee, we repeatedly asked for evidence of processes. Fine, if it's not RISE data because that's not available, then what data do you have to show that students are successful, and what you do when they're not to ensure that you are providing a quality experience? I have concerns about the turnaround process, serious concerns, but that's separate from the responsibility that I feel as a board member to ensure that a school that I would vote to release from turnaround status actually meets levels of quality that I am comfortable with. I very much believed that they were coming back this year, which would be in the next 2 months, and would have an opportunity to show those things now that that was made perfectly clear. Now that we've found that maybe that isn't the case, I am deeply concerned about the next move we make. I'm not okay saying, well, we'll just let it slide. I'm not okay saying, dragging it out even longer without giving an opportunity. So I'm very conflicted by this. I think every school has a responsibility to show quality. And while I fully appreciate the parents that shared their stories, and I believe them 100%, I also believe that as a school, you have to be able to be transparent when you take state funds for the purpose of education. So I have both those thoughts, and I am really interested in a way for Paradigm to show us their value. I believe it. I see it, but it's not being presented in the data. So I have a hunch it's there. It needs to be provided. Thank you.
Did we lose Chair Huntsman again? Chair?
Yeah.
Okay, you're there? Okay, Board Member Lear.
Hello.
Thank you. Oh, sounds like he's there. I had a question, two questions. First of all, I did listen to the full hearing in real time. I had to leave at the very end, so I didn't hear the vote, like leaving a jazz game. But could somebody tell me what the final, and I kind of assumed, and maybe assumed wrongly, what was the final vote of the committee?
Debbie, do you, I mean, let me see who, maybe David Jones, do you have that?
Vice Chair Belknap, I don't believe he's with us today.
He's not.
It's
Okay.
just actual, so maybe Brian could offer that.
I can't. I wasn't part of the vote.
Brian was not in the deliberation.
Oh, that would make sense.
Let me just double check. Maybe Debbie has that. So Carol, do you have one more question?
Yes, I do. I thought I heard as I listened to the several hours of that discussion that, and I think this is what I'm hearing today, mostly from Tracy Vandevender, but I thought I heard that Paradigm was asked for data if there was confusion about the 3% information, and it wasn't, that's not really relevant, but if there was confusion about the testing, that the school was asked to bring other data. And as I recall the discussion in that hearing, the school did not bring other valid or legitimate data forward. So the panel was left deciding based on the data it had already. I'm misremembering that. Is it a more complicated answer? And I guess the question is for Tracy or maybe one of the panel members who remember.
Board Member Lear, I could answer that. Yes, there was information requesting different data points, and there were not other data points like Board Member Hart was talking about that weren't partial numbers of students. And so there weren't other data points brought forward. Debbie, there were not.
Okay.
There were not, but it was requested or offered. Maybe that would be a better.
And then when we get the final vote from someone, that would be a helpful piece of information for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Darren?
Hey, can I be heard? This is Chair.
Oh, now we can hear you, Chair.
Oh, okay, I'm back. Can you?
Okay, you got it.
I have no idea. Thanks for the rescue. I hope this isn't how my day goes. So
You're gonna go to Darren and then to Board Member Hanson and then Board Member Lear, your hand is still up.
Okay. Darren Nielsen.
Thank you, Chair. This is Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning. I just wanted to provide a point of clarification regarding the process and what the board has put in place for schools that are currently in turnaround, whether that's Paradigm or schools that are in other cohorts. In your board rule last year, when the board made the decision, which I thought was very fair, I know that term's been used today, but in statute and in rule last spring, there wasn't a way for any school in turnaround cohort 2 to be able to be considered for exit. I want to remind the public that the Board of Education took steps to create this alternate option to be considered. That was then codified into the rule, into R277920 section 12. So the process that the cohort 2 schools followed last spring after the disruption or the suspension of statewide assessments, that is still in board rule and can be followed this spring. The same questions, the same 3 questions that the schools addressed at that time. I think it's important for the public to understand we have 2 programs, at least 2 programs that are designed for school improvement. There's a state turnaround program, it's being discussed today, and there's a federal school improvement program. The federal school improvement program, the schools that have been designated under that have been held constant, and so they're going now into 2 consecutive additional years being subject to the provisions of federal school turnaround. because the U.S. Department of Education didn't grant this alternate method or option for schools to be considered, or to demonstrate that they've accomplished the objectives of the school improvement efforts and are eligible to exit from that program. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have Board Member Hanson.
Yes, Chair, may I point of order?
Yes.
Board Member Lear, it was unanimous. The vote was unanimous.
Okay. Board Member Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. Just in looking at, and I'm speaking in favor of the motion that's before the board, in looking at the criteria for Paradigm High to exit this year, we did have the 3 guiding questions. And I believe that there was a lot of argument that kind of muddied things up. But when we look at the conclusions that were made, Paradigm didn't bring adequate data to show that they had provided substantial growth. And they just didn't present that data. And I think that that's the question that the committee considered and voted on. And so I would speak in favor of that. I do have a question for staff as well. As far as, and I think it may have been asked before and I may not have picked up, but as far as the timing for Paradigm's next opportunity to exit and the criteria for that, what needs to be done to define that schedule and clear criteria for exit?
Would Director Van de Venter would be best to answer that question?
Certainly, I can start, Chair, and then I think Deputy Superintendent Andy Stallings is also very familiar with the rule. But my understanding is once the board makes a determination on what the criteria will be for exit in a year, such as this year where we don't have exit year data being used for accountability, the board can help create those guiding questions and requirements that would be in place. And as soon as we are able to create those guidelines and meet and put that into policy, we would be able to move forward.
Okay. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, do you have anything to add to that? To Director Van de Venter's comment?
Just that I agree that we could quickly get this issue back before the standards committee and the board and look at that. I was also starting to review the legislation that passed last week, SB 184, to see if there might be a way that we could use or rely on the assessment results of this spring for a school if the school chose as part of that, the alternate exit criteria. As I've been looking through this statute or what's been amended, most of what we see is a requirement on the board and what the board does or does not do with respect to publishing or identifying schools in a way that might be seen as negative, like some of the language, for example, is a determination to determine whether they are in the lowest performing, for example. So I'm trying to think of, and I'd have to do some research on this, Board Member Hanson and others, but whether or not we could allow an LEA such as Paradigm to allow the board to rely on the assessments results from the spring, for example, to determine whether they've made progress or to exit. So I think we have some issues and things that we can look at and research the possibilities and present those to the standards committee. And this sounds like it's probably urgent enough that we should plan to do that maybe at the board leadership, of course, discretion, maybe to start that discussion in April.
Follow up, Chair.
Yeah, follow up.
So just talking about getting that before the board in April, what would we be looking at time-wise, do you think, to have that schedule and criteria in place? Are we talking 90 days or what's a reasonable amount of time to have that happen?
Deputy Superintendent Stallings, that's a common question you get asked once we change rule and ask a has to sit for so long and et cetera to reverse it back. It takes about how long, starting in committee, then board approval? How long does it take?
So from committee to, and then board approval, and then it takes about 2 months after the board approves it before it's legally effective. Now, we could do emergency rulemaking. So 2 scenarios. One would be if the rule or a determination went to committee first, board, and then published. If you're doing your regular kind of process, not an emergency rulemaking process, you're looking at about 3 months, so 90 days. If you were to cut the committee portion out and have it go straight to board, so let's say we were going to bring something straight to the board in April, right after that we would file it with Office of Administrative Rules by April 15th. It would be open for public comment all of May and be legally in effect the beginning of June. The other option the board always has as well is emergency rulemaking, because these changes and the problems, so to speak, that are making this such an urgent issue are related to COVID. So in a lot of ways, they weren't something we could anticipate. I'd have to take a look, and I'd also want to confer with, Brian and Michelle, but there's a possibility we could do emergency rulemaking, which if you do that right after the board takes action, we can file it and make it effective immediately. And of course, it's all subject to review, and people could oppose that, so to speak. There's some different procedures in place, but hopefully that helps. I think realistically, if you're not going to go the emergency rulemaking route, we're looking at the beginning of June for it to be legally in effect.
Thank you.
That answer your question?
It does answer my question. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, or propose an amendment to the motion, to amend it to say that we will accept the recommendation of the committee, or the decision of the committee on keeping Paradigm in turnaround status, but that we will direct staff to work out an expeditious route to define exit criteria and arrange for Paradigm to be evaluated. And somebody can help me wordsmith that, but that's the intent of the motion.
I'll second that. Board Member Straight.
So I'm just kind of a little bit confused before we go to discussion. I restate the amendment to the motion. Your basically your amendment is basically directing staff to come back with something expeditiously in a time. I'm kind of confused on the expectation of the motion, when reality is all that you got to do is have 2 or more board members, and or within the chair's preview or the board, we expedite this and get it before the board to meet those timelines. So it's,
yeah, I can speak to
want to circumvent that process and have it built into this motion, an expectation that the board will have a discussion on the policy change. That's your assuring.
Sure, I can speak to that. Yes, I'm trying to tie that to this motion because I hate to see Paradigm be hung up without a clear target for how they're going to exit. And I'd like to make that part of this decision. Yes, that we keep them in turnaround status, but we are going to do everything we can to define what they need to do to get out of that as expeditiously as possible. I'd tie that to a timeline, but I haven't heard that we know exactly how long that will be. So I think we'll rely on good faith of staff and the board to push that through as quickly as possible.
Okay, so I'm trying to find, did we type up his amendment? Are you seeing it, Vice Chair Bell? I'm hearing and seeing things, but I'm getting a delay.
No, it's not up on the board. But I do have a point of order question.
Yeah.
Can you take a motion and then also direct staff in the same as an amendment? Or should it be its own motion?
You can add or take away from the, you can add or take away from the motion. This is adding to the motion an additional condition to the acceptance of the recommendations from the hearing report. So the board is adding, unless Lorraine is saying I'm wrong.
You can apply that how you want, Chair.
Well, I believe it's adding to those recommendations, but it's personally I don't see the need, because it's not a guarantee that there's going to be some safety net created by June by this board. It's just saying that the process is going to start, but without assurances of being completed. So I'm not sure how who's running the screen here that can put the motion up on the board. Who's driving?
The original motion is actually in the recommendations section of the memo.
Yeah.
Your paradigm.
Yeah, I have it in print, but it's for the public and whoever else. So we're adding to that. The way that I understand board member Hanson's amendment is that the motion is that the board accept the recommendations included in the Paradigm High School hearing report as provided by the hearing officer, and have staff, if I remember this, but basically the request is to have this back on our agenda, which should be more specific, in my opinion, to the actual rule instead of the general topic. But so I just want to make sure the maker of the amendment that we are saying what he wants to say.
Yeah, direct staff to clearly define exit criteria and as expeditiously as possible.
Chair, this is Lorraine.
Yes.
Could you word it in this way, that the board directs staff to bring recommendations for exit criteria to the board? You could even say in April.
Let's make sure
that would be fine. That's expeditious. I think that gets it back on our agenda, and then we can deal with it that way. I would agree to that.
Okay, is the second good?
Yes, I seconded that. Board Member Straight.
Okay. So we have and did you want to speak more to that motion, Board Member Hanson, or?
No, I think I said my piece. I think everyone understands the intent.
Discussion to the motion, Board Member Hart.
I had the thought that maybe we could just do over the appeal now that we've clarified some of the misconceptions. That seemed a little easier, but maybe we haven't clarified the misconceptions. So just a thought.
Okay, well, we're trying to speak to the proposed amendment to the original motion. Vice Chair Belknap.
I like this idea, Scott. However, I am probably going to vote no. And the reason being is because we are going to make exit criteria for all the schools this coming year. And for us to rush it and not know what options we maybe have makes me very nervous to make exit criteria for one school in a rush when we're going to need to do it for others. So thank you.
Okay, Member Earl, we're speaking to the proposed amendment.
Yeah, I appreciate this. I think without a way forward for this particular school, it's another year for them. And so I'm just speaking in favor of this at this point.
Member Cannon.
Yes, I would just like to have it clarified what their exit timeline would be if we pass this particular amendment, or if we do not pass this particular amendment. Could staff speak to that?
And Deputy Superintendent Stallings, can you, or?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for recognizing me. I will answer first Board Member Cannon's question. So during this discussion today, there's a number of us who've been kind of texting to make sure we're clear on something. And just wanted to clarify that first off, we actually believe that R277920 section 12, which is a section that the board recently codified as of November or December, it will actually be, we'll be able to use that exit criteria for Paradigm. And we also have one other school, I believe it's Redwood, that we can use the exit criteria that was codified. This is exit criteria for schools in a year with statewide assessment irregularities. And essentially what would happen is the board, or actually the superintendent through your board rule, has the authority to appoint a state review panel when there are assessment irregularities. And then that state review panel will again look at the criteria and determine, make a recommendation to you. So after further discussion, we don't believe we're going to need to update, unless the board wants to update the rule or make new criteria. We'll be able to use the same criteria that's already in our board rule for Paradigm and Redwood. So to answer your question, Board Member Cannon, I actually think that the second portion of this motion is no longer necessary. I am waiting for someone to ask me whether, or to let me know whether we need the board to make a motion to establish the panel to look at this again. I don't believe we do, because it looks to me like the board rule delegates that and allows the superintendent to move forward and appoint the state panel. So I don't think we need anything, a second portion of the motion. I think you could just make the original motion related to the audit committee's recommendations, knowing that we are going to quickly take a look at what needs to be done and when and how quickly we can get another state review panel put together to start looking at Paradigm and the other school.
Okay, so Angie, what does it mean from Paradigm's point of view? Should you go ahead and institute that review panel as was done previously? What does it mean for them timeline wise?
And that's a good question. And maybe Tracy knows the answer to that, but I would assume just as the review panel did last time, it would take that similar time. Paradigm and any other school who qualifies would be able to present updated or new data to the committee for the review panel for their consideration. So Tracy or Max, could you help explain the timeline of how that process happened last year, and if there might be any changes or differences on that timeline for this year?
Are you still with us, Tracy?
Yes, I am, Chair. And my first question is looking at the 3 questions that were given to the exit review panel previously. The first question asked if the school had achieved above the lowest 3% threshold. So in that case, the only school that would qualify would be Paradigm to be able to present, because Redwood Elementary does not have a year where they've been above that 3% threshold. And unfortunately, cohort 3 has not had any data that they've been able to use in ranking to be able to show that they are also above the lowest 3%. So I put that forward only in that I think we need to consider changing some of the criteria that would be used to allow those schools to present information and data that they may have. I don't think that would necessarily be a big time commitment, but I do think that it would require that a committee would have to come together and it would need to be approved moving forward and then share it out with the schools.
And do you know a timeline for Paradigm? If you say I'm Paradigm and you're explaining what's going to happen to me, what do I need to expect in terms of timing?
If we use the existing questions that are in place right now, we could move ahead. Probably even within the month, we'd have to get together the exit panel and then just continue to focus on the question 2 and question 3, providing evidence of substantial progress in addition to the data that was used in the accountability system, and then also asking them to share qualitative and quantitative data from their implementation of their school turnaround plan to also demonstrate substantial improvement. However, if you want to include other schools, that may take a little more time, because we'd have to change that initial question for who is allowed to present. And it could be that the board, or if you assign staff to do that question 1 is not part of that criteria, because we don't have data. Maybe we simply rely on question 2 and 3. But I think that that would have to be a clear approval from the board to allow staff to make that determination on what those questions would be.
And so may I just follow up and ask Tracy, say we have the review panel, they meet within the next month and make their determinations, when would their recommendations come before the board?
Tracy?
I'm not as familiar with the process of getting it to the board, so Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings has much more experience with that. But I know that the exit review panel was able to have their decision within a few days of that time that the panel was meeting. But as far as getting it on the board agenda and getting approval by the board, that part I'm not quite as familiar with. I'm so sorry.
And Deputy Superintendent Stallings, do you have a response on that?
Yes, I think that as long as the review panel has recommendations before the backup deadline for one of our board meetings, it would be as simple as that. So I'm not sure when, again, how long it would take the review panel and how long the recommendations, but let's say that the recommendations came out on May 15th, you should be able to get on the June board meeting, unless it goes through committee, it would go to June committee and then August board meeting, etc. So I think once the recommendations are made, it's really just about, is there enough time? Week and a half usually is what we need, the Wednesday or Thursday before board meeting, that then it can get before the board, as long as board leadership has given that the green light.
And board chair, if I may add one more thought.
You bet, it's only time.
Very good. I believe that the board has expressed interest in providing support for Paradigm, and it may be best that we provide 2 exit opportunities. So one would be specifically to allow Paradigm to show progress related to the 2 questions that were addressed in the fall, and then coming up with a second exit option for cohort 3 in Redwood Elementary, just to simplify, and that might help us be as expeditious as possible.
Okay. We still have quite a few hands up. And Deputy Superintendent Stallings, are you adding more to this, or can I take another board member's question or comment?
I apologize. I didn't know my hand was still up. I will lower it.
Vice Chair Davis.
Yeah, I just want to clarify in the beginning, what I was asking for is just to do a very expedited meeting where Paradigm is allowed to bring evidence of progress for all of their students, and that then it comes right back to the board. That was what I was suggesting in the beginning. And this discussion has actually helped us to see that we may need to do, just as Tracy just indicated, and look at the process for others moving forward. But what I was asking for in the beginning is just a very quick opportunity for them to bring evidence forward to a group.
Member Earl.
So I do have a question. This is based on the numbers and the things that we're seeing. When you say substantial progress, there seemed to be some discrepancy on what that would look like. For example, if a school goes from 17 points to 29 and then back to 25, that was considered not substantial. But if a school maybe went from 15 to 16 to 17, that was considered substantial. I guess I'm hoping we don't have there's some ambiguity there as to whether or not that was substantial, because at a year it decreased, even though it was substantially more than the initial year. So I don't know if we need clarification on that or not.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I appreciate the question and want to clarify that the exit panel considered those numbers, but they were all related to question 1, which was using the data at the end of year. So question 2 and 3 were specific to in addition to that exit data. So looking for other ways that Paradigm knew that their students were making substantial progress in addition to the excellent progress that they had made on the end of year assessment in their first year.
Okay, thank you. There just seemed to be some ambiguity that in the comments and things that were made. So thank you.
Board Member Wymus.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Tracy, if you could answer this, I just out of curiosity, if we were to look at Paradigm's information right now, would they be a turnaround school, or would they not fall into that bottom 3%?
If we were to consider them as newly identified, is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
We would need 2 consecutive years of data, and then they would need to be in that lowest 3% compared to high school. So we don't have the 2 years data. Did they have a year where they were above the lowest 3%? Absolutely. So it's unlikely they would be identified at this time.
Okay, I have a hard time as I'm listening to this. I see both sides. I really do. And we've spent over an hour on this discussing the various sides, and it's hard for me to hold the school accountable when we don't have our stuff together. That's where my heartburn comes in. We talk about, well, maybe we can do this in X amount of time, or maybe next year we can have a process for them. I know for me and for any one of us, if somebody told us, no, we're going to hold you here until we figure out what we're going to do to let you go, that's kind of hard to take. And so I don't know. I just have like I said, I have a hard time. I trust the audit committee and hear what they're saying, but at the same time, as I'm listening to this over and over again for the past hour, it's a hard spot for Paradigm to be in, and it's an equally hard spot for us to keep them there, waiting to see what we're going to do next. Thank you.
So we have still have several board member Earl, your hand's still up. If it is, I'll be getting to you. I haven't weighed in on this, and I think I'm going to. I'm really, the conversation's great, and I guess we love to have conversations, but I'm going to go back to our rule. We set rules and we have rules, and yes, we have a pandemic, but then I go look at the evidence, and if I was in somebody else's shoes, but be in this school, I'd be saying, hey, I've got to produce some data, and how am I going to get it? Where's this data that supports something? I'm not going to look for outs or anything like that. I've got to prove myself in some kind of assessment of some kind to demonstrate, look how great I am. I'm fantastic. Look all these stars on my forehead. And here's my data. And so as I've looked at this, and I'm just going to ask the audit committee that was actually there, maybe they saw something I didn't or heard something I didn't, but it was the same story. There was nothing new that's on the data side that gets me over the edge. And yeah, there's always victims in turnaround. There's students that are victims of when they're in this turnaround also. And so I'm going back to my rule, our rule, the rule that we have in place, and sticking. I think we should stick to it. And if we don't like it, let's change it. But I had no idea that our board meeting today would turn into some kind of rescue effort to try to go around a rule, because that's what I'm seeing, and I just have to kind of share that with you, because I believe in process, and our process is, there's things in statute, there's things in rules, and we have every opportunity to change our rules as long as it doesn't go against statute. So I'm kind of speaking against the amendment here, which I don't speak against for too many things, but on this one, I just felt like I needed to, as I'm sharing this. I just want to remind everyone, we're still speaking to this amendment that's on the table. We have hands raised. I believe it's Board Member Klein.
All right. I guess I'm not speaking exactly to the motion. I just wanted to put my 2 bits in about the fact that they wouldn't qualify currently under turnaround, and how I feel like there's an injustice that they have to prove themselves not guilty when we've already shown that they're innocent as far as meeting that criteria now. I just don't want to take a guilty until proven innocent approach to this, where they have to try and prove themselves when we've already said that they don't fall into that. That's it.
So let me just restate the Vice Chair Davis before I restate something. We've got more input.
I just think, Chair, we have to be a little bit careful with the language that we use, because I feel the only, if there is an injustice, it would be that COVID is messed everyone up for everything. But as far as the rest of the process goes, I don't think there has been an injustice, because in writing, they were asked prior to the one that I was on to bring certain evidence of student progress. They felt like it was kind of late to be asking for that in the last one, but then that still wasn't brought to this one. And then when we got the email from Mr. Seminario, I was thinking, oh, this is where we're going to see, he's going to show these maybe objective criteria they put to some of these alternative assessments and subjective assessments, and we're going to see evidence of progress. And it wasn't there. And I'm hoping for a quick opportunity for it to be there, for them to bring it. I know they can bring it, but I don't think it was an injustice in the process because of the communications along the way asking for that evidence.
Okay. Natalie, or Board Member Klein, your hand still raised. And Vice Chair Davis. Member Straight, your hand's still up, or it is up. Did you have a comment?
Yes. You know, as I look back, the board has made ample opportunities. This was an opportunity for them to come out of turnaround based on the circumstances, even with COVID. I very much disagree that we didn't have our stuff together collectively as a board. I think we've done everything possible to help, to be compassionate. Well, I agree with many things. I agree with Chair Huntsman's frustration with this. I think we can move forward, but once again, Paradigm still has to bring the evidence. It doesn't matter how many chances we give them, but maybe they don't understand what that looks like or what they need to do. But that's not our responsibility. And resources have been provided, and they need to bring back the evidence.
Okay. Tracy, your hand's raised. Was there more to add, or are you just hanging on for more answers or give answers? So Go ahead.
Chair Huntsman, I just wanted to confirm what Board Member Straight was saying and remind the board as well that we had 6 schools present and 5 were able to provide other evidence to show that they had made substantial growth, and we want to celebrate that. So I also feel that it was a fair process, and we want to celebrate those schools that were able to put that data together for the exit panel. Thank you.
So hang on one sec. I'm trying to stay caught up with the process. So is this our best motion to display what's in the amendment? Angie, is there a better way to display this amendment than what's here?
Yes, Chair.
Can you show it and we'll see if who is proposing the amendment?
And Chair, sorry.
I mean, we can, if there's a better way to do this, let's get it in right now. And if Board Member Hanson is in agreement to the proposed amendment, then we'll stay on this. It's all about me doing the will of the board here. So the way that I'm reading this.
Could we just read the amendment portion? I'm not sure what the amendment actually is from this.
Chair, may I just explain it? And I can also state the difference if you'd like.
And you explaining it?
Yes, if that's all right, Chair, I'll go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. So the first part of the motion that's displayed before you is what it was in the audit committee's recommended motion for the board. And where it starts, the new portion starts on the second line where it says, and direct staff to expedite a state panel review of Paradigm High School's information and make a recommendation to the board on whether Paradigm High School meets the criteria described in R277920-12 to demonstrate the school made substantial improvement to exit turnaround. And I will explain why this is different than what Board Member Hanson originally proposed. As I mentioned, for Paradigm High School, we believe the current criteria that's in Board Rule R277920, specifically what's contained in Section 12, could be used again for a state panel to review Paradigm High School's progress and to make a determination about whether they've met or demonstrated substantial improvement to exit turnaround. As we've been having this discussion, it may have been a little confusing because for other schools, for example, schools who either when they had 1 year of assessment results and they didn't meet at least 3%, or for some of our schools who've had 0 assessment results for us to analyze, that is what we will need to bring to you as staff to a committee meeting or board meeting at a future time to determine different exit criteria. But for Paradigm, we don't believe we'll need to change the exit criteria. It will just be, as I think Board Member Davis stated, another opportunity for Paradigm to show data to this new exit panel, review panel. And so we believe that this might hopefully meet the board's intention of asking staff to expedite or work quickly on that process.
So I'm about process and following procedure. We have a motion that came out of committee, out of the hearing, that went on the floor. I don't see all of that in here, and it would be nice to have that. And then we have a proposed. Well, I can see it's not much different, but we, in an effort to follow procedure, and that I guess we can attempt to do this. The maker of the original motion, or keep me in check with. I want to follow the rules. The maker of the motion was Vice Chair Belknap that came out of audit. The portion that says that the board accept the recommendations included in the Paradigm High School report as provided by the hearing officer. Period. I mean, period there. Does that cover the intent of your motion? Vice Chair Belknap.
Yep, I'm actually thinking that Yeah, but it started out that the the audit committee recommended that the board accept.
I know, but whenever you do that, then
That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that first part's fine.
State the motion, which is really on the board, that the board accepts.
That's fine. Yes.
Okay, that meets that, and then is there any objection from any? Well, it means that you're the maker of the motion. Okay, the maker of that'd be Board Member Hanson, who proposed the amendment. Does the balance of this that states and direct staff to expedite a state review panel's review of Paradigm High School information and make a recommendation to the board on whether Paradigm High School meets the criteria described in R277-920-12 to demonstrate the school made substantial improvement to exit and turnaround. Does that meet your expectations of your amendment?
Chair, if I could just ask Deputy Superintendent Stallings one quick question, that'd be all right?
Before you say yes, ask the question.
Okay. Would this allow Paradigm to submit data from the spring assessments this year?
Or Angie, or Deputy.
Sorry, I apologize, Chair, I cut you off. Yes, I believe so. One thing I don't know how quickly though the spring assessment results will be available to be provided to a review panel. So that's one issue, and I don't know the timeline on that. But number two, I just want to do some additional research to make sure, and I don't believe SB 184 did this, but I want to make sure it doesn't somehow restrict the information that Paradigm could submit or ask the state review panel to consider. So those are the two things that I don't have the answers to right now. But I believe the panel could. It just might delay how quickly the panel could review data and make a recommendation, because we'd have to wait until those assessment results were, of course, the students had finished all of that.
But that would be at Paradigm's option. Is that correct?
I believe it would have to be at Paradigm's option, because the board under SB 185, we don't really have the data available, and we've indicated we're not going to use that data to penalize or somehow hold schools accountable. So I do believe it would have to be at Paradigm's request that the state review panel look or rely upon that assessment data.
Okay, Chair, this meets the intent then that I had when we started. Thank you for the words.
Okay, and who seconded that?
And I'm good with that as well. Thank you.
Chair Huntsman, this is Lorraine. Could I just ask something? This is for my clarity. Could we just split the part out that's the amendment so we can see exactly what the amendment is? Split that from the motion because it hasn't been approved yet. Because we're going to be voting only on that amendment. So Angie or whoever's typing, if you could just split the amendment down, put that down lower.
Okay, so where it says provided by the hearing officer, and then we need to have a thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go back to discuss. We've got to vote on this amendment. So is there any discussion to this amendment? I see some hands raised. Board Member Klein, Board Member Hanson, are you still wanting to comment? And Vice Chair, I never saw your hands come down, but
all right.
Board Member Klein.
Thank you. I'm just looking at that rule R277-920-12, and I was trying to look that up to see exactly what it said. And as far as I can tell, it only goes through section 11 under section 920. So can we just clarify what that is?
Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Yeah.
Reference to R277-920, and she can't see clear through it.
Yes, Jeff, I just put in the chat a link to the rule. If you could pop that rule or open that link, please, in the chat. Board Member Klein, you may be looking at an older version of the rules. So this version of the rules on our website. I'm not sure if you went to the Office of Administrative Rules to get the version you have, but Jeff, if you could go down to section 12, which is about 14 pages in or down, and you'll see Board Member Klein, the section and the criteria. And I think keep going, you're almost there. You can kind of see the top right there. So there's the criteria there, Board Member Klein, in section 12.
Okay, while she's reviewing that, can I go to Board Member Lear?
Yes, I probably will support this motion, but I share Chair Huntsman's concern. We have a process, and the committee voted, and now there's buyer's remorse. And that always concerns me because I've seen plenty of compelling petitioners. And it really troubles me that our process becomes less important when we get lots of letters and compelling concerns. And I think the next petitioner that comes along who's compelling or argues for fairness, not necessarily the rules, will certainly persuade me, because if that's going to be the order of the day, then it should apply to all petitioners. I'm just troubled that our process is so easily rethunked. Let me put it that way. Thank you. And let me ask one more technical question, if I can, Chair.
Yes.
Very easy, very short. Angie, is this version of R277-920 is it now effective? Are we looking at an effective rule?
Yes, Board Member Lear, if you scroll to the bottom, Jeff, it's effective as of January 8, 2021.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Belknap.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I just want you to know I'm so much on Carol's page here that we are changing our process, and the next person who comes and doesn't like what was happened by the panel and then by the board and then in their hearing, and we're going to change our process for them. I am not going to vote for this because I think we should stay in process.
Okay. Board Member Klein, your hand's still raised, and Board Member Lear, your hand's still up. And Vice Chair Belknap, your hand's still up. And a new hand coming up is Vice Chair Davis. Vice Chair Davis.
Sorry, I thought you said I was in line. I guess I'm just asking how this is changing the process, because if, let's say that this motion, the main motion passed today, and then they just came back on their normal time schedule, that would be in June.
Maybe.
However, what's that?
That's not an absolute. We still have some work that we've got to do, but it's assumed, yes, June, but.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been their normal rotation, as far as I understand it. So because of a law that just passed this session that says the end of year assessment, it doesn't have to be a criteria for accountability. That is what gives us the flexibility to push the things that would have happened in June up sooner if we choose. And my understanding is that this amendment is just allowing what would have happened later to happen sooner. That's all. We're allowing an opportunity for it to happen sooner if that is what the school would like to do, because of all the COVID and everything else in between. So I don't see it change the process, but maybe someone could explain it to me if I'm misunderstanding that.
Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Board Member Davis, I believe that you're stating that correctly. And I do want to clarify and set expectations that you know, there, a good question that you may be asking yourself is, what will Paradigm show the review panel in May or June or July of this year that they weren't able to show last year? And I know that some board members are questioning or asking whether or not Paradigm would be able to ask the review panel to look at their students' performance on the spring 2021 assessments as a potential. And I think we as staff, of course, we will need to do some additional research, but we feel fairly confident that if Paradigm asks the review panel to look at the spring 2021 assessment results as part of the consideration, that will be fine. The one thing I want to mention is there is a delay. Even though the students may finish taking those assessments in April or May, we definitely at the state level don't have access to that data generally until the fall. The schools will generally have access to the data sooner, but we need to know more about what is possible there of getting verified assessment results and data that Paradigm could share or authorize USBE to share with the review panel. So I want to make that clarification that this may not expedite anything if Paradigm is hoping for the review panel to review this spring's assessment data. But I think we'll know more as we start down the road of that process.
Okay. We still have some hands raised. Board Member Hart.
Yeah, as a member of the committee that heard that was in the hearing, I want to be clear. I don't necessarily think that it's wise for them, it's Paradigm's call, but I don't think it's wise for them to use test scores. They provided those. It's the other half of the school population that we need data on. If they bring test scores on 48 or 52% of the students, they're going to be in the same boat. They simply we need to understand that assessment is not just test scores on end of year tests. Assessment is a much broader category of activities that we do in a school to gauge our students' progress. And if they simply showed a progress, a process by which they collect, review, and have used that data to move forward in their improvement process, which those things are in their recommendations in their turnaround plan, then they would be on the right track. So I think we get off track when we start talking about end of year assessment, because quite frankly, that's what kind of got us into this problem in the first place. We're looking at assessment as a broader category, not as test scores. We don't want every school to have to follow that same prescriptive model. They have to have the freedom to do things that make sense to them, but they also have the responsibility to show assessment progress.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson, your hand's raised.
Thanks. I'll be brief. Board Member Davis said most of what I wanted to say, but this is, I believe someone said, a perfect storm kind of year. The turnaround, and I'm all about process. I think you know that about me, that I stick with the rules and want us to have a process that we follow consistently. But this process, by the nature of the legislators and the code, has changed several times while Paradigm's been in turnaround, and then we had COVID on top of that. I just want to give them a chance to exit, and maybe what Board Member Hart said is right, that the spring assessment data won't help them, but they may have formative assessment data also that will come in this spring that they would be able to present. I just want them to have a clear path to exit, and I think that this is an opportunity with this amendment to do that.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Scott, you're still up, but I think you were finished. So the proposed the amendment before the board to the motion, I'm going to read it and then we're going to vote. The proposed amendment, this is only an amendment, that would be added to the motion, to the original motion, and it states, and direct staff to expedite a state review panel's review of Paradigm High School's information and make a recommendation to the board on whether Paradigm High School meets the criteria described in R277-920-12 to demonstrate the school made substantial improvement to exit turnaround. Board members, at this time, please vote. We are voting on the amendment. Okay, the voting is complete, and the amendment to the motion passes with, it was not unanimous. There's 2 no votes. No votes was Member Huntsman and Vice Chair Belknap. Is that how you saw it, Vice Chair Belknap? That was only, so the amendment passes. Okay, the amended motion that's before us today is that the board accept the recommendations included in the Paradigm High School report as provided by the hearing officer and direct staff to expedite a state review panel's review of Paradigm High School's information and make a recommendation to the board on whether Paradigm High School meets the criteria described in R277-920-12 to demonstrate the school made substantial improvement to exit turnaround. I'm not seeing any discussion to the amended motion, so board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Okay. Who was our timekeeper on that item? Was that Member Hymas that was keeping track? I can't remember.
It was a long one.
Okay. All right. We're moving forward. We're going to go back to our original agenda where we're on legislative session report. Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings and Director Van Holten, you guys, you're ready. If I remember right, a handoff was going to go to Director Van Holten on some items. I believe that's where we're at.
Jeff was going to review 3 bills, and I was going to end with the review of about 5 bills, and then we were going to be open for questions. So I think that's all we have left.
Okay, so well, let's just dive in. Wasn't a Director Van Holten, wasn't he next in your queue on the presentation? Okay.
Okay, hello everyone, good to be here again. I'm going to cover a few bills right now and then pass it back to Angie, as she just mentioned. So the first one I'm going to cover is Senate Bill 107. And just to kind of highlight the question that Board Member Lear had asked in terms of did these bills change in the last bit of the session, this is an example of a bill that did change multiple times, and actually it was the 7th substitute that ended up passing. So it is a different version of the bill than you last heard in your final legislative meeting. That being said, what changed in this bill was all related to higher education, and it was not related to K-12. But the K-12 piece does remain as you last heard it in your final legislative meeting regarding the thresholds that schools have to meet in order to start doing the test to stay program. So you'll see here in the box that if you are at 2% of positive cases, you begin testing. And then if you are at 30 cases, if you're at a smaller school, it would be test to stay. House Bill 42, the Education Agency Report Process Amendment. This was one of the trios of Representative Pulsipher's reporting bills in response to the reporting audit. This is the one that requires that USBE have some internal process when they're creating administrative rules to evaluate if there is a report or an impact to that report. And we have already begun discussing that process and how we will handle that. It also deleted, I think, about 5 reports that were in code that were no longer needed. We'll just jump down to the final one that I'm going to cover for you all, and that's Senate Bill 160, the state audit amendments. This one doesn't really do anything to the state board, but it does do things to LEAs. It now allows the legislative auditor to perform audits on appropriations that are received by LEAs. This is new. LEAs have not been subject to the legislative auditor's office power and authority before. So this now opens that up. And we have been told by the state auditors or the legislative auditor's office that they're not entirely sure how many they will be able to do, but this is something that will start coming forward. LEAs will now be getting audited by the legislative office. And with that, I'll pass it back to Angie for the rest of the bills.
Thank you, Jeff. So the last 6 bills actually that I'll mention are in front of you, and one that's not on the list. SB 178, you'll remember, is the bill that allows LEAs to convert or use 35% of their restricted funds in an unrestricted manner, or as if they were unrestricted funds. And that's for this school year or fiscal year 21 only. It also delays a school fees requirement for 1 year. That requirement was that the amount that's charged to students may not be in excess of what the cost of the activity was. So that will be delayed until 22-23 school year. HB 425 is a bill you may remember that we requested. It codifies state funds management and monitoring standards, as well as creates a reserve fund called the Charter School Closure Reserve Fund to pay the amounts owed to the federal or state government after a charter school closes, after all other assets and funds have been tapped into or utilized. And the $1 million one time was also appropriated to begin this amount for that reserve fund. The last 3, if you could scroll down a little bit, Jeff, thank you. SB 142, this bill is the bill that codifies and requires the Public Education Appropriations Subcommittee to do a review or evaluation of our public finance or public education funding. It also enacted the WPU add-on in lieu of the line item for, remember we had the enhancement for at-risk students program. Now that is a WPU add-on to support students who are at risk of academic failure. And there was some money appropriated to that to hold those, our districts and our charter schools harmless from the change of the line item to the add-on. HB 323, bill that allows because of our assessment anomalies over last year, we weren't able to provide the stipends this last year for under the High Poverty Schools Teacher Bonus Program. And that program relies on 2 years of data because it's mainly reliant on growth. And so this bill was passed, which creates a mechanism for USBE to help and for LEAs to provide these incentives this fall, notwithstanding the assessment anomalies. And then second to last, HB 421 created the Intensive Services Pilot Program for 3 years, and there was $1 million appropriated for that. We're all very familiar with this program. It provides resources to LEAs or reimbursement for costs that LEAs incurred for student services for students who are high cost, generally more than 3 times the cost of a normal WPU. And then the last one that's not on our list, but we've received a number of questions, so I just wanted to mention it before we end, is HB 294. There's been some confusion about language on or around lines 57 through 62 and about whether this now requires LEAs to determine on their own whether they're going to require masks in school. The language, there's a portion in there, as you may know, that terminates essentially any statewide mask mandates on April 10th, but that does not apply two public health orders that govern K-12 schools. So you can see on lines 57 through 60 that notwithstanding the rest of the bill, that a public health order issued by the Department of Health that pertains to public health safety measures in a K-12 school may remain in place through July 1 of 2021. So there's no need for our LEAs to worry or wonder whether they need to make a determination about that. We understand right now, we believe that the Department of Health plans to continue that mask mandate in schools through July 1 of 2021. And so that is the end of the bill review. The next page of the quick guide just shows again all of the positions you took. And I really appreciate that Jeff gave a shout out to Jill Curry and Barbara Fuentes for all of the work they did on the quick guide. There are so many people in our office who also need, as you can imagine, that work so hard to support the board's tracking of the session. Sybil Child, Mark Peterson, Del Frost, so many others in the office staff. We couldn't even name them all. It really does take our whole agency to support the tracking of these bills, the supporting of committees, and providing all the information for you. So just, we want to, even though, you know, Jeff, Dale, Deputy Superintendent Jones, Superintendent Dixon, et cetera, and I get to be the face of talking about these things with you all, there really is a huge group of people behind us that really make all the work related to the session possible. So thank you. And Chair Huntsman, happy, we are done at this point, unless you have any questions.
We have some questions. So thank you. Board Member Hart.
I'm deeply concerned about enforcing a mask mandate after August or after April 10th. Quite honestly, I don't think that it was considered how that is going to impact schools. And I'm, as a practitioner, I'm not sure how to advise constituents or my own staff when students wear a mask in school, but go to Target or the movies or whatever and don't have to. And I am deeply concerned about the difference between the two. I don't know if we can do anything about that, but I just don't even know how I'll get instruction done the last 2 months of school. It is that dire. I fully expect that students will abandon their mask. I feel like parents will abandon their mask, and I'm not sure what type of guidance that the state board will give schools or administrators. I cannot express how deeply problematic this is right as we go into standardized testing time, to the point where I don't know if it can be done. I just want that on record.
Okay, Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in response to Board Member Hart, I hear you, Board Member Hart, and I took personal privilege not to speak on behalf of the board, but express my concern when an earlier version of the bill was being heard in a House Health and Human Services Committee. And you know, I think two things that will be helpful. Governor Cox has been doubling down on making sure that the public is aware that the mask mandate will continue through July 1. The health department is updating their manual. They put out, I think they have put out some guidance or working on some guidance. And Angela Dunn and others continue to speak about school mask mandate being in place, as well as for gatherings over 50. So one of the things that I think will help when schools start planning spring events, graduation, other activities, I'm already seeing plans that have been floated around by some of our LEAs for those events that require a mask. So I think there will be multiple ways to make sure that that message gets out there. I think the enforcement certainly is a challenge because when you have a state that has one that has loosened up on a mask mandate on certain conditions, then it seems that it would follow everywhere. But businesses will still be requiring masks. And I think both our governor and the health department will continue to message that and send out guidance to try and support our schools.
Thank you.
Member Straight?
So anyone who's commenting on the mask issue, let's have them talk first, but I have the same concerns as Board Member Hart. I have so many of my students, for example, that work in restaurants and fast food places, and I'm going to tell them they have to wear their mask in school, but I don't know. Anyway.
Okay. Member Earl?
Yeah, my comments along the same lanes too. We're not seeing the spread in our schools, especially our elementary schools, and we've got our teachers who are receiving vaccinations if they're not already done. Most of those are already done. And so I think it's gonna be more complicated and difficult to continue to convince the public that this is, I'm not saying Cox isn't gonna double down, the governor probably will, but what I'm saying is that there's these things we put into place so that we can ease the restrictions. And I just think students, there's a benefit to them being able to see their teachers and being able to get engaged that way. And so I think we're going to see increased pressure from families and others really, pushing back and asking what this is about and why we're doing it.
Board Member Norton? You're muted, and yeah.
Amen, amen, and amen. Even the most compliant are at the ultimate breaking point with the mask. I would ask, however, I've also been hearing that there's a high likelihood that they are going to open immunization up to all adults April 1st. And I am wondering, if we can get this vaccination under control, if there is a chance that that would even shorten this timeline.
Well, there's a lot of things are possible. A lot of things can happen between now and April 10th. Well, I think it'll be interesting as we play this out. I'm just wondering what I'm going to do with all this hand sanitizer and these masks, packages of masks that I've purchased. That maybe I can sell them on a discount or something. I don't know. It'll be interesting. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Usually at this time, board members, I'm not open up a Pandora's box or anything, but usually at this time we're in a position if there's any bills that we need to veto. But the good news was that everything that we previously opposed and worked hard at making sure it didn't happen. None of those are eligible to be vetoed because they didn't pass. So we'll just continue on our agenda here. What's next is our committee reports, and on the audit, well, calling the audit committee chair. Do you have anything to report?
No report. Thank you, Chair.
Now I'll turn the time over to Vice Chair Belknap, because I'll be reporting on the Finance Committee. And then if you can get through our committee reports, that will be good. And then I'll get back in on item 14.
That would be great. Okay, Chair Huntsman, Finance Committee report, please.
Okay, well, I'm looking for on my screen. I think we've got one item. Who's driving?
Jeff, do you have the summary up?
Actually going to pass it over to Angie, and she'll pull that up for you.
So we had, well, this is really big. We had 2 motions. Isn't there another one after this, correct? Okay, yeah. Okay. I'm used to being in the other seat, so this is kind of fun to be back in the committee seat. The motion from committee, the committee moved that the board approve the proposed budget increase of 105,000 one time and 170,000 ongoing from the trust distribution account to complete and maintain the school land trust website.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the proposed budget increase of 105,000 one time to 170,000 one time ongoing from the trust distribution account to complete and maintain the school land trust website. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all vote please. I see that the motion passes unanimously. Lorraine. Go ahead, Chair.
So I'm the other motion, and it's rather lengthy. And just as a heads up.
So Chair, if you'll read it, is it okay if I don't reread it?
Because I have we have an amendment to that motion, to this
Okay.
section. So the motion that came out of the board or from the committee, that the committee moves that the board, number 1, waive the requirement in R277-477-32 for a principal to submit a principal assurance form for the 2021-22 school year. Number 2, extend the April 1 deadline in R277-477-35A to May 1st for a principal of a charter school to submit a plan to the school trust, children's trust section. Number 3, waive the requirement in R277-491-41 for a principal to submit a principal assurance form for the 2021-22 school year. Waives the requirement in R277-477-6 for a business administrator to enter a prior year audited expenditure through the school land trust website for the 2020-21 school year. Number 5, extend the January 31st deadline in R277-477-67 to April 30th for the LEA to report to the LEA's governing board on school plan implementation. And number 6, waive the requirement in R277-477-71 for staff to review all final LEA school land trust reports for 2019-20 school year.
Okay, so that is the motion before the board. Chair, you have an amendment?
Yes, a proposed amendment to that motion. I'm going to make sure that's what I have on.
Before we move on, point of order, what is the difference between 1 and, did we type that correctly? What is the difference between 1 and 3?
So there's new information that came to our school trust land. Well, Paula Plant can speak to that. So there's some tweaks to it. So it's close, but not completely. We're just having to restate the motion.
I see what Board Member Hart is asking. That number 1 is a waiver for the principal assurance, and also number 3 is a waiver for principal's assurance, but 1 is 3-32 and 1 is -41.
Those are the.
Thank you.
Yeah. So in an attempt to dot our I's and cross our T's, we had to tweak just to make sure this is all correct on these extensions and changes.
I'll track back, Molly. So Chair, are you okay if I read this one time?
Yes, yes, I am. Well, you're chairing.
Well, I just want to make sure. So we only have
What's on the board is my proposed amendment.
amendments. Lorraine, I believe the underlined parts and the crossed out parts are the amendments. Do you see them?
I do. If someone could send those to me, email, that would be helpful. Thank you.
That would be really helpful for her. And I'm not sure if it's Angie we need to ask, what is the difference between 1 and 3 before we read them out? They're two different sections of rule.
They're two different rules.
Okay, so it's two places. Okay, so the amended motion before the board chair, you correct me, is to number 1, waive the requirement in our 277-47732 for a principal to submit a principal assurance form for the 21 and 22 school year. Number 2, to extend the April 1st deadline in our 277-477-35A for a print and exclude May 1st for a principal of a charter school to submit a plan to the school children's trust section until 6 weeks after the online school plan programming is completed and plans are ready for online entry. 3, waive the requirement of our 277-491-41 for the principal to submit a principal assurance form for the 21-22 school year. Number 4, waive the requirement in our 277-477-6-5 for the business administrator to enter a prior year audited expenditure through the school land trust website for the 2021 school year. Number 5, extend the January 31st deadline in our 277-477-6-7 to April 30th for an LEA to report to the LEA's governing board on the school plan implementation. Number 6, waive the requirement in R 277-477-71 for staff to review all final LEA school land trust report for 1920 school year. Number 7, extend the May 15th due date in R 277-477-310B for a school plan to be approved and available for review by the Children's School Trust, including the LEA's requested revision to 6 weeks after the online school plan website application is completed and plans are ready for online entry. Number 8, waive the requirement in R 277-477-62A for a school plan amendment to be submitted online. Number 9, waive the requirement in R 277-477-6 for a final report to be submitted online from October 20th to 3 weeks after the online final report website application is completed and ready for online entry. And number 10, waive the requirement in R 277-477-39A for a principal to collect council member signatures indicating their involvement in implementing and developing plans. Do we have any discussion to that motion? Board Member Hart?
Sorry, I didn't realize my hand was still up, but I guess I'm going to ask why. Why?
The website's not ready. I've been trying to do my plan. There's no way to upload anything. It's not ready.
And it's not going to be ready even by April 1st or May 1st?
We'd probably need to ask someone from, we'd probably need to ask Paula if she's available, but that is what I was told, that there's too many people trying to get them done now, that to waive it for 1 year would make more sense. Are you okay?
I can speak to the proposed amendment. I'd have Paula Plant speak to it for my behalf.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Paula.
Okay, thank you. I know this seems complicated and a lot of waivers. The problem that we have got is that we are not sure when they're going to be ready. And instead of coming back to you again and again for waivers, we're just asking for the waivers to be consistent upon when the applications are ready for online entry, as opposed to specific dates that have been in the rule in the past. And as soon as the website development is completed, then, for instance, in 7, their due date would be 6 weeks after it's available, as opposed to being required by May 15th, because we certainly hope the website will be ready well before May 15th, but we don't know when. So we'll give them, they'll have 6 weeks to complete that application. So then we don't have to come back to you again and get additional waivers if it's not due by a particular date. Like in number 2, we extended that date first in the Finance Committee from April 1st to May 1st. And then shortly after that meeting, we found out the website wasn't going to be ready even for them to do it by May 1st. So hopefully that's helpful.
That's very helpful, Molly. Okay. All right, Board Member Lear.
Thank you. I just have a comment. I support this amendment, of course, but I just hope it points out to us that we have micromanaged, or the board, or at the bidding of the legislature, we have micromanaged this process for LEAs for way too many years. And I hope that maybe this COVID experience, together with the fact that the website's not ready, will point out that the schools do a very good job of spending money. And all of the reports and the assurances and that by the way, we rarely follow up on, are really not doing anybody any favors. They're not securing the sanctity of these funds. I just hope we learn that maybe all these reports and the very detailed assurances are not necessary, and rethink this rule altogether.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Board Member Moss.
Thank you, Chair. Paula, could you just remind me, is there any separate requirement that the school plans be posted elsewhere, somewhere other than the Trust Land website?
Paula, go ahead.
Okay, so yes, there are some requirements in the law that require schools to post certain information on the school website so that parents know what the council is doing when they're meeting, what the plan is. That kind of information is required on school websites. Maybe I could also maybe address Board Member Lear's concern. We will be bringing some changes to both of these board rules to the Finance Committee in the next meeting that will be coming from the Trust Lands Advisory Committee, that is advisory to the board, that will be making some changes and hopefully eliminating some of these requirements. In the reprogramming, we actually are eliminating 2 reports that were required prior, and those will no longer be required. So we are trying to eliminate certain requirements. Some of them are in the law, and the board doesn't have the authorization to eliminate those things. We are trying, whenever we can, to simplify.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you so much. Okay, just as a reminder, we're speaking to this motion. Board Member Hanson. Oh, I think maybe Chair was first, but go ahead, Board Member Hanson.
Thanks, I'll be brief. I'll speak in support of the motion because it doesn't look like we have much of an opportunity to do anything else, but I do have a question about the website. What happened? Was this under our control? How do we have a website without a date of completion now and have it be this late? And what can we do in the future so this doesn't happen again?
I'm not sure that Paula can answer that question about not having this happen again, because it would be the web people, I believe. But Paula, if you want to make a stab.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Initially, this was intended to be ready for entry in January. We ran into some COVID-related issues where people who were working on the website were having issues that way. There have also been some challenges in what we've been trying to do to simplify the programming. For instance, instead of having business administrators go to the School on Trust website to enter expenditures every single year, we're going to pull that information from the UPEF's data that they enter in the fall for all of their expenditures. There are some other things like that that we're trying to do for simplification, and some of them have just taken longer and have been a bit more complicated than anticipated. So with the programmers, we're trying to work through those issues and get things up as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Paula. Scott, did you have anything else?
A quick follow-up, and am I correct in understanding that we don't have an expected completion date at this point?
Go ahead, Paula.
Okay, so we have some dates that we're working towards and hoping that the final report that's been waived would be ready by next Friday for entry, and that the school plan would be ready for entry by the 1st of April. We are meeting weekly with Deputy Superintendent Jones and the IT team and our team weekly to try and eliminate any barriers to us getting these online and ready for schools to enter just as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Are you okay?
Thank you.
Board Member Hanson, thank you. Chair Huntsman?
Yes, thank you. And just speaking to the amendment here, as we are discovering this since our last finance meeting, we wanted to accommodate all of our LEAs as best that we possibly can. So this big search went out to, well, not a big search, but Paula Plant and staff had said, okay, let's if with the delay in here, let's just not create any victims. And so that's why this just came here at the end to help manage the expectations of all the LEAs. And so the LEAs that I've visited with and stuff, they are absolutely on board with this proposed amendment because they know what we're up against, and they're highly in favor of this website. It's going to simplify a lot of people's lives. And so it's important that we get it right and also keep them in compliance. So I apologize for this long amendment that's coming this late in the game, but it would have been against our normal way of doing things if we kicked the can down the road and just consumed the board with a lot of waivers.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. Board Member Hart?
Yeah, I'm speaking in support of the amendment. Obviously, we don't have any other option, but I am concerned because there are places and LEAs that when things like this come their way, they add additional reporting requirements unique to their own LEAs, and it ends up doubling and sometimes tripling the work. I am concerned that, and would like to know if it's possible to indicate that it is completely acceptable not to go and require additional things from schools in order to meet the requirements for publicizing or reporting or whatever. I can see where we'll be asked to do many things to make up for the delay, and I don't think that's the intent. And I want to make sure that we may not have. We need to make sure that's clear to the LEAs that they're not expected to do something instead of waiting for the website. They need to just wait for the website.
That's a good point. So maybe that could be something that Paula can take with her. That's a good point.
Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. Okay, I'm not going to reread the motion or the amended motion here. So if we could just say that number 1 through 10 is the amended motion. Please vote.
Chair Belknap, excuse me, but are we voting on the amendment now? Just
Yeah, we have to amend the amendments first and then we'll go back.
So we're only voting on the underlined portions right now.
On the underlined portion first,
Amendment.
yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Lorraine. Board Member Straight, I didn't see your vote. Oh, there we go. All right,
Yeah.
Lorraine, the voting is unanimous. Now we're back to the amended motion. So we are voting on the amended motion, correct, Lorraine?
Yes, the motion is amended, yes.
Okay, I see no hands. Let's vote on the amended motion, the 1 through 10. Board Member Davis, Vice Chair Davis. The voting is unanimous, Lorraine. Thank you. Chair Huntsman.
That concludes our actionable items.
Okay, then we'll go on to number 12, which is Law and Licensing Committee report. Chair Lear.
Thanks. We were very efficient this month. Item 12.2. The committee moves that the board continue R277-213, request for licensure reinstatement and reinstatement procedures on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion that the committee moves that the board continue R277-213, the request for licensure reinstatement and reinstatement procedures. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, please vote. That voting is unanimous. Thank you.
Item 12.3, the committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-214, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission Criminal Background Review, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, the committee moves that the board continue and approve our 277-214 Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission Criminal Background Review, Draft 2. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, please vote. The voting is unanimous.
Another licensing rule, R277-504. The committee moves that the board repeal R277-504, early childhood, elementary, secondary, special ed, K-12, and preschool special education, birth through age 5, licensure on second and final reading.
Thank you. The committee moves that the board repeal R277-504, early childhood, elementary, secondary, and special education, K-12, and preschool special education, birth to age 5, licensure. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. The voting is unanimous.
Item 12.5, it's another repeal. These rules, by the way, were incorporated into another rule. They just didn't go away. The ideas didn't go away. The committee moves that the board repeal R277-509, licensure of student teachers and interns on second and final reading.
The committee moves that the board repeal R277-509, licensure of student teachers and interns on second and final reading. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. The voting is unanimous.
Final item 12.6. This is about an APT level 1 license, which is also a repeal. The committee moves that the board repeal R277-511, academic pathway to teaching level 1 license on second and final reading.
Thank you. The committee moves that the board repeal our 277511 academic pathway to teaching level 1 license. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. That voting is unanimous.
And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lear. Okay, on to item number 13, Standards and Assessment Committee report. Chair Hansen.
Thank you. We have two motions for the board. The first is on item 13.4. The committee moves that the board direct USB staff to begin working on step 6 of the USB standards revision process to convene a stakeholder group to write alternate achievement science standards that align with the few Utah-specific science and engineering education SEED standards not addressed in the dynamic learning maps alternative science standards recently adopted by the board.
The committee moves that the board direct USBE staff to begin working on step 6 of the USBE standards revision process to convene a stakeholder group to write alternate achievement science standards that align with the few Utah specific science and engineering education or SEED standards not addressed in the dynamic learning maps alternative science standards recently adopted by the board. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. The voting is unanimous. Thank you. Chair Hansen.
One more motion on item 13.6. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board accept for consideration the recommendations in the USEEP memo, Systems Change for Meaningful Inclusion.
The committee moves that the board accept the consideration, the recommendations in the USEEP's memo, Systems Change for Meaningful Inclusion. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. That voting is unanimous. Is that it, Chair Hansen?
Thank you. That concludes the report from the Standards and Assessment Committee. Record time.
Thank you so much. I will turn it back over to Chair Huntsman.
Thank you. Our next item is under item number 14. It's an action item on R277-419 pupil accounting. Background on this, we'll turn time over to Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just realized I need to share a different screen now. Just one moment. And I'll make sure that that is working. Looks like it's working fine. All right, board members, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, Angie Stallings again. New topic, R277-419 is the board rule that governs the minimum school days and instructional hours for our schools. You may remember many of the board members who were here last summer and fall that the board amended our R277-419 fairly significantly in July and August of last year. When the board determined and amended 419 at that time, they made it effective for 1 year only. So we are now getting ready for the 21-22 school year, as you know, and if the board takes no action, we would need to revert back to the version of 419 that was in effect prior to August of last year. So what was used in the 19-20 school year. So first I'm going to describe and just provide a reminder of what changed from the 19-20 school year version of 419 to what we have for this current year, which hopefully will inform your options or what you'd like to do for the 21-22 school year. So I'm displaying here just 4 categories of the significant changes in the versions of the rule from 1920 to 2021. So first, we changed the requirement for 990 of instruction to changing it to requiring LEAs to provide 900 hours, providing educational services for 990 hours. And while that sounds a little like a nuance without a difference, if you look at the definition of educational services, it's broader than just saying instructional hours. Second, this year's version of the rule does not include the daily hour minimum of 2 hours in kindergarten and 4 hours in grades 1 through 12. So previously, if the school was not meeting for at least those 2 or 4 hours, it could not count as a day for the 180. Third is it eliminated prescriptive language about what may or may not be counted as hours of instruction. So things like the former version of the rule said passing time in halls did not count, and lunch did not count, but recess did, kind of really getting into what does and doesn't count as part of the 990. So the board decided to remove that language and leave it more up to LEAs. Also, it changed the terminology of something called continuing enrollment to either attendance validated or learner validated enrollment measurements. And I'll be happy to discuss, well, the next slide describes those two things. It used to be, or that the default was that all students their enrollment was verified based on their attendance, and LEAs are required to do a daily attendance check if they are using an attendance validated program. The former language used to say traditional and non-traditional. Because blended online competency-based learning is no longer non-traditional, the language was changed to attendance validated and then learner validated, with the idea that programs like online learning programs, blended learning programs, and competency-based learning programs you can determine a student's enrollment in the LEA by looking at learner validated elements. Now, that requirement or the allowability for an LEA to use a learner validated measurement has actually existed in the rules since 2016, but the terminology of how we describe that changed this last year from non-traditional to learner validated programs. So I just wanted to clarify that LEAs have always, at least since 2016, been allowed to not necessarily rely on attendance checks or in-person attendance, but they could use things such as student performance on assessments, student submission of projects or assignments, time a student spends online or in a program, face-to-face, maybe interviews via Zoom, something like that, or check-ins, other ways other than the student being in attendance. Those have all existed as options for our LEAs since 2016. So for this next year, I'm happy to go into more background, but I hate to take the board's time if people don't have questions or want clarifications, but I'm also happy to go into depth or detail on versions drafts 2 and 3 of 419. So I'll pull up draft 3 in just a moment, because I think draft 3 helps you see the difference between 2 and 3, because draft 3 has both the red and blue and the purple and green. Draft 3, what the difference between the two is really just what's in purple and green. But option 1, and there may actually be more options than this. Did you want me to pause, Chair Huntsman?
Yeah, there's a quick hand up, and I don't want them to, if they're like me, they get ran over by their own train of thought if they have to hold their thought for a long period of time. So I like to turn the time. I think Board Member Lear has a question or comment.
And no, I'm sorry. I was just trying to get in front of the queue. I would never lose my train of thought. That would never, or run it over. So no, I'm just, when Angie's finished, I have a couple of questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, please continue.
Sorry.
No, great. So I've got 3 options for your consideration. Of course, there may be other options that we have not considered yet. The first option would be to take the 2021 version of 419 that we use this school year, but not add an additional waiver of the 990. So just for board members to refresh your memories, memory, not only did we make all of the changes that I described in the prior slides, but the board allowed LEAs to receive a full waiver from the 990 hours of providing instructional services if they submitted a form that described their formative assessment practices, among other things. I believe we had, and I apologize, I should have looked at this before starting today's presentation, but somewhere between 90 and 110 of our LEAs who filed 990 hour form waivers. So, and I can explain why I don't think, as staff don't believe that waiver is needed, that LEAs now have the ability, and many of them have established learner validated program policies where they establish these different measurements for determining or demonstrating student enrollment outside of attendance checks. So that would be option one. Option two would be to adopt a version of the 2021 version, but eliminate the references to the 990 hour requirement. And that's in draft 3. So option one is in draft 1. Option 1 is in draft 2, and option 2 is in draft 3. And then the last would be to return to the 1920 version with edits. I'll admit that I don't have that prepared, but based on today's discussion, if that's something the board wanted to do, we could bring it back next month. So I'm happy now to answer questions, and I'd also be happy to pull up draft 3 and go through the rule in more detail, however the board chair would, whatever the board chair would like me to do.
Okay. Board Member Lear.
Thank you. I think can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
I only have one screen today, so it's confounding me. I had a couple of questions. Angie, on line 434, and these are not necessarily in order, I apologize. Line 434 in draft 3, I think I was looking at. It's the amended portion. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry. I apologize. Let me pull that up and go ahead. Yes, you were speaking to draft 3. Could you tell me the line numbers again? And I will.
434, I think. It's the amended portion right around there.
Yes, great. Project
435. I think I'm in draft 3. I can't see a draft number unless yes, it is. I don't think we've said what we meant, and I think words matter. A student receiving instruction delivered in a homeschool course or by a private school is not eligible to be claimed in LEA's membership and does not qualify for funding. I think we mean to be specific to the time that the student's being homeschooled or in a private school, because otherwise this would disallow the very popular dual enrollment practice. Am I reading that wrong?
You are not reading that wrong, or I mean the intent, I understand your intent, but I've actually created an amendment. It was like I was reading your mind, Board Member Lear, and I have an amendment that I hope will resolve your concern. Chair, I apologize, I didn't wait for you to give me.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Board Member Lear, I don't think you were the only one who made this or had this question, and so there are actually 2 amendments that are uploaded to Civic Clerk that staff, based on questions from board members, have added or recommend. One is, I see, I didn't show the second part. You can see the amendment here. My assumption, or the way I was reading it without the amendment, is that a private or homeschool student, once they are actually enrolled in dual enrollment for those 2 or 3 or 1 courses, they're actually public school students at that time. They're enrolled in both systems. But to clarify, you can see here that I would propose that we say, except as provided in subsection 10B, that language that's currently in blue would stand. But then this is what the new language would state here. It states subsection 10A does not apply to public school instruction provided by an LEA to a homeschool or private school student participating in dual enrollment as described in section 53G-6-702.
Thanks. That's what I thought you meant. I just wanted the rule to say what I think we all meant. I had a similar question on line 218 of also draft 3. where it says, and I'm sorry, these take a while, but I think that we want to mean what we say and say what we mean, just like Dr. Seuss. A student who is enrolled in a program is considered a member of a public school. And this is more of a question. So a student who's attending Roland Hall, Judge Memorial, he's under the UHSAA rules, he's playing football, which is, I think, would be a program. He's then considered a member of a public school, and or maybe he's not. And what do we want to be the case?
Chair, may I try to?
Yeah. Deputy Superintendent Stalling.
And I, Board Member Lear, I'm not sure the intent behind this language here on lines 218 through 221, or actually all the way through 223. I think it's all discussing this. I don't know if Aaron Bruff or somebody else might help us understand what we're trying to state there, but I'm.
And if I'm sorry, Chair, if I can ask Angie, if I can interject, if what we mean is he's the student who's enrolled in football is somehow the school gets a partial WPU for that student, I think that's great if that's what is the outcome. If we mean he's now covered by any kind of risk management issue or insurance issue, that's great too. But I'm also a little concerned that a student who only plays football is a public school student. So I don't know how to interpret that. Sorry for the interjection. That gave Aaron a time to think about it.
And I don't know if Aaron's available, but Chair, I think I've read the language further, so I think I can provide a little bit more insight. Okay. I'd like to look to see if programs defined above, but it looks to me like this is, I don't think football would actually apply, because generally football is not a course. It's not, it's generally considered an extracurricular activity that you might have a strength training course, but that again wouldn't likely be a football course. So I think what this is trying to say is two things. One, when the student is enrolled in a course, that enrollment, number one, would generate WPU. So if the home or private school student is in, or even a charter school student, say, that's enrolling in a co-curricular activity generally, or a course like strength training related to football, or maybe a band course, that student is part of the LEA for that course and generates funding. But it also states that the accountability related to that course is tied to the student and in that course. Now, this used to be more of an issue, or more important, back when RISE, when we had end of course level assessments. Under SAGE and under our Utah Aspire Plus, a lot of our courses, especially in the high schools where you're going to see this more often, are not end of course or end of level course tests. They're more general, like the ACT, where you can't attribute them to, say, secondary math 1. And I could also use an assist from Assistant Superintendent Nielsen here if I'm saying anything incorrectly. So I believe, as I'm looking at this language, it's really talking about making sure that when the student, let's say you had a private school student or a charter school student who's now enrolling in a course, and maybe they are taking calculus at their district of residence boundary school, but the rest of their courses, they're at the charter school, to make sure that the student's performance is applied where the student took that course. I believe that's what it's getting at, and not necessarily just exclusive to private and homeschool students, but it could be when district students attending another district school or a charter school student is attending. So we've provided a lot more flexibility with dual and split enrollment these days.
And can I, Chair, can I just offer a thought about that? I don't even know if it's a suggestion.
We're trying to answer questions here. We don't have a motion on the table, so go ahead, Board Member.
And I don't have a motion about this. I think this could use some clarity, could use some improvement, because I think that this puts schools in a position that if the student is then enrolled in the weightlifting class that all football players take, then the school gets to count him in enrollment. If he's not, somehow due to his situation, then the school shouldn't count him in enrollment because he's not in a course. And I think that we shouldn't, I'm not a fan of intent, not a fan of, well, of course you'd read it that way. So I wish that language could be improved, but I can't do it on the fly either. I have one more question, if that's okay, Chair.
No, we're gonna hold your questions here and we'll get some other board members. I know you've got a lot of questions. Aaron Bruff is ready to respond to one of your questions.
I think we answered that actually, but okay.
If it's okay, I will respond to the difference between the program and a school is if a student is in a program within a school, that program doesn't receive an additional accountability system because it's defined as a program. It would just all be encompassing within the school. I believe that is the intent of the language here, where it's distinguishing the difference between schools are the accountability entity. They're the ones who submit the information to the Utrecht's clearinghouse file. And if a student belongs to a program in a school, that program doesn't receive additional accountability designations or anything like that. Does that answer your question?
I think I'm okay with it as it was, but there's no accountability for a lot of courses, pottery, and all kinds of electives like that. So I feel like we should still improve that language to be expressly including activities and or courses that are, so the school does get some WPU money if a student takes a weightlifting class that goes along with the football program. I'm using air quotes. So it kind of helped Aaron, but that's all right. Just expressing an opinion.
Chair?
Yes, Angie.
I apologize. I can't, now that I'm screen sharing and I am not able to raise my hand, but I just want to bring to your attention, Board Member Lear, that program is actually defined in this rule, and it is much more narrow than football or extracurricular activities. It says, means a course of instruction within a school that is designed to accomplish a predetermined curricular objective or set of objectives. So that means to me, it's about the courses that are done right during the regular school day or curricular courses, not extracurricular.
Yeah, which would include a football weightlifting class.
Correct, but not the football team
alone.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with you.
I'll make sure I tell them to take weightlifting.
We'll have some hands raised. Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, please, Chair. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, we'll have something on the table to discuss.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we approve our 277419 draft 3 with the number, is it number 2 amendment, Angie? Which one is it? Where's that amendment? I know you're talking, but we can't hear you.
Muted, Angie.
I apologize. You're correct. It was amendment number 2 that we discussed. We do have a request for 2 amendments at some point.
Okay, and the number 1 amendment as well? I read number 1 as well.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to start again. That I would like to make a motion that we approve our 277-419 with both draft 3 with amendment 1 and amendment 2.
I'll second.
Second was Member Moss, was it? I wasn't looking at it. Right. Discussion to the motion. Or let's see, do you want to speak to the motion, Vice Chair Belknap? Sorry.
I'll hold for now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, discussion to the motion. Board Member Lear. Board members.
I've spoken.
Hang on one second.
Come back to me.
Okay, Member Straight.
I appreciate the motion on the table because I'd like someone to answer this question. So I was reading the newspaper today about Jordan School District, and they did a survey, and they had 18,000 responses, and 2/3 of those who responded wanted to remain with the 4-day Monday through Thursday, with Friday being it's still instruction time. They do it differently, and I don't understand everything about what Jordan does. So based on the motion on the floor, how would Jordan School District be affected if they chose to maintain their current plan? And maybe we don't know enough about what they do.
Chair, would you like me to answer that?
Deputy Superintendent Stalling.
Yes, thank you. So Board Member Straight, under both drafts 2 and 3, and actually even under the version of the rule that was in effect in 1920 school year, an LEA has the ability to have different instructional models or days. I would say, so I mean, there's not a requirement, except for now there is in code. Thanks to the legislature and SB 107 that passed this last session. And now an LEA, unless they're in a completely online school, they do need to provide at least 4 days of in-person instruction. So actually that legislation impacted our LEAs even more so than what our rule did. Because our rule currently, if Jordan School District wanted to, now I imagine this wouldn't be popular with their community, but they could be providing instruction 5 days a week virtually, or do something like what they're doing that 5th day every day of the week. Which is why you saw, for example, Salt Lake City School District chose to do that for purposes of mitigating COVID-19 within their schools. Now, our charter schools, there's a little different situation there because their charter agreements, there are additional charter agreement issues that might govern. But even if we maintain the 990 hours, many of our LEAs who asked for 990-hour waivers last year actually may not have needed them. And the reason I say this is because in addition to an attendance check, as I mentioned before, when students are there in person, you can validate they're there and take attendance. But if you have a blended learning, an online learning, something kind of like what Jordan is doing on their 5th day, it's similar to what our online programs do 100% of the time, especially our online charter schools. They need to establish a learner validated program policy. That program policy will delineate how they are measuring student enrollment and progress and engagement in those blended or online, virtual, or competency-based settings. And so actually, whether you pass draft 2 or draft 3, if Jordan School District's board wanted to continue the 4-in-1, for example, as one model or option, they could do that under draft 2 or draft 3. It does in some ways, though, the difference between draft 2 and draft 3 is we eliminate this idea of the hours, the 990 hours and counting hours. Instead, we focus on the providing instructional services for 180 days. What that looks like is going to be very different from district to district and charter school to charter school. So I don't know if that helps, but I would say that actually SB 107 impacts our LEAs and their delivery models more so than even either draft 2 or draft 3. But I will say the difference between our 1920 version and either draft 2 or draft 3 is we've eliminated this, the 2 hours. So the 2 hours minimum or 4 hours minimum, that was a big change that could have hampered Jordan School District or others, because now that 5th day, they would have needed to have their students there at least 2 hours or 4 hours in order for it to be counted as a day. When we removed that for the 2020-21 version, we freed up what that looks like. We also eliminated things like no passing time can count and lunch and whatever. So draft 2 and draft 3, again, are essentially what we've had this year without the waiver of the 990. And mostly in my, again, this is Angie's opinion, many of our LEAs who sought waivers of the 990 didn't need those legally. They just need it. Some of them didn't feel comfortable yet relying only on their learner validated program policies. And we're wondering how they demonstrate that to auditors, since so many have been used to relying on the attendance check. And I hope that that clarification helps.
Thank you. I like the flexible accountability. There we go.
Okay. Board Member Hart.
I just want to clarify that this would keep the 180 and drop the requirement, 180 days, and drop the requirement permanently for the 990 hours. What would it do with the number of hours in a day? So that would revert that part of it?
No. So we have not put the minimum hour day in there. So again, that would be the 1920 version. For the 2021 school year version, all of that I showed on that slide was eliminated. Both drafts 2 and 3 would keep that out. We have not added any of that back in. The minimum school day of 2 hours for kindergarten, 4 hours for grades 1 through 12, the passing time, all of that. So I'm showing here on the screen now, you can see what that looks like. It would say, except as provided in these sections, an LEA shall provide educational services over a minimum of 180 school days each school year. And you can see we've taken out the conduct school for at least 990 hours.
Follow up, Chair. Follow up.
Yeah, follow up.
So I guess I'm clarifying myself further. It's late. We are still keeping things from last year. So last year's bill or last year's rules don't go away. They weren't 1-year rules. We switched, we took 1920 rules, we made them 2021 rules, and now we're looking to keep 2021 rules about things that, other things, not the 990, not the 180.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, can I just clarify that? Yes. So the 2021 version of the rule is only valid for this year, according to the board's intent, right? They put something in there that said this rule is in effect only for the school year. So if we were to do nothing, legally, we'd need to revert back to 1920, the 1920 version. But the version that I've prepared for your consideration today starts with the 2021 school year as the base. So I did not start as the 2019-20 school year as the base.
And one of the reasons, thank you. If I might just add to this, one of the reasons this is before the board today is because we've been living with our 2021, I guess you'd call it changes, the limitations that our LEAs right now, local boards and that are putting calendars together, they're putting plans together, they're using some of they're positioning themselves with some of the ESSER 2 fund and that of what their education is going to look like, and also what it might change to because of maybe what happens with this pandemic, but they're trying to prepare for next year. The legislature has created flexibility on spending, and the question before us, are we going to have flexibility in our in this rule and with the requirement to accommodate them as they're going in for another year of might be quite a bit of unknowns. So that's why we didn't put this in committee. We brought this before you today. Hopefully to get something out. If it doesn't come out, then it will be another month, but our LEAs are curious on what rule they're going to have to follow as they're putting their calendars together. That a lot of them, as many of you know, they want to have them done by April, before April's out. So, board member Earl. Let's see. Yeah, board member Earl, you're next.
Yeah, I have a couple of, well, one comment, but then a question. My comment is, even if schools cut their school day down, the accountability is still there, meaning that, and I think that was already mentioned, that they've still got to meet, the needs. But at the same time, this does allow that flexibility to really meet the most important needs and such. My question is this: what does learner validated enrollment status look like when we're talking data? Is it, what does it look like? Can anyone tell me?
I could answer that.
Okay, please do. Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Great. And Board Member Earl is speaking to this amendment in Amendment 1, where we've asked LEAs to submit each student's attendance validated or learner validated enrollment status. And Aaron Bruff can correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be essentially a field in the system that says they're either being counted or their enrollment verification is being done either through an attendance validated or a learner validated. So it would be like essentially checking the box saying this, and the reason why that information will be requested is that if at some point the board wanted to look at, well, I think there's a couple of reasons, and Aaron can get into more of the details, but if at some point the board wanted to see how many of our students, for example, are participating in a learner validated program versus a traditional or, an attendance validated in-person program, you'd be able to see the numbers. Right now, we have no idea, for example, let's say that Aaron's son and my daughter are both, in Davis School District. One of them is attending full-time in person, the other one is 100% virtual. We have no indication when we look at data which type of program they're participating in. So that would give the board more information to see how students are receiving their instruction, whether it's in an attendance validated program or learner validated. So, and Chair, if you don't mind, I think Aaron Bruff might be able to add more.
Okay. Aaron Bruff, are you available?
Yes, yes, I'm here. And that's a wonderful question. It's at the basic, yes, exactly what, as Angie explained, it would be at least one field which would say learner validated or attendance. There's a possibility, I want to say probably a highly likely possibility there'd be another field saying if it's a learner validated field, what type is it? Is it a hybrid? Is it 100% online? There's different models. So that hasn't been worked out yet exactly what it will look like, but more than likely it'll be 2 field items that they would submit on every student.
Okay, so you're just talking a field that they check, we're either doing this, this, or this. It's not talking about submitting individual pieces of data to validate the program. Am I right in saying that?
Correct. That's my current understanding.
That's where I wanted to know how much personal information would be collected there. Okay, thank you.
And one of the challenges, if I just might weigh in, I'm not staff, but is that validation's got to, there's also a push to have limited amount of information and inputs and validation on this. So part of this, these proposed rule changes is to have some level of accountability and good data for us as a board and others, but not intimidate the inputs with lots of information. So they're trying to minimize it, but yet still meet an expectation.
Okay, that's what I was asking. I wanted to make sure we weren't overdoing it. Thank you.
Yes. So sorry, staff, for let me weigh in on that. I just know it from the conversations I've had. So thank you. Board Member Lear, and then Board Member Hart and Cannon. I've got you in the queue. Again, we do have a motion on the table, which is R277-419 draft 3, including amendments 1 and 2.
Thank you. I have a question and then a comment, sort of like Board Member Earl. I am an old school educator trying to drag myself into the new millennium, and so I admit this is a little hard for me. And I'm also have a little PTSD on behalf of Salt Lake District, where we were told by the legislature to give directives to LEAs. We did it. And then the legislature didn't like some of the directives or some of the responses of LEAs. And I am concerned this could have the same kind of repercussions. And I really, really objected to that as a fairness issue when the rules had been set, speaking of rules from our previous discussion. Having said that, line 343, and kind of to that point, line 343, the learner validated enrollment measurement described in subsection 4B may include. So we're not giving LEAs any requirements for the validated enrollment measurement. The LEAs come up with their own. Whatever they come up with, that's great. The board has to approve it, local board control. I'm just concerned that that the learner validated enrollment measurements may not meet everyone's expectations for accountability. And I mean the broader kind of accountability, not just education accountability or the tests. And I'm wondering if that was intentional, bringing me finally to my question. Can you respond to that, Deputy Stallings?
Yes, Chair, is that all right?
Please do.
Yes, it absolutely was intentional. The learner validated measurements for each school or district could vary, even programs. You might have one course that the learner validated enrollment measurements might be varied. So yes, there is an intent to allow LEAs that discretion to come up with their own policies. I will let you know, the board members who were here back in July and August will remember that our staff provided guidance on the learner validated program policies and provided some sample language and options for LEAs. We would resend that guidance out. We might update it a little bit now that COVID-19 is not as much of a factor. I mean, it still is, but not as much as it was in the fall. So we do have guidance to provide to our leaders in our schools to help inform those policies. I've seen some of the policies that LEAs have adopted, and I was very impressed. One district, for example, actually does essentially a learner validated program policy for all students. But when the student is attending in person, does an attendance check for those days. But at least once a week, if the student hasn't attended in person once a week, they look at all these other factors of the student's login time. Anyway, I don't want to bore you, but there are really great ways that districts and charters can establish a policy to really measure student engagement, regardless of whether they're in the class or not. It's a way to show true engagement by the student rather than while they were sitting in a seat. So we're assuming learning is happening. So yeah, it's really meant to be flexible for the LEAs.
A quick follow-up, Chair, please.
Yes.
I would be more a believer, Angie, except there's nothing on the back end of this. You anecdotally looked at a few of 160 policies, and I'm not trying to be discouraging or demeaning or critical, but that's what the staff has time for. And we don't know with any certainty what those look like. And worse, or more concerning still, is we don't know if LEAs did or followed through with their learner validated plans. And I think we'll do so even less going forward because we'll have more variations on the theme, and guidance is not the same as direction. It's not the same as requirements. So I just express my concern that we it calls for a lot of trust for LEAs, and I personally think I can go there, but I think that we may have some again, going back to buyer's remorse, and we may be having some legislative buyer's remorse at what we allow LEAs to provide. So that makes me concerned. I almost want a promise from someone that if we give them the flexibility everybody seems excited about, that will endure and that promise will last. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Board Member Hart.
Yeah, it's interesting that I follow Member Lear's comments. We use learner validated measures. Our school went through a long process of developing those. And now I'm concerned that those learner validated options would only be there for non-brick and mortar type programs. We saw better accountability on the parts of students when it wasn't the fact that they sat in that chair, but they actually had to produce something, and that made more sense to parents. It's all best practices for assessment. And I just, is there a way that we could not delineate between butts and seats for brick and mortar and learner validated for other non-brick and mortar programs? In addition, we saw a couple of new bills talking about the automatic excusal of absences without verified doctor's notes. All a parent has to do is call in. Attendance, in-person attendance at school is really a half-dead notion, and we have to go in the direction of something else in order to get that accountability, that participation, and so this is very promising. But I'm afraid as a brick and mortar that it wouldn't be an option open to us. Am I misunderstanding that?
Sure. Thank you. Apologize again. I can't lift my yellow hand. No, you, Board Member Hart, first of all, you could, your LEA has to determine or state we are 100% as a district a learner validated program. And just because I know about Canyon School District, because I live within the boundaries and have kids attend, the current structure of what you're doing of Canyons is a learner validated program right now, because
yes.
And Jordan, when they have that fifth day, that whole district is learner validated. In fact, you don't have an attendance validated program at that
right
point.
But next year, if we go back Fridays, which we will, can we still maintain learner validated?
Yes, because what you would just state is that you are a learner validated program. It's not limited to, if let's say you had all of your elementary and middle schools that were 100% in person, and of course that's never going to happen likely for a district because all of our districts have online programs now or blended. But let's say you had a large portion of your student body who were 100% receiving instruction in person. You could still designate all of those students as being tracked, or not tracked, but as a learner validated program.
Can we go to that part in the policy, in the draft?
Sure. And I'd really, so I see your point, and maybe that's what we need to clarify. So let's say an LEA shall use one of the following. Now, this might be helpful because if you look at the definition, it might actually seem more limiting than the definition of the programs is one thing. But here, if you start on line 327, an LEA shall use one of the following learner validated enrollment measurements. So for a student primarily enrolled in an attendance validated program, the LEA may not count the student if they have unexcused absences during all of the prior 10 days. And for a student enrolled in a learner validated program, the LEA shall adopt the policy document. So I think what you're in, and I apologize, I'm kind of processing this in your question while I'm reading. And so maybe what we say is an LEA may, even if they are primarily, the students are enrolled in an attendance validated program, that an LEA may choose to use a learner validated program measurement for all students. So I think that's what you're maybe asking for, is something explicit.
I'm looking at line 99.
Yeah. The definition of the programs. So
of learner validated.
Yeah. I see your point. Maybe what we need to do though is amend the lines that I stated, I was showing below, where it gives LEAs the authority explicit. I would argue you already have, they could do this, but I can see where it seems a little bit limiting. I'm trying to find the language again, where we state that.
Or add a D where it says a district adopts a personalized learning in-person model, because this is really what it is, right? Personalized learning. So
that's one option. If you give me a minute, I might be able to think of which amendment would be best, either to change the learner validated program definition, or down here where it talks about what measurement the LEA uses. Maybe it needs to be there where it says notwithstanding, you know, an attendance validated program could still use a learner validated enrollment measurement, which is what I think you're asking for. So I can do a little bit of drafting and see.
That would be a proposed amendment. So is that what Board Member Hart, you're trying to do, is amend this, or you're just trying to solve the question?
Well, I wanted an answer to the question, but I'm concerned that it would require an amendment.
Okay. So while you're, keep that thought, but can we go to other board members too to see what they have questions or concerns? And then if Board Member Hart, you want to make an amendment, then we'll call on it. I think that might be the best interest of the time, and then we've got a lot of hands raised still. Which leads us to be, if we're not going to get something out today, we're better off. Well, I made a bad choice, but we would have been better off putting this in a committee and pushing it into another board meeting, but we might be doing this again too in another board meeting. So I am trying to figure out what's best for where we're going, but we do have a motion on the table, and maybe some proposed amendments. So Board Member Hart, if you want to keep that in mind, I want to go to Board Member Cannon for a question, comment, or proposed amendment.
Yes, thank you. As I looked through this, I thought, well, I want to know the definition of a school day. And so I looked it up in the definitions, and it said it's a day when educational services are provided and as defined in Section 5. And I can't really find anything in Section 5 that further defines what a school day is. Am I not reading right, or is there something I'm missing? Can you help me with that?
Deputy Superintendent Stallings, is there a Section 5 that has that defined?
I think I looked at line 156, and then Section 5 starts on 229.
Yes, no, so previously, as I mentioned, the former version of the rule defined school days as at least 2 hours in kindergarten or 4 hours in grades 1 through 12. So here, this section is essentially talking about minimum school days in general. So I think it's really about this whole section and kind of the limitations or guidance on school days. So maybe you could help me, and I need to go look at the definition, what it states, or what question or clarity or requirements you would like to have.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to be clear, if we're doing away with the 990 hours and you have eliminated the defining number of hours that equal a school day, that seems a little lenient to me in terms of accountability. And so I wanted to check on that and see if we had any better description of what we're expecting from our LEAs in terms of a school day. So yeah, you can see line 156 says school day means a day where an LEA provides educational services to students subject to the requirements described in that section 419-5. And then we have all the exceptions and so forth. So I guess that leads me to a further question in how are we benefited by eliminating the 990 hours?
Deputy Superintendent Stalling.
Great, that's a good question, I think, for the group. I think Board Member Hart kind of described some of the maybe benefits of maybe looking more, instead of looking at time, and although it still says 180 days, but instead of thinking about that in terms of 2 hours or 4 hours or an amount of hours in the day, instead looking at student progress individually and looking at it in a more personalized way and basing that not on time, but instead on the student's engagement and progress. That is where, and again, any of the members of the superintendency or board members want to weigh in, but it's an opinion that often we rely on a student in attendance for a certain number of hours a day to assume that the student is making progress and in learning and engaging. And so it's kind of a way of removing that kind of safety net and feeling like that ensures instruction is happening, and moving more towards something like what Board Member Hart stated is looking at the student progress, performance, et cetera. And some people, if you keep that 990 there, that's all they see. And they focus on that versus what Board Member Hart said they're doing at her school, where instead of relying on attendance and the person being in the classroom, they're looking at the student's progress, performance, their output.
Okay.
May I respond?
Well, one more response, and then the rest of the questions are going to be one specific question, and we'll get an answer, because I still have a ton of hands up. So yes, please respond.
Yes. So I think that's a nice idea. I think we're at a point in time where it might be okay to try that, but I don't know that I feel good about approving this rule to exist in infinity. If we do something like that, I would like to return and review this rule, look at what performance has been like, see if we can validate that removing the 990 hours has not been too lenient, that we're still seeing progress and that kids are getting that learning. I have to think that legislators and others want to know that what they're paying for in terms of giving us tax dollars to work with is really benefiting their student, and we're doing enough for the students to have them learn efficiently. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we amend the amended motion on the table to include line 632 to read, "This rule is effective for the 2021-2022 school year." And I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second, Board Member Cannon.
Okay. Vice Chair Davis to speak to the proposed amendment.
Sure, thanks. I think we are seeing that we are going to need some movement in this area. It's going to be coming. It's here on our doorstep. I don't know if everyone's comfortable going a permanent change at this point. To Board Member Cannon's point, the 999, a 990-hour removal could be, 5 days a week for 2 hours a day. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that would be fine for students. I'm just not sure that we know yet. The data that we have for 1 year of adding this flexibility is a little bit concerning so far, with the early learning losses and the 20% less credit recovery and out of credits attempted in our secondary schools. Now, maybe this is because we had a spring shutdown. Maybe this is because our first graders have been wearing masks and can't see to get phonics and phonetic sounds. It could be for those reasons. Maybe it's because kids have been in and out of quarantine, but we don't know. It could also be because attending school creates greater gains. We don't have the data right now to study the different models that were chosen and how those impacted student learning. But if we tried this for a year, we'd get rid of all that stuff. We've got people vaccinated. We're probably not going to have masks next year. We're not going to have kids in and out of quarantine with our test to stay options and such. So this would allow us to try it for 1 year and really take some data, and maybe some of those numbers start to change and we study disaggregated models and choices that LEAs make. And we are in a better place to say, yeah, this really makes sense long-term for us here in the state of Utah. And yes, we can come back and revisit this anytime we want to, it's true, but this would allow those that are feeling hesitant to know we are going to revisit this in a year with increased disaggregated data.
Hey, Deputy, let's see, Dr. Dixon, I saw your hand was raised, but in the queue I have Member Norton, Vice Chair Belknap, Member Straight, but now we have a proposed amendment. So if you're going to speak to the proposed amendment, keep your hand raised. Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. It's probably a punctuation mark to Board Member Davis, but I just am so proud of the board for leaning in on one of our goals, which is personalized competency-based learning. And that means looking at learning in a different way, as has already been stated. I'm getting quoted often for a comment that I make once in a while about being stuck in the 3 Bs, and that we have formed some of our programming of education around bells, buses, and butt time or seat time to be more appropriate. And so it is, an opportunity for our LEAs to look at what they've learned through the pandemic. They're learning many lessons. I love being with advisory groups to hear how they're finding new ways to personalize education for students and families. And so in thinking about that, it's messy work. And I feel your pressure of trying to make this big decision right now. So, we've got time to gather the right kind of data and learn from LEA responses. So maybe the extension of this would alleviate the concerns of LEAs who are trying to figure out what the 180 looks like, and plus what the hours within that 180 in a more personalized approach. So an extension at least seems reasonable to meet the needs of LEAs. And I'm not telling you how to vote one way or the other, but just know that the messiness of personalized education it's a good place to spend time in, and it warrants a lot more conversation with the board about what that means in terms of our rules and policies to support one of your very important board goals.
Okay. Board Member Straight.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment because it fits with our strategic plan. It fits with our personalized competency-based learning model. And I think it moves us forward, gives flexibility to our LEAs, and also gives us time to look at the information and data that's out there over the next year and revisit this.
Okay. Member Hanson. We have an amendment.
had a request, just and maybe Darren Nielsen's the best to answer this, about where we are with data at this point, and then I'll speak in support of the motion. But could I ask someone from staff to let us know where we are with data that
Question.
student engagement and student assessments?
Okay, who would, Superintendent, did you want to take that on, or is Darren Nelson?
I think Superintendent Nelson is ready to speak.
Okay, Superintendent Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board Member Hanson, I'll answer the questions broad enough that I'm not sure I'm going to be zeroed in, so you redirect me. This is a good information for all board members and the public that's listening today to understand. We're advancing this year with the administration of state assessments, and vast majority of our students so far during the early assessments that we've delivered on a statewide basis have participated. So we're optimistic that at the end of this school year, we'll have collected large amounts of student achievement data using the full variety of state assessments that are contained in board rule and in state statute. I think what your question is getting to, though, is do we have the ability to use those results and align those in a way that allows us to see the impacts of these various instructional modalities, whether it's through learner-validated programs, or whether it's looking at remote learning, or whether it's looking at the various school schedules that we have. There are limitations in this rule. The amendment number 1 that Deputy Stallings showed, where we would require, this rule then would require LEAs to submit their data in a manner that would allow the Utah State Board of Education to decipher and to see which students are engaged in learner-validated programs is a step forward and a necessary step for us to be able to eventually connect students involved in those programs with various student outcomes, whether it's grades, graduation rates, assessment results, course participation, any of those variables that we can look at for all of our students that we have. We are collecting at a school-wide basis school schedules that will connect to our student achievement data at the end of this year. And Bruff and his team is working on that, and also to determine, again, at the school-wide level, not only their schedules, but the number of soft closures that they've had to go through, which will give us, we're calling that opportunity to learn data, and that will give us additional context at the end of the year. But if you were to ask us at this point, can we do one of two things, or two things? Can we identify students who are engaged in learner-validated programs at the State Board of Education? The answer to that is no, because our system has been set up to track attendance-validated participation or enrollments. And then the obvious answer to the second question is, then we connect outcomes for students who are engaged in those various programs across the state? The answer to that is no, not at this time.
Did you have a follow-up, Hanson? No, I appreciate Superintendent Nelson, Deputy Superintendent Nelson anticipated, I think, where I wanted to go with the question. He's answered it very completely. Sounds like we just don't have a full picture at this stage. And I'll speak in favor of the amendment to, I think that we do need to give LEAs some flexibility, but we also, before we release all the restraints, I think we need to understand what LEAs are doing and what impact that's having on our kids' achievement, and how important some of these measures are, how directly they correlate to student achievement. So one more year of collecting data, I think, would be good for us, and then we can take maybe a more educated look at this and decide how we want to go forward.
Okay. Thank you. We're speaking to the proposed amendment. Board Member Jaimes.
Yeah, thank you. I can support this amendment to the motion, but I do have concern about just 1 year, and maybe Board Member or Vice Chair Davis can speak to this. I have found that 1 year oftentimes is just not enough time And many times when looking over data, of course, the more the merrier, right? The more data we can gather. So I wondered if we could, like I said, Vice Chair Davis could speak to the reasoning for 1 year, and if we could even push that into a couple years, especially coming out of the situation we're in. I don't know what kind of accurate data we're going to get over this next school year.
So I know you're asking a question of a board member on her proposed motion. Did you want to respond, Vice Chair Davis? I thought in your.
I will respond quickly. I actually agree with Board Member Hymas, and I would extend it to 2 years, but I don't think it'll get the votes. So I think we have to stick to 1 year, and then we look at our data. And if it's kind of on the cusp, then we come back and say, we're going to gather data for 1 more year. But I think there are enough people here today who really want to see some forward motion and could probably agree to come back and reassess for 1 year. But to push it for 2, I don't know. I agree with you, but I think I'm going to hold it at 1 and see if we can get the votes, and then reassess when we look at the data in a year. And if we have to push another year, we can.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not seeing any of their hands on the proposed amendment to the motion, and so the proposed amendment. I'm still calling it. I'm calling it Amendment 1, but maybe we better call it Amendment 3 because we're not voting. The original motion actually has number 1 and 2 included in it, so it isn't really technically the third amendment to the motion, but we can call it Amendment 3. Board Member Davis's amendment, and hang on one sec. Superintendent, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that this is germane to Amendment 3, but you'll note Deputy Stallings adding a term in Amendment 4 that we can speak to in a minute, but there was a bill that just passed, HB 181, and we want to make sure we're in concert with that. So when we get to Amendment 4, I just want to put a pin in that Deputy Stallings may need to speak to that, so there's clarity about why the addition of a term and maybe that D is redundant.
Okay, so board members, we're going to vote on the proposed amendment that adds to lines 66, line number 633 or 633 on the R277-419-15 effective date. This rule is effective for the 2021-22 school year. Board members, please vote at this time. The motion passes. I thought there was 3 no votes. Is that what you thought, Vice Chair?
Yes.
That was Member Klein, Member Earl, Member Belknap. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, the motion passes. So the amendment, the motion on the amendment passes. So now we have an amended motion. So now we're going to continue. I'm going to go back to the queue. Dr. Dixon, your hand's still raised. Did you have something else to add? All right. Okay.
Sorry,
next.
I'm having mouse issues today. I've got a jumping mouse.
Okay. Next in the queue is Member Norton.
I don't need to speak.
Okay. And then it was Vice Chair Belknap.
No, Chair.
Okay. Member Straight. And then
No, my hands, I'm showing. I want to talk. Oh.
Okay. Well, it was you had your hand up before this amendment, so I called out those that were in the queue because I wanted to go back. So I know that Member Hart wanted to be in the queue. Member Hart?
No, actually,
You have a proposed amendment?
no, I think a member of staff can speak to that. It's been deemed superfluous. Staff?
I don't have, well, the staff's not going to put a motion on the table, so.
No. Like they can explain why we don't need it.
Well,
Deputy Stallings?
well, we don't have a motion, so there's nothing to talk about. We have.
Okay. All right.
So,
No
okay.
problem.
All right. So I'm not seeing any other discussion to the proposed amended motion. So I'm going to go back to, well, I'm going to call on the amended motion on a vote. I think I am.
Chair, may I say something?
Yes.
Thank you. So I apologize. So Board Member Hart, we would actually really appreciate a motion for number 4, and it may be very subtle now, but we do need to add the word personalized to line 103. And that will then make it so that regardless of whether students away from the school, in the school, 100%, if the district or charter has a personalized competency-based learning program, which is what you were describing, it doesn't matter if the student's in person or not. But not only is this personalized important to address the issue you raised, but actually we had a bill passed this session, HB 181, and the new term, instead of saying competency-based learning, it's actually a personalized competency-based learning program. And so this would also fulfill the requirement that we would need to update this rule to meet the changes from HB 181.
So, Board Member Hart, your previous comments and questions, and that prompted this proposed amendment. So
I would like to make an amendment.
To amend that line 103. So.
Okay, so I'd like to propose, so go ahead and propose the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'd like to propose that we amend line, do you want me to read it?
Yeah, so isn't it adding the J line? Is it not?
Yeah.
103C.
Yeah, it's an amendment that adds C, a personalized comma. Wouldn't there be a comma there? Or no?
No.
Okay, personalized competency-based learning program.
Okay.
To Rule 277-419-15.
I'll second that.
And we have a motion and a second. Did you want to speak to your proposed amendment, Board Member Hart?
I think this aligns with the strategic plan. I'm aware of districts that are doing these types of things and have seen great success in accountability and increased engagement with students. I think that this is the direction that the legislature has also taken, and I think it deserves a place in this trial year.
Okay, thank you. So the proposed amendment is to add under C, which will show up as 103C, a personalized, competency-based learning program. Discussion to the proposed amendment. Seeing none, board members, please vote to the proposed amendment. The proposed motion, or the motion to amend passes unanimously. Okay, now what we have before the board is, I'll just state the motion now. It's, good grief, I've got to go back to the original. We modified it. Where's it at? We need our writers to bring back the original motion as amended. That's it. So I don't have to, I'm not required to say draft 3, amendment number 1 and 2, but just as amended as final on the final reading. Okay. All right. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-419 draft 3 as amended on final reading. Lorraine, your hand's raised.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further discussion, so we will vote. I will restate the motion that the board approve R277-419 draft 3 as amended on final reading. Board members, please vote. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. According to my schedule, it must be a break, close to a break time at 3 p.m. But oh, I guess I'm wrong. It's 5:10. So, board members, I'm going to seek a motion here. But as we go into executive session, we'll just take a 10-minute quick break or pause or whatever you want to call it. But I will do another roll call as we get in there. So I'm seeking a motion that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing pending or reasonable intimate litigation and the character, competence, and physical or mental health of individuals.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is a roll call vote. Go into executive session. Member Earl.
Yes.
Member Hanson.
Aye.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Cannon.
Yes.
Member Hart.
Yes.
Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Moss.
Yes.
Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
And Member Huntsman's a yes. The voting was unanimous. We're going in to our executive session. We'll follow the promptings on screen. I'm seeing a good bunch of us that have come out. I'm seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
Oh, could we make sure that we're back online? Can we get a confirmation from Jerry that we're back streaming?
This is Jerry. You are streaming.
Okay, we're streaming. We're back. I'm seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
So move. Board Member Booth.
Thank you. Second.
Board Member Cannon, seconds.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, we have a motion to come out of executive session. I'm not seeing any discussion. Board members, please vote. Doesn't require a roll call. The voting is complete. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Member Norton, action items coming out of executive session.
Okay, in case number 14-1244, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Davis.
Well, a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that in case number 14-1244, accept UPAC recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. Voting is complete. The motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Excuse me. excuse me, Chair Hunt
Is
Smith.
there- Yeah.
Board Member Cannon, I voted against it. I voted no on this motion.
I voted no also. No, no.
All right. Were you able to click? Because I couldn't see any red. So,
Yeah, on my computer, it shows me as with a red X.
okay, there, I'm seeing it there, and I'm seeing, okay, doesn't pass unanimously. It passes with 2 no votes. Thank you. Okay, please continue.
In case number 17-1410, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Do we have a second? Did I get, are we at a-
Second,
can we have a second?
second, Lear.
Thank you, Board Member Lear. Discussion to the motion.
Hope it's not the one I recused myself on.
No. Seeing none, the motion before the board is on case number 17-1410 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. Okay, the voting was complete, and I believe that one passed unanimously. Is that correct, Vice Chair Belknap?
Vice Chair Davis will have to check.
Okay, Vice Chair Davis. Was there any no votes? Because I didn't see any.
No, I did not see any.
Okay, motion passes. Please continue.
In case number 19-1709, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Do we have a second?
Second, Davis.
We have a motion and second. Discussion to the motion. I'm seeing none. The motion before the board is on case number 19-1709 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote.
Chair, Board Member Straight, I'm going to recuse myself on this one.
Okay.
I,
Wasn't it case number 19-1712? Board member Lear, was that?
thank you for reminding me.
I think that was the one.
Yep, thank you. I was just looking for it, not this one.
Did you vote?
No,
Board member-
on 1712, it hasn't come up yet.
No, but on
I
17.
did vote. Yes, I did vote.
Okay,
Chair, everyone is a yes, except for Board Member Straight recused himself.
okay, the motion passes.
Okay, in case number 19-1712, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second, Hart.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and second. Discussion to the motion. Board member Lear, were you going to recuse yourself on this one?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so the motion before the board is on case number 19-1712 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. Okay, the motion passes. There's no votes. And board member Lear refused herself, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue.
In case number 20-1737, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second, Lear.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is on case number 20-1737 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. Okay, the voting is complete. The motion passes with 1 no vote. And the no vote was board member Belknap. Okay, please continue.
In case number 20-1750, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second, Lear.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. I'm seeing none. The motion before the board is that on case number 20-1750 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. Voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Is that how you see it, Vice Chair Davis?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Please continue.
In case number 20-1755, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second, Booth.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. I'm seeing none. The motion before the board is that on case number 20-1755 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Is that how you see it, Vice Chair? Davis?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
In case number 20-EH34, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
There we go. We have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. I'm seeing none. The motion before the board is that in case number 20-EH34 to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Is that how you see it, Vice Chair Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue.
I move that we accept UPAC's consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion to the motion. I'm not seeing any. The motion before the board is that the board accept UPAC calendar. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Is that how you see it, Vice Chair Davis?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
I move that the board appoint Justin Anderson to the Student Policy Data Advisory Group representing the LEAs for a 4-year appointment.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Justin Anderson to the Student Data Policy Advisory Group as an LEA representative for a 4-year term. Do I have that stated correctly, Lorraine?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing no discussion, board members, please vote at this time. I didn't see your vote, Vice Chair Davis.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry, it was a yes, it went down already.
All right, thank you. The voting's complete and the motion passes unanimously. I believe that concludes our action coming from our executive session. Thank you. Next on our agenda, and it's been a long day, so I'm going to keep my report short. First of all, I want to thank you for your service on the board and thank our USB employees and education community are, we've been living in a time of first for several years now because of COVID, and some of it had nothing to do with COVID, just a lot of first. But a great legislative session. I appreciate your work and support. And it's a privilege to represent you as we try to move the bills that we're in favor forward, and then also oppose the bills that the board took action. So thank you for that opportunity. I want to advise you that we've got study sessions. We've met as leadership. There's a ton of topics that you want to talk about, and we're going to try some of these half days study sessions, and it's strictly optional whether you participate or not, but those study sessions are important, and so please be mindful. I believe our next one's, memory serves me right, I think it's the 25th. I can look for a calendar, but I think that's right. Is that correct, Lorraine?
Yes, it is.
I'm excited about those opportunities. But a part of my message, I'm just going to keep it brief here. As I was reflecting on a message here, and with everything that's going on and the word equity and all of that, it seems like it flares up a lot of a conversation and that, and it took me back. I said, this isn't new. This whole thing back in, I'll just say the early part of I guess it was 2000. It was quite a few years ago. I had my children all graduated from high school and they're going on advancing, and I just had a great love and appreciation for the education that my children received in this great state of Utah. And many years ago, I saw some of that being somewhat threatened a little bit. And I didn't have any kids in there. I didn't have any grandkids yet, but I thought, my kids it was just great. It was fantastic. The opportunities they had, I just, compared to other states, was just unbelievable. And I really appreciate it. And I had this concern that those opportunities were going to be limited. So I chose to run for a local board. And it was all on making sure that every student had an opportunity to have this great education. And the words I was using back in there was access to a great or access to the opportunities so that they could have this great education. And I ran on that, and I was able to get elected and advocate for that. This is many years ago, long before I got on the state board, and I served 8 years on the local board. But that drove me, and it was a very safe place for me to be and to act, and a lot of really fun things happened with that experience. And when I was asked to consider running for the State Board of Education, I brought that with me. I said, okay, just like my local board, this is all about access to a top quality education, and have the assurance that kids, that our students can have that opportunity. And I have seen that in our work that we have been doing at the State Board of Education for the last 6 years. And I'm looking forward, and I'll just end here, I am looking forward to the healthy discussions we're going to have again on equity and opportunity, to just have the assurance that and create the best way we can that every single student in this state at least has an opportunity. Now, what they do with that opportunity is a different thing. But for me, I just want to make sure those doors are open and they can see a pathway in, get in the game. So I'm anxious. So this concludes my board member comments, and it was fun reflecting back to serving on a local board, and I hope the local boards are in the same place. So thank you for the opportunity to serve you as your chair, represent you this last little while, and I'm definitely looking forward to what's happening in the future. So thank you. We still have a lot of work to do, and I know your time's limited, so that concludes my my very brief shared report and comment. So next up is board members' comments. We have several hands up. Board Member Cannon.
Thank you, Chair Huntsman. I just would like to make mention that on March 22nd and 23rd, board members have an opportunity to attend NASB's virtual legislative conference. The meetings will be held from 11 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon virtually. And they are, they just barely appointed a new Secretary of Education under the Biden administration. He's a former classroom teacher. He's a Latino named Miguel Cardona. And they are trying to access people from the new education department under the Biden administration. So it should be very interesting and new to all of us to see what's going to happen in the future with education at a federal level. So this is an opportunity for you to become aware of and get to know a different side of education than we hear here at the state level, and that's the federal level. And I'm just hoping board members will take advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lorraine has sent out notices and reminders of those opportunities. So thank you. Board Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make note, following our February board meeting, it was my pleasure to tour the Utah Pride Center in Salt Lake. I was met by Dr. Rob Muhlman and a couple of his team members, and to learn more about what Rob and his team are doing was eye-opening to me, and I was made to feel very comfortable as I could speak openly and ask questions that were somewhat difficult or sensitive. But it was a great experience. I encourage all those who have questions or would like to know more about the Pride Center to reach out to Rob and his team and learn about the good things that are happening there. So thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So the last item on our agenda is adjournment. So this meeting is adjourned. I'm going to call the meeting adjourned. So thank you. And we have committee meetings tomorrow. Look forward to the good work that you will do as board members, and look forward to the good work that will be coming out of committee. So thank you. Take care.
Bye, everybody. Thanks, Chair Huntsman.
See ya.
Bye.